Good morning, colleagues. Let's start with our meeting. You can come through, Chair of SAQA. We apologize. We almost started before you arrived. We apologize for that. I'm joking. So good morning, Minister, Deputy Minister, DDG is present. We have a few DDGs who are not here. We have not received their apologies. Notably CET and skills. DDGs are not here. Normally when we have APPs, because members might want to probe the reasons why we have certain APPs or targets, and what impact will they make. We'll want the DDG responsible to take us through what would have been the thinking. And we don't have CET and skills here. Hopefully, Minister, they've briefed you and you'll be able to respond to the technical reasons why we have certain targets there. Good morning, AG. SAQA. You see how you are looking at me there, you know. Department officials, Minister's office, Deputy Minister's office, I think I've greeted everybody, members. Some members will join us a bit later, Minister, but we do have a number of apologies. We do have members who serve in other committees, and some committees are on oversight this week. So we have we actually have 3 members of this committee who also serve in the Committee on Basic Education. They are all in Mpumalanga this week. They are unable to be with us. It's Honorable Low, Honorable Governor, and Honorable Maimela. The apologies have been sent that they are on oversight this week. Then we have Honorable Ngubane, who's away in Gauteng on oversight with the Portfolio Committee on Home Affairs. So he will also not be with us. And we have apology of Honorable Kakao. She's coming. Dr. Christians, it's not me, it's her who said she's running late. And I don't want to say it's because of the traffic, because you'll say, no, I'm taking your slogan of why you govern better. That's not, I don't want to enter those politics. So she's coming slightly late. The apology of Honorable Kabo, who's not in Cape Town this week for political commitments in his region. We have an apology of Honorable Lonzi and Honorable Msezana, who are coming but will arrive slightly late. And those are the apologies. Oh, we have an apology of Dr. Gonda. The DM Gondwe will arrive at 10. And I'm told, Minister, that we do have the apology of the DJ Fuchane. I did not see it, but Anela says we do. So I don't know the reasons, but she's unable to be with us today. So we are having this meeting today, colleagues, to get a briefing from the AG on the proactive assessment of the department and its entities, APPs, and then we'll then get the APP from presentation of the APP from the department as led today by the political head, the minister, and then we'll also have a briefing by South African Qualifications Authority on their APP 2026-27 and the budget. And then we'll have members having discussion. So we'll take all presentations. Members will note all of them, and then we'll probe them all together. Hopefully, the presentations will not be long, and before lunch we'll be able to have a discussion, and then we'll be able to allow colleagues to travel back home. I know that the AG doesn't like our meetings finishing late. Because she wants to travel back home, so we'll try today, Zama, so that we are able to travel home safe. It's May Day tomorrow. Today it's not May Day. Today we have a meeting. Our meeting might finish at 8, so that we might drag it to the point where the last flight is about to leave, and then we'll release you. But on a serious note, this is why we're here, colleagues. So we'll maybe introduce ourselves so that we know who's here, and then from there we'll then give to the AG to lead her presentation. So when we introduce ourselves, we indicate the entity that we represent, obviously our full names, entity we represent, and our designation at the entity. So my name is Tebo Kholitsi. I'm a member of parliament, member of the Portfolio Committee on Higher Education, and I have a responsibility of chairing the committee. So we'll give Anela, then we'll give the AG. From there, yourself, the DG, will move this way until we get to Dr. Christians.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everyone. My name is Anele Kabinges. I'm the Committee Secretary.
Good morning, Chair, members, Honorable Minister, Deputy Minister, and all the delegates from the Higher Education and Training Portfolio. My name is Bulelwa Sikweia. I'm a Senior Manager from the Office of the Auditor-General.
Good morning, Chairperson, honorable members, honorable Minister and DM, DG and colleagues. My name is Zamahlangu Mtichwa. I'm an acting business unit leader from the Office of the Auditor-General that's responsible for the higher education portfolio. Thank you, Chair.
Good morning, Honorable Chair and Honorable Minister and Deputy Minister, Honorable members, the DG and the colleagues. My name is Sam Zung. I'm the Deputy Director General responsible for TVETs. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. Sishi, DG Higher Education.
Morning, Minister, Deputy Minister, Chairperson, honorable members and colleagues and friends. I'm Tandi Lewin, DDG for University Education, DHET.
So you are friends here, you say colleagues and friends. Oh, okay.
Good morning, Minister, Deputy Minister, Chairperson, and colleagues. My name is Matsepo Sidat, and I'm the spokesperson to the Minister of Higher Education and Training.
Morning, Chairperson. My name is Puti Manamela, Minister Higher Education.
Morning, Chair and Minister and all the colleagues and AG. My name is Nomsa Dubengube, Deputy Minister Higher Education.
Good morning, Honorable Chair and members. My name is Keshla Naika. I'm the acting CFO for SAQA.
Good morning, Honorable Chair, members of Portfolio Committee, Minister, Deputy Minister, DGs. My name is Makapa Makafula, the COO at SAQA.
Okay. Good morning, Honorable Chair, Honorable Members, Minister and Deputy Minister. My name is Diaping Matsau. I'm the Senior Manager of Strategic Planning and Governance at SAQA.
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, Deputy Minister and Minister. All protocol observed. My name is Sipokazi Cele from the Office of the Deputy Minister, Dr. Dube Ngobe. Thank you.
Good morning, Chairperson, honorable members, Minister and Deputy Minister, colleagues. My name is Mnigeni Pagati in the Office of the Deputy Minister, Dubengube.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson, members of Parliament, Minister, Deputy Minister, colleagues. My name is Bayanda Mzoneli, the Acting DDG Corporate Services.
Good morning, Honorable Chair, Minister, Deputy Minister, DGs, and members of Parliament. My name is Opa Bodibe. I'm the Acting Chief of Staff in the Office of the Minister.
Good morning, Chair, Minister, members, everybody present. I'm Tanya Kleinans, Executive Secretary to Chairperson.
Good morning, Honorable Chair, Honorable members, Honorable Minister and Deputy Ministers, DDGs, AG and SAQA and colleagues. My name is Mabuza Ngubane, Chief Director for SITA Coordination. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair, the Minister, Deputy Ministers. My name is David Yale from the CET branch. Thanks.
Good morning, Chair, Minister, Deputy Ministers, the members of the committee. My name is Tulani Shabalala. I'm from DM Gondre's office.
Good morning, Chair, Honorable Members, DM, Minister, and colleagues. My name is Poga Zigana. I'm the ANC Caucus Researcher. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning to the Deputy Ministers and the Portfolio Committee members. My name is Siyabonga Kone. I'm a journalist from Daily Maverick.
Morning, Chair. Morning, everyone. I am Tando Xolo Potoman. I'm a committee assistant.
Good morning, Honorable Chair, Member, Minister, Deputy Ministers, colleagues. My name is Lucian Kranz. I'm the acting CFO for the department.
Good morning, Chair, Honorable Members, morning Minister, Deputy Ministers, DDGs. My name is Moye Rabaza, the Director responsible for strategic planning and reporting.
Good morning, Chair, Honorable Members, Minister, Deputy Ministers, DG, fellow DDGs and senior management, and the AG. My name is Nolwa Zigasa, DDG for Planning, Policy and Strategy.
Good morning, Chair, Minister, Deputy Ministers, DG, and everyone in the House. Agnetha Arendse, the researcher for this committee. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Paho Mudiba, Committee Content Advisor.
Good morning, Chair, Honorable Members, Minister, Deputy Ministers, all protocol observed. My name is David Mahlame, PLO in the Office of the DG.
Good morning, everybody. All protocols observed. James Kiwi from SAQA. I'm the chairperson. Thanks.
Good morning, Chair, Minister, Deputy Minister, DG, and all senior managers and members of Parliament. My name is Nadia Starr. I'm the CEO of SAQA.
Morning, Chair, Honorable Members, Minister, Deputy Ministers, Tabida Lengwane, Parliament and Cabinet Support, Office of the Minister. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair, Honorable Members,
Colleagues, my name is Nonjabulo Zuma, Parliament and Cabinet Support Intern at the Office of the Minister of Higher Education. Thank you.
Good morning, colleagues. I'm Delmaine Christians, Member of Parliament and Member of the Portfolio Committee.
I see there's bribe going around my meetings. The Minister and Dr. Christians are promising each other things that won't happen. So, I welcome everybody as I had already welcomed and indicated the purpose of today's meeting is to get, firstly, the proactive assessment from from the AG about the department and entities, APPs, and then after that we'll then have the department itself presenting the APP. This process is extremely important because it outlines the plans of the department and the entities for the year that have just started. It's also important that we go through this process because in the middle of May, we are going to pass the budget in Parliament of the entity, and we want to know what is it that you are planning to do with the money that members are going to first debate in Parliament and then pass budget. I'm very confident that the budget will be passed, Dr. Christians, because I know that members of this committee, you are very robust, but also very reasonable. Members, you know that services must go to our people, and you are going to pass the budget. Obviously, after the debate, we will have that debate in Parliament. First, we must have a report on these APPs and decide what is the committee's view, and then we'll present that report of the committee in Parliament, and then we can then vote for the budget. So we will scrutinize the plans because they're extremely important. I want to know, Minister, I want to see on your APPs the plans to expand the higher education, expand access. As we had the President during the State of the Nation address, he had indicated key areas that higher education must do. And one of them was expansion of the access, building of institutions, expanding of spaces in the sector. And the President went as far as saying that he has directed you, Minister, and the Minister of Finance to come up with a plan of building more brick and mortar spaces for our children. You know, there was a debate at the beginning of the year that basic education is producing so many matriculants with bachelor passes, and we can't absorb them in our public institutions because of space. So the APP is extremely important. We want to hear what is the plans, what are the plans of the department as far as that is concerned. There's also a big debate about the sustainability of funding. I want to hear what are the plans of NSFAS. You may have been aware, Minister, that, or you are aware that yesterday we had a number of media queries. We had to swap ourselves in our meeting yesterday. If Dr. Christians goes and does the interview, we remain in the meeting, and when she comes back, we go do. So we were very busy yesterday because of the resignations at NSFAS. So we want to hear the plans of stabilizing the entity first and foremost, but also what are the long-term plans on the sustainability of the fee-free education using NSFAS. So those are, should be in our plans. And when it comes to the AG, the 24-25, had picked up that there were some 8,000 plus people who, according to the records at Home Affairs, that passed away, or they're not supposed to be funded, but they were funded. And what are the long-term plans of making sure that this is not an organized crime of people who probably work with, a syndicate of people who work with people at Home Affairs. They get these ID numbers of people who are declared deceased there, and they put them in our system, but put, the money goes into this syndicate's account, because honestly speaking, to have 8,000 people who are deceased receiving funding, maybe some people might say systematic challenges, but it might very well be a syndicate arrangement of people who are robbing our system. So when we talk about this thing of ghost students, it might be really people stealing money that is supposed to go to deserving students out there who are supposed to be funded by the scheme. And the AG all along would have raised issues about duplication of things between the NSF and the CETAs, and want to hear what will be your plans in making sure that each institution does what they are supposed to do, and there are no duplications. So this process for us is extremely important, because it should outline those plans of the department in making sure that the year that is coming, we're going to have these things, including entities. Today we invited SAQA. What are the plans? I mean, SAQA have, over the years, in fact, about 4 or 5 years ago, had to retrench staff because they could not, continue because of the funding that were given them, which was not sufficient. There to, I think, if I'm not mistaken, 80 or 70 something staff members had to be retrenched at that entity. What are the plans with the funding, including of universities? Universities are crying. They are indicating that the grant system that is in place now is not helping them to be self-sustainable. What are the plans of the department in making sure that we stabilize the system in totality? So we'll hear from yourselves. So this process of APPs for us is extremely important, because in around September, October, we will then deal with the annual report of last year's APPs. We want to check if the AG is happy, DG, with the APPs that you guys have presented here, because last year the AG had raised some of the issues about the smartness of your plans, that we run a risk of not achieving certain plans because they then depend on a number of variables that are outside of your control. So we'd want to find out if this year AG is happy with the smartness of your plans, and indeed if your plans will make an impact in the lives of our people. There's a debate currently in the country that maybe as a country we don't need CETAs. It's a debate that I think the department factually should be able to respond to. We've got Dr. Prof. Lewin, doctor. You guys are doctors. You are supposed to be responding to these things academically, properly, to these debates, But the department is staying away from such debates when you should be responding, indicating that factually this is what these sitters are doing. These are the number of students that or learners that we have touched. This is where they were before they were touched by the sitter system. This is where they are. Because obviously as an oversight body will not be able to go and reach all the programs that we are doing. It's impossible to go meet I'm sure your numbers here will tell us that you want to train leadership of 200,000 people. We won't touch all of them as an oversight board because we don't do oversight only on sitters, but you guys in the department should be able to then provide factual arguments to the debate like this one. You can't allow society to debate something about yourselves and you don't weigh in on it. So having said that, I'm going to now give to the acting business unit leader, Zama, to take us through. And I know normally after giving you, we engage you on clarity seeking. But how we did the program this time was that we'll wait for you. We'll then go to the department. We'll then go to SAQA and then come back on all of you. I hope that works for you as well. Thank you very much. So we'll now give it to you and then we'll then give to the department after. Zama.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. And once again, good morning, colleagues. So, Chair, what we're bringing to you today is the work that we would have done, the proactive review of the APPs of the department, the entities that fall under the department for the 26-27 financial year APPs and the strategic plans. So we would have looked at as you would have rightly indicated, Chairperson, the usefulness of the indicators, or we're talking to the different criteria that we look at, but then also looking at the different government plans that are there in place to see that the plans that the entities are putting in place or the department is putting in place, will it help us to achieve what we're wanting to achieve as government? So you'd see that some of the findings that that we'd be presenting are not necessarily just talking to the criteria of the framework in terms of the usefulness, but we also assess the MTDP in terms of what are the key priorities of the MTDP and seeing if whether there's alignment and the different plans that the department is having, whether it's going to assist us in achieving with what is in the MTDP. So if I can just start with the first slide, I know that colleagues will probably be familiar with the slide, but we like to always emphasize in terms of our mission and why we do what we do as an office. So as the Auditor-General, we have a constitutional mandate, Chairperson, to strengthen our country's democracy by enabling oversight, accountability, and governance in the public sector through the work that we do, whether it's auditing the APPs, auditing the financial statements, compliance with key legislation, but ultimately what we're wanting to see is that we are building the public confidence. And the slide here, Chairperson, we also just emphasize our aspirations for the public sector in terms of the entities that we are auditing. What we're ultimately wanting to see is that we want to see entities that are characterized by performance excellence, accountability, which is quite critical, transparency, which is why we're even doing the proactive review of these APP to see that ultimately, when you're reporting on the achievement, is it going to be allowing that transparency, which is quite important for accountability? And then most importantly, also institutional integrity. What we're wanting to see is that there is institutions that have leadership and officials that behave ethically, comply with legislation, and act in the best interest of the institutions and avoiding any conflict of interest. So that's our aspirations and why we do the work that we do, whether we're talking to even what we're implementing as additional to just the normal auditing standards. The next slide, Chairperson, just speaks to the importance of the role that needs to be played by the different role players in the accountability ecosystem. From the lowest of officials up to the executive authorities, then important that everybody's role is quite clear and implemented so that the entire cycle operates effectively. So we like to always emphasize this area because it speaks to the core of accountability. So the next few slides, Chairperson, we are going to be taking you through the different, as a reminder of what it is that we look at when we're looking at the different indicators and the different targets. And then, like I indicated earlier on, we're also looking at whether the indicators and targets are assisting in achieving what is in the MTDP, which is the government priorities. Then I'll also just do a slight reflection, Chairperson, in terms of what we would have presented in the prior year in terms of the APP, whether we're seeing any sort of movement or an improvement in terms of what it is that we had identified, especially on the department's APP, because you'd recall in the prior engagement, we had quite a number of areas that we were proposing as improvements on the APP of the department so that we can ultimately be able to see the impact in the work that the department is doing and be able to be holding them accountable when it comes to them now reporting on the achievements of those particular targets and indicators. So if you allow me, Chairperson, if I can request Bulelwa to take us through the work that, so Chair, we would have done the reviews, have the engagements with the different institutions. We've had an engagement also with the minister and the DM, where we highlighted the key things that we picked up. There would have been a lot of changes from what we would have initially reviewed to what is being presented today, because I guess there was an opportunity to actually go back and look at certain things. So the main things that we are presenting today are the things that would not necessarily have been addressed yet. Even with the CETAs, a big bulk of what we would have identified would have been addressed by the CETAs. So it would be a couple of CETAs where there's certain things that have not yet been addressed, which is what we are going to be emphasizing a lot on today. So if you allow me, Chairperson, then can I request Bulelwa to take us through the outcomes?
Thank you, Sama. Good morning, everyone, once again. Just to build on what Sama has presented, if you look at the characteristics or the characters that you'll be seeing on the screen in terms of the good performance indicators, we also have a slide on good performance targets. So these are important because as I take you through the outcomes of our review, we will be referring back to this. So when we say an indicator or a target is not well defined, we will be referring to one of these elements. We also considered the priorities of the MTDP as well as the outcome indicators that are stated in the MTDP. And this is also important because some of the findings that I'll be taking you through refers to the misalignments that we noted between the APPs as well as the requirements of the MTDP. And one thing that the committee needs to note as well is that our review focused more on assessing whether the APP targets and indicators meet the requirements of the framework for managing performance program indicators, as well as the revised framework for strategic plans and annual performance plans. We did not perform any detailed testing of the indicators to confirm if what is there is supported. So that will be done as we do the audit, and we'll be reporting back towards the end of the year on that process. Now, starting with the department, Zama had already indicated that we were concerned in the previous year regarding the targets that were being set and the indicators that were being planned by the department because they mainly related to other entities and not necessarily the performance of the department. So we did a follow-up on that. We also reviewed the 26-27 APP. And what we noted is that, firstly, when you look at the MTDP, it will have the outcomes, it will have the outcome indicators, the midterm target, the end-term target, but also it would have then the lead departments next to each target and indicator, and it will also have the supporting institutions. So there are two instances where we noted that the department is identified as the lead department in the MTDP. However, the department's APP does not talk to those key roles that it's supposed to play in terms of ensuring that those two targets as per MTDP are met. Secondly, we also noted in the APP that there are certain targets which are very important that have been included in the department's APP relating to the review of legislation and regulations. However, what we noted as well is that the planned timelines will result in these legislations not being implemented within the MTDP route. The third thing we noted is that some of the indicators that are included in the APPs of the department is that they do not necessarily measure the performance of the department because they are focusing more on the preparation of a report or the department producing a report. I should though indicate that, Chair and members, when we reviewed the first APP, this percentage was sitting at 34% of the total indicators of the department. Subsequent to the engagements, the APP was revised. Now we only have Program 3 that still has this issue remaining. The other programs have been addressed accordingly. And what we noted for Program 3 as well is that a big portion of this 12%, what the department has done, they have corrected the indicator or the target for 26-27. However, when you look at 27-28 and 28-29, the target is still a report. So the department just needs to then relook at that APP and ensure that even going forward, the outputs that referring to a report are totally removed from the APP because they do not measure the performance of the department. What we also noted is that there are some indicators, yes, they are linked to the MTDP output, but what the department is planning is not necessarily leading to the achievement of the MTDP target by 2030. One of them being you'll find that in the APP, the department is planning to construct or refurbish the TVET colleges or the universities that excuse me. So you find that there are planned targets for the refurbishment of the universities. However, the output is for these universities to be fully functional by the end of the MTDP period. But when you look at what the department is planning, it will not lead to that. You find that by end of 28-29, the department is only planning to finish phase 1 of the construction. Then we also noted that one of the concerning things relating to the issuing of certificates for TVET colleges is that the department will have an indicator which says they measure the time it takes to issue certificates. And this indicator measures from the time when the certificates or the results are published until the certificates are issued to the TVET colleges. But the department, the planned target is 3 months for that. And not only that, you also find that the department is only planning to report on it in Q2 and Q3. And what that means, it means for the learners who complete in December of the previous financial year, the department will only be measuring performance against the issuing of those certificates between July and September of the next year, which is 6 months after the results are issued. We also noted that there are instances where now, following our finding in the previous year where we were indicating that the indicators that are sitting in the department's APP mainly relate to performance of other entities. The department has gone indeed and revised the APPs. The definitions now are actually talking to the role of the department. So they are well detailed. They will define the indicator. They would also indicate how that indicator is linked to the mandate of the department. But not only that, they will also go into detail in terms of what the department is meant to do to make sure that that target is met. But where the shortfall comes in now is when you look at the source data, the method of calculation, as well as the means of verification. When you get there, you realize that now when the department actually measures the performance, it focuses on what is being submitted by the other entity. It moves away from what they were meant to do as the department. Then the next thing that we noted also is that there are some targets that are now lower than the actual performance. In terms of the framework for managing performance, it would indicate that the baseline should consider previous performance, but we have indicators where the targets are actually going down instead of remaining the same as previous performance or actually improving, meaning they're increasing in this instance. Then the next thing that we noted also is that when you read the APP of the department, there are many sections within it that will make reference to priorities for 26-27, meaning the department will be focusing on certain things. And one of the things, just for as an example, is that there was a planned workshops or awareness sessions that were meant to happen to teach students and parents about registered qualifications, accredited qualifications, and registered institutions. However, when you look at the APP, nothing talks to that as much as it is highlighted as a priority for the year. So that list goes on under point number 7. Then the next thing that we also noted is that this is also somewhat linked to the one I presented under point 6 of the role of the department. The definitions are adequate. They link to the mandate of the department. However, when you check the means of verification, they will not enable one to confirm that indeed the department has done what they needed to do. So if you take just one, for example, I'll take even the last one that says the number of workshops on CET standard or good governance held. When you look at the definition, it is clear what the department is planning to do. But when you go to the means of verification, the supporting evidence will be a report or a list. But then it does not show you that actually there was a workshop that was held, and these are the people who attended. So that's why we are saying then these means of verification are not adequate because they will not measure, they will not enable one to track the performance of the department. Then we also identified a few indicators, and we must indicate these indicators were added subsequent to our initial review. So we had to look at them as well in terms of how they are defined. Similar to the other ones, the definitions are quite detailed, well documented. However, you'll find that there are instances where the department uses terms that are not defined, and some of these terms could mean different things to different people. Some, if I can take one example, for example, there's an indicator that says the number of clients reached through the career development. But when you look at the definition, you then can't tell who the clients are because clients can mean anybody. So those are the terms that the department needs to either move away from or explain them if you're gonna use terms that can mean different things depending on who's looking at the document. Lastly, in addition to this, we just noted then other inconsistencies within the APP itself, meaning between the annual targets and the quarterly targets, or between the APP table as well as the technical indicator descriptions. So some of these, for example, will be when you go to the face of the APP, the reporting period is quarterly, but when you go to the TID, it is different. Or you find that even between the APP tables themselves, where there is the MTDP period, the reporting period is annual, but when you get to the quarterly targets, there are quarterly targets indicated there. Chair, Zama had already touched on what we found overall. So last year we would have presented to this committee and indicated that the APP for 25-26 included, and the previous years actually, included targets that are mainly reporting on what other entities would have reported on already in the previous years. We had said that 70% of the department's targets and indicators were not linked at all to the mandate of the department, and only 30% of the targets were. Now, we come back this year, Chair, to say that picture has improved significantly because currently the department has about 98 indicators and targets in their APP, and only 7 of those, which is about 7%, are still having the same issue. And I would have touched on them because now the issue is not even now that these indicators are not relevant to the department. They are of relevance, however, the means of verification will not enable the department to track its performance against this. Then when we zoom into the root causes, the impact, the recommendations, in the main, the issues that we are seeing on the department's APP are because of inadequate consideration of the MTDP, firstly, because if you look at the MTDP, it would have been clear on what needs to be addressed by the department, but we did note some misalignments there. The issues also talk to inadequate review of the APPs, which talks to those inconsistencies that we noted. Also, there is a need for the department to thoroughly consider all applicable strategic documents when preparing APPs, because this will then eliminate the misalignments, eliminate the issue of indicators that are not in line with the mandate, also eliminate the usefulness issues that will then mean that the indicators are not well defined or are not specific. And in the main, the impact is that if the APP is not corrected, it will then mean that the department is unable to properly track its performance against the MTTP. It will not also be adequately tracking their performance against their own plans and their mandate. And also, if then these errors are not corrected, it will also make it impossible to properly indicate or track whether the department is working towards achieving the MTDP targets. And when you get to the recommendations in the main, again, to just summarize it all, the department needs to pay or give more focus in terms of the performance planning processes, make sure that there are assurance processes in place, and all the planning documents are considered to ensure that the indicators are complete, they are relevant, they are linked to the MTDP period, and will assist the department in achieving what they are meant to achieve in terms of their mandate. Just touching briefly on the commitments, then Zama would have indicated already that we met with the minister, we met with the deputy ministers, we met the DG and all the relevant officials within the department, and all of them were receptive of our recommendations, Chair, which is why we saw a big change between what we would have reviewed initially and what you have right now. Most of our issues were addressed, even the majority of what I've presented is things that came with the introduction of new indicators, and number of what we had raised initially was actually addressed. Secondly, both parties, meaning ourselves and minister and officials, we have engaged and agreed to continuously monitor this process to ensure that all changes are effected in this document. And lastly, Chair, what I will touch on as well as I go through the SITAs is the last point, because we had raised an issue on SITAs and NSF regarding the completion targets of these entities being low. Subsequent to our discussions with the DG, Minister, and the Deputy Ministers, a directive was issued by the department to all SITAs to adjust their completion targets in response to our finding to at least 70% of what they have reported or planned as enrollments or projects initiated. I will just go into detail in the next slide as I present the SITAs. So for the SITAs, we followed a similar process, but what we added now on this one, in addition to all the other documents I've already mentioned, we also looked at the SLA between the department and the SITAs, because it also forms basis of what needs to be reflected in the SITA APPs. We did note some inconsistencies between the APPs and the SLA, where in other instances you find that the SLA has a target that is a percentage, but the SITA is planning to report a number. or in other instances, the indicators are actually different. Some of the sitters corrected this error, so we only have one sitter that still has this issue. And in the main, what is happening is that you find that the target as per the SLA refers to workers from constituent employers, for example, but when you look at the APP of the sitter, it specifically refers to teachers. So it means then the performance that's going to be reported there is not entirely the same. Then the other thing we noted is that there is a sitter that had indicators that were included in the SLA, but they were not in the APP. The committee might recall that in the past, this used to be across all sitters, but currently there's only one sitter that still has that issue. And you find that some of these targets are sitting as a 0 even in the SLA. But when you get to the APP, they are not considered at all. So one of the reasons that we'll get from the sitters is that they are not applicable. However, that statement cannot be supported as well. So it is important that the department, when they sign the SLAs, they thoroughly review the SLAs and ensure that everything that is relevant to each specific sitter is reflected in the SLA. Indeed, if there are valid reasons why the indicators or targets are not applicable to a sitter, then they should actually not then be sitting in the SLA, because the SLA is meant to define what is agreed upon for that particular year. What we also noted, which affected majority of the sitters, this is what I touched on in the previous slide, we noted that when you look at what the sitters report or plan for enrollments, significantly exceeds what they plan for completions. And by significant, we mean you find that some of the completion targets are sitting at 27% of the enrollments. So the sitter would, for example, plan to register 3,000 learners, but only 300 of those learners are planned to complete. This affected 19 sitters. Subsequent to the issuing of the directive that I mentioned earlier, where the department then instructed sitters to increase their targets to at least 70% of the enrollments, there was also, though, in terms of that directive, an option to not adjust, but provide reasons to the department as to why you are not correcting. Out of these 19 sitters, 11 sitters did not correct anything. They responded to the department with reasons. It is therefore important that the department reviews those reasons and ensure that where processes need to be put in place to improve the completion achievement of targets, those are done within the financial year still. We also then have 8 sitters that adjusted some of their targets, but the other targets, they also provided reasons to the department as to why they are not increasing. And maybe just to explain further why this worries us, chair and members, is that talking to impact as well, we might find that the sitters are spending a lot of money on enrolling learners, but the learners exit the system without the intended skill or qualification. That is why then, if this is not fixed, we will continue to possibly say that the sitters do not have the impact that they are meant to have. And some of the reasons that we get from the sitters for this is that people drop out. But our concern is that that should not be enough for us. It should worry us, actually, that we can put through the system, as the chair made an example, 200,000 people, but only 50,000 of those people exit with the intended qualifications. So, Chair, what we are highlighting is that the department should closely monitor this area. There needs to be improvement, because when you look at this, it's not even a target issue. Even when you look at the actual achievement for the previous years, it's exactly the same trend. People have not been exiting the system with the intended skills. Yes. Then we also noted indicators that were not well defined. And again, it's because there are certain terms that you find that the sitters are putting in their APPs, but they are not defined. One example would be a sitter had 3 indicators relating to bursaries. They have an indicator for new intake, they have an indicator for continuing, they have an indicator for once off, but there is no clear explanation to say what is once off and why is once off not either part of new intake or continuing. So that makes then the indicator to not be well defined, because then you don't know what's supposed to be reported in that particular indicator. We also noted, similar to the department, that there are certain indicators that were not included in the APP. And lastly, there are two things we noted as well, is some inconsistencies between the strategic documents as well as some errors within the APPs. In total, out of the 21 sitters, these issues that I've just highlighted, except the one that affects 19 sitters, only affect 6 sitters. The rest of the sitters corrected what we would have raised in our initial communication. When I look into the root causes and recommendations now, Chair, in the main, when we look at the issue of the low targets, we are saying that two things could be happening in that area, is that there is inadequate tracking of the projects. People enter and there is no proper monitoring or tracking of learners to understand where they are and what happened to them. So that's why it is important that the reasons provided do not end at saying people drop out. We need to really understand why people drop out, so that if this is a reflection of weaknesses within the training programs or the way the programs are being implemented, then the sitters and the department can work on improving those areas. We're also highlighting that in summary, the other issues that we've noted, meaning the errors and as well as the inconsistencies, are due to lack of adequate or sufficient quality assurance processes. So there needs to be work done to make sure that these APPs are reviewed and are in line with all the applicable strategic documents. The impact of the low targets in the main, which is what I will focus more on, is that if sitters continue with this trend of setting low completion targets, one, there is a possibility of losing funds in that and not getting the benefit they intended, because the whole intention of sitters was never to just spend money. It was more to close the skills gap. So if you are spending money just for people to enter the system, but they are not being trained to the fullest of the intent in terms of the intentions of the program, then it means you are not benefiting as you had intended. But not only that, it just means then if you don't fix those targets, the sitters will continue to achieve their performance without really dealing with the issues that are prohibiting learners from completing these things. So it is important that those low targets and the reasons be unpacked and addressed. The rest of the things really talk to the review of the APPs, make sure that they are aligned to the SLA and the SLAs are relevant to the sitters, as well as all the other strategic documents. In this slide, Chair, we're just highlighting over and above what is sitting in the APPs of the sitters. We are highlighting a few areas that can benefit the portfolio in totality, as well as the sitters in particular when it comes to the planning processes and how these are managed. Firstly, if there can be a continuous review of the sitter processes and when it comes to the performance planning, just to ensure that the planned programs indeed will help the sitters in achieving the intended benefits, and they'll be able to deliver effectively in terms of their mandate. Also, just to check if they are aligning with the country's priorities as well as the critical skills, because not only are they just supposed to be training, while they are also focusing on their sectors, they need to also keep in mind what is required by the current country and what the labor market requires at any given point. Also, having some integrated planning within the sitters can benefit the sector in that there will be more efficiencies. They can refocus their APPs to specific things and avoid the duplication of effort in terms of the sector planning. The next area also we are highlighting as an area where we can really benefit as the sector is improving the utilization of the surplus funds. Every year, the SETAs will write to National Treasury and ask for retention of surpluses, and they get the approval on the basis that these funds that they have relate to contracts that are already in the pipeline, meaning they are already active contracts, or they relate to payments that still need to be made by the SETA. But what we are noticing is that years go by without those funds having been spent. So this could mean two things. One, it could mean, on top of that, you find that the performance is actually at 100%. The SETA is achieving its targets despite it not spending the money that's sitting in the bank account. So two things can be possible here is that one, there is misalignment or no clear link between what they are planning to do and the money that is sitting in their bank. Secondly, it also reflects that the projects that were committed when the submission and the approval was obtained are not actually moving as intended, because if the money is committed, as the implementation takes place as planned, you should be seeing a reduction in those surplus funds. Lastly, the area we want to highlight is the management of admin costs. And in the main here is that we have SETAs who year in and year out would submit requests for approval to exceed either the 7.5% or the 10.5% admin. And then the question becomes, the SETA would have budgeted, considering its current structure, current commitments, and current operational expenditure. However, when the year starts, the SETA would then go and exceed or see the need to increase that budget. So here the department really needs to look at this closely so that we ensure that funds that are meant for training don't end up being used for admin costs that are not budgeted for. Chair, as I wrap up, I will then briefly touch on NSF and NSFAS. On NSF, we raised a few issues relating to definition of indicators, but all the other issues that we raised were corrected. What remains as well, similar to the cities, is the issue of completion targets. Because you find that they also have about 4 indicators that stand out where the planned completion is significantly lower than what is entered. Just to give an example, you find that they have planned that they will enroll 40,100 learners, but the planned completion, the number of planned completions is just 4,000. So one wonders then what happens to the other 36,000 that does not exit.
I'm sorry, Angie. The DG is disrupting. It says the AG has forgot some zero there.
On the 4,000. No, DG, it is 4,000. It is 4,000. And what is more concerning is that when you look at the previous years, it was exactly the same. You'll find that they entered 60,000, only 3,000 exited, and the year before, and the year before, and the year before. And even when you look to the subsequent years, meaning the 27, 28, and the 28, 29 is exactly the same trend. So it means then these learners are not planned to exit at any given point, and the question is what happens to the learners. So those are the things that the department then needs to look at. And the root causes, the impact, and the recommendations are quite similar to those of the SETAs, so I will not repeat myself because it is exactly the same issue. Lastly, I will then touch on NSFAS. NSFAS, we raised issues. They addressed some, but there's 2 issues that are still remaining. One of them being an indicator that is not included in the APP relating to the loans that are provided by NSFAS to students. Their APP focuses more on bursaries and does not track the loans that they also provide. The second issue relates to the misalignment between the academic year and the financial year of the entity in terms of the PFMA. Just to give an example, they'll have an indicator that says number of university students who are awarded bursaries. When you look at the definition will go further to say they measure or they report on learners whose eligibility status was confirmed between January and December. But now when you look at it, January to March relates to another financial year. April to December relates to a different financial year. So meaning in their 26-27 APP, they'll actually be reporting on 2 different financial years, which is then not aligned with the requirements of performance reporting as well as the PFMA. So those are the challenges that are remaining basically at NSFAS. So they just need to look at that and ensure that while they are reporting on data that is linked to universities and TVET colleges that have different academic years, they also need to make sure that their planning is aligned with what is applicable to them in terms of the PFMA as well as the frameworks. Lastly, Chair, before I hand back to Zama to wrap it up for me, we also reviewed the APPs of the QCTO, SAQA, as well as CHE. We had certain issues for SAQA in particular, the issues related to the definition of indicators, but all those issues were addressed, which is why you don't see them in the slides. Similarly, QCTO, we raised a few issues relating to definitions and some errors in their APPs. They also corrected everything, which is why we did not include them in the slides. CHE, similarly, they didn't have any usefulness issues. Actually, it was just errors in their APPs and some inconsistencies. They also managed to correct everything. Hence, we are not reporting on them. That is it from my side, Chair. Thank you very much. I'll hand over to Sam.
If you just allow me, Chairperson. So key thing, Chairperson, is that firstly on the department, just reflecting on what we would have raised in the prior year. Look, as Bulelo had indicated, there would have been some improvement in terms of, at least to a certain extent, we are able to define now the role of the department. However, there's still some gaps that we still need to close for us to ultimately say that the APP of the department allows for accountability, because the key thing is that the department needs to be able to have an APP that allows for accountability in terms of what they were meant to have done, and for you to clearly see that they've actually done what they meant to have done, and not only them, for them to be able to measure their performance, but also other stakeholders, even like yourself, for you to be able to see that no, the department has actually done what they meant to have done. So there's still some gaps that needs to be closed on the APP of the department, but we do acknowledge that there would have at least been a big move in terms of putting indicators that talk to their role, and not only just putting the numbers from the institutions as it would have been done in the past. So that is something that I just wanted to highlight on the department. The CETA's chairperson, in as much as we're talking to the usefulness of the indicators, but I think the key thing that we wanted just to emphasize speaks to what Bulelo actually emphasized a lot in the presentation, which speaks to the difference between the enrollment and the completion rates, because again, we shouldn't be planning that there is such a disjuncture between intake and output, because what we're basically saying is that even us as the institutions, we are planning that with money that we are funding, we are not going to be getting any output. That ideally should not necessarily be how the plans are looking. So that's a key thing that I think as the CETAs, in as much as we need to look at the root causes for the disjuncture in the completion rate, but to a certain extent, as the CETAs at a minimum, you can't be planning that the numbers that you are going to be producing are far less than what you are actually putting in, because you are admitting that there's a problem, but you are not necessarily sorting that problem. So in as much as the department would have been receptive and issued that directive that the CETAs must have a relook, but still a big bulk of the CETAs have not made amendments, which indicates that they are already planning to not be producing the numbers that you are, inputting. That's something that should be concern to everybody, because it speaks to why we have such a big disjuncture in terms of the qualifications, or even just the output in terms of the skills. We're not getting the numbers that we're actually putting in. The investments that we are putting in as a portfolio is not yielding the numbers that we're wanting to see. And ultimately, those numbers are what are meant to be impacting South Africa in terms of the skills improvement. So that's an area that we just felt should be looked at from the department's point of view, but then also at the SETA's point of view, so that is addressed. So that's just the ones that I wanted to highlight, Chairperson. But thank you very much for the opportunity.
No, thank you very much, AG. Honorable Lonzo and Honorable Sazana would agree that we will have all presentations, and then we'll then engage after all presentations. But listening to the AG, I'm thinking you might need to send in clarity seeking, so that when the department then responds, or when the department present their APP, then at least you are clarified from what the AG was talking about. So I'm going to give you guys about 6 minutes each, just for clarity seeking to the AG. Any other question that is to the department, we'll then pack it for now, or to SAQA, or to the department. So we'll pack it for now. We'll just ask clarity seeking on what the AG presented. So Dr. Christians, I'll start with you, Honorable Suzanne, Honorable Lonzi, in that order. Okay. Honorable Suzanne.
No, thanks, Chair, and thank you very much to the AGSA for that presentation. I'm not so sure, Chair, on how AG might clarify what they've presented, but maybe just to deposit my concerns regarding what would have been presented by the AGSA on NSF, particularly the disjuncture between the intake and output as it was presented. It's seriously concerning, Chair. I mean, I'm not even sure how to describe how concerning it is. I mean, essentially it would mean that we are spending money, but we have planned that we would fail anyway. We won't produce anything. So that also goes for the SETAs, as it has been emphasized by AGSA. I mean, those are the 2 points for me that are highly, highly concerning, which I think when we do engage the department, we would have to really seek clarity and get clarity from those 2 points, Chair. Because if that's the case, it means that money is being misused. Maybe it might well be regarded as fruitless expenditure, or whatever these other concepts that define a misuse of funds without getting any return for our investment. And obviously, I wouldn't even need to emphasize the fact that as a country, we are suffering from serious unemployment of young people. So if we're not producing the skills yet, the budget is there, and it's being misused, then it's just a serious concern, which I think would seek clarity from the department when we do engage the department after their APP. But maybe finally, Chair.
Are you asking clarity on the AG?
Yeah. So I was making that input, really not clarity, because I don't think they need to clarify anything on this point. You say, Chair, now you disturbed me because I wanted to make one final point, which now is gone from my head. But I think it was just that for me. But thank you very much, AG, for just painting that picture and clarifying us. Or maybe, Chair, the last point that I just remembered was the one of the surpluses that the SETAs ultimately request National Treasury to take back that surplus, whereas there's still a lot that they could have done with that money, which is also just a comment to say it's a serious concern, which I think will ultimately engage the department on. I think from my end, Chair, it was just those comments.
So there's no clarity seeking from the AG. Okay, next time at least let's say so. Because you are going to repeat the same when you're speaking with the department. And I'm going to remind you. Honorable Lons.
No, thanks, Chair. I just have a few.
AG, I believe the APP is a proactive assessment. So one wonders, since you guys started doing things this way, have you seen any improvement over the years? Because the idea is that you present it such that these entities are able to receive some form of guidance, so that when you do the final audit or after, you are able to say, but we warned you about these strategic areas, but still you are not improving. Yeah, maybe answer that. Then I've got quick two more questions.
Through you, Chair, yes, we actually have seen quite an improvement if you just reflect. I think that's why when you look at what we present to you during BRRR period in October, majority of findings when it comes to performance information is talking to the reliability, but hardly on usefulness. So I think this exercise does help, and also just the reflection on what we are even saying on the department from what we would have presented to yourselves in the prior year, the key things that we're emphasizing. So in as much as we do see shifts in terms of improvement, but I guess we always emphasize that there could be more that is done just to be able to close certain things that we are raising.
Your report also, and I agree with Honorable Cezanne, on some of the key risk areas you raise in relation to the National Skills Fund. I mean, we know, I think the committee keeps raising it with the DG about the lack of leadership there, in the sense that I think the entity hasn't had a CEO for a long time now. And I wonder, in your proactive reading, or even in your historical audits, whether you'd link some of the governance lack of delivering on certain key things that the NSF should be doing, even on the entity's ability to run itself operationally, because the DG has a lot of other things to focus on. I know maybe he would love to be in charge of that space, but his hands are full, and the entity probably needs an operational person who is going to be there full time. So I wonder if you've linked some of the dysfunctionality directly to the fact that there hasn't been a CEO in the National Skills Fund for I don't know how many years now.
Thank you, Honorable Lonzi. So I think we have actually emphasized if you remember, even in previous years, we have been emphasizing the importance of filling those those positions, and using the example of an executive officer is quite important, a critical position, because the importance of having those governance structures in the organization assist the performance of the organization. So one of the root causes that we always talk to when it comes to the performance, whether we're talking to financial performance or even targets and certain things, because certain things require certain levels of review. With that gap, it results in the gaps that we're actually talking to. So there would be a link in terms of the things that we are picking up to some of the instabilities that we are seeing in entities like the NSF, even the others that we would have mentioned when we're talking about the importance of filling those positions, because there's a role, when we talk to the accountability ecosystem, there's a role that is played by those positions. With the gap in those particular roles, then it results in a ripple effect in certain things not necessarily operating as they're meant to be operating.
No, thanks. I think then on that, I'll pose it to the department on when they plan to fill that vacancy when I later come. Just a last one, AG. Have you completed an interim report on the last audit of the financial? I know you still have until July or June, but I think by this time you would have done an interim assessment. And if you have, is that something that you typically make public, or you keep it to yourself until you finalize the full audit?
We would do the interim audits, but we don't really keep it to ourselves, but we do communicate with the entities. But it's not something that we publicize, because the interim audit is mainly to sort of capacitate management as they are finalizing the financial statements and APR, certain things that are red flags that we are picking up. So we would have done for a big bulk of the entities that are ready for us to do the work. And it's mainly covering certain areas that they are ready for us to look at. So your NSFs, the departments would have done the interim review of certain areas and then communicated to them. We would issue an interim management report to them.
If we ask nicely, can we get access to that report?
I know the interest of Honorable Lonzi there. We will not ask you to make the interim report public. Dr. Christians, any to the AG?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I think for me, what stood out or what is a fundamental issue is that the APP shows largely that it's output driven instead of outcome driven. So, and I think it's important for us to take note of that because it's no use a department, for example, sets a target of 40,000 applications or intake and a throughput rate or a pass rate or a completion rate of 4,000. And that seems to be a problem that the AG has repeatedly mentioned. So, I just wanted to know by the AG, in your opinion, how does that limit our really ability to assess whether public spending is actually improving the lives of students? So what would you suggest that we do to ensure that the success of students and the employability of students then improves?
Thank you, Honorable Christians. I think the key thing is to relook at our plans, because our plans should be talking to the output, which is the number of students that we're having that impact on. So the key thing that is important, which I think the department would have started to do, but I guess not necessarily being implemented by the entities, to say that at a minimum there has to be a certain percentage in terms of what is you are funding your investment and the output. Because I think the key thing, in as much as the entities would be saying that no, it's because of dropouts, whatever the case may be, but it's mostly managing performance. Because if you put your performance at a very low number, then obviously you are going to be reporting that you've achieved that performance. So I think as a portfolio, we need to be challenging ourselves to say that what do we need to do to make sure that if we are funding 40,000 students, 40,000 students have output of that funding, which would be certification or whatever the skill that we are actually funding them for. So it's important that as a portfolio, we go back and reflect on what is it that we can do to have a match between what we are investing and the output. And that is going to be talking to the plans that we have in place. So if your plans are already saying that you are planning to have just 10% of that, that means you really don't even have intentions as a portfolio to actually achieve that. So it would then be important that we go back to our planning to say, how do we make sure that what are we going to put in place to ensure that the numbers that we are investing are the ones that are going to have the skills that we're wanting for South Africa as a whole. And the key thing is now at the planning phase, we need to have those planning initiatives that we are going to put in place to ensure that there is an alignment between the numbers. And that sits a lot on the department's influence in making sure that the entities are not just planning for us to actually tick the box to say that no, we've actually 100% achieved, but to actually have that impact that we're wanting to see.
Then, from the AG's office, that just raises a concern for me with regard to the APP then, the credibility of the APP. So if the APP is misaligned or weakened, then what credibility then can we place on the overall APP, in your opinion? Really as a planning instrument. So if they're planning something, but that planning is weakened by misalignment, how credible is the APP then?
Thank you, Honorable Christians. Look, I think the reason why even us as an office, we have even that initiative of proactive review of the APPs is because we understand the significance of the APP. And rightfully what you're saying is that if we are sort of like even downplaying our plans, then the credibility of the APP is actually, questionable in terms of even being used as a tool for accountability in terms of what we are meant to be holding the institutions accountable for. Hence, it's important that as the different stakeholders are looking at the different APPs, you are able to see, you are able to assess whether this APP is going to allow me to hold the department and the entities accountable for what we wanting to see happening in the portfolio. So if we allow certain things to continue in terms of how the entities are planning, then really the use of the APPs then becomes questionable in terms of the credibility that you're referring to.
Exactly. And just lastly, I just want to, you mentioned NSFAS and, the CETAs as well. And you raise systemic risks really in that. Can you maybe elaborate to us between NSFAS and the other entities, CETA? I mean, we've seen NSFAS really being problematic in terms of even their outputs. Would you say that currently they present a very high risk to the APP and the outcomes and, just governance related, their financial sustainability issue? Would you say that operationally they will be able to complete their targets?
Look, I wish I had one. I think my response, Honorable Christians, would be quite limited, mainly because I would need to have done an assessment of their performance. Currently, I'm still looking at their plans and
taking into account their previous performance.
You can even taking it would be difficult for you to say that they're actually going to be achieving their plans. Currently, we would be just assessing if whether their plans are talking to what the government priorities. And the key things that we would have raised that are remaining speaks to one of the key things, which speaks to them having plans for the loans, which they don't really have in place. Obviously, that is going to result in a disjuncture ultimately at the end. But in terms of me being able to assess their performance, I would need to have looked at it. So I would probably keep that question for October when I come back and report on them. Thank you, Chair.
No, thanks, and thanks, members, for the questions. Then, would you then advise the department, and especially towards skills development, to during the midterm, what do they call it, the review around September of the APPs, to then review putting in a target or a planned target of recruitment instead of output based? Would you advise them to relook at, because the problem I have here will be the usefulness, the impactfulness of just planning on recruitment. How does that make an impact in what we are supposed to be doing?
Thanks, Chair. So the way that especially the CETAs, I guess even the NSF, they do plan for the, call it recruitment or intake, and they also plan for the completion. So so it wouldn't be a matter of advising whether that, because they do have a plan for the intake and do have a plan for the I guess the exit. Ne? What we're saying is that your plan for exit must speak to what you are talking to, what you are intaking. So because it talks to the initiatives that you are going to do that is going to result in the output. Ne? So it would then be important that when you are planning the output also, it must be aligned to your intake. It does not have to be exact numbers, which is not what we're saying, but there must be at least a comparable output. So the important would be the initiatives that must be done to make sure that we are planning to ensure that the numbers that are exiting the system with the skills are actually a big number, a representative number, Chair.
And this is what we have communicated with the entities.
Yes, and the department.
And what would have been the response?
The response, Chair, it speaks to what we indicated in that the department even did that initiative of actually issuing, is it a directive, where they are saying that for the sitters, there must be at least a certain percentage. I think they had said 70%, your intake and outtake, that putting, so there would have been the guidance that would have even been issued by the department. What probably the department might, maybe when you're engaging the department, is to actually indicate now that you've issued that directive, why are we still sitting in a situation where the sitters that are still not taking that? Because some would have amended their numbers to just have that reflection, but some actually opted to not amend the numbers. So maybe a reflection on what would have transpired and why are we comfortable as a portfolio that we're still sitting with plans that are that much misaligned in that area.
Yeah, earlier on I did indicate that we would have needed to have the DDG responsible for skills precisely because of this reason, that the department issues a directive to the sitters and some sitters ignore it. That should not happen, Minister. It's disrespect to the department. When you tell sitters that we are going to give you this much money, according to you, you are saying you have capacity to intake 20,000, but you are saying you are going to graduate 2,000. That doesn't make sense. And we are instructing you to fix it. And then they decide not to fix it. That's I don't know this English of yours, we call it insubordination. That should not happen, where the department issues an instruction. And that is why the DDG responsible for skills should have been here to tell us what would have happened. Why did we allow such a thing to happen? It means if we allow it to continue, then we are literally empowering these people to undermine the department and the ministry moving forward. And that should not really happen. Thank you very much, AG, for an insightful presentation. Really, we appreciate the work that you do. You started doing this process about 2, 3, 4 years ago of helping departments with their APPs, because we had a problem previously that you'll come in at the end and then say, but I can't measure this target, it's unmeasurable. You can't prove to me that this thing, it's a smart target. And you came up with this process, which we really appreciate. I think it's assisting us to getting government to work the way we want it to work, which is impact-based, and the target speaks to bread and butter, touching of things. We want to see if we say we are going to train an electrician, a minister, want to touch this electrician, and after graduating them in the township, what are we doing? When we have municipal buildings across all townships that are vacant, when we could say, because we have trained these electricians, and in the township where I come from at least, when we extend, when government gives us a forum, an RDP, they give it to us with some land inside the stand. So we then extend to put back rooms there. When we do so, who puts electricity there? People who connects the electricity. So when we train this electrician, minister, we don't train them, certify them and say they must go fend for themselves. I was really impressed about the program that you did earlier this week, or was it last week, Minister, where you spoke about us concentrating on not only producing job seekers, but also job creators. And that's what the curriculum that we must speak to. Even the sitters should do the same. We should be able to say, we've got these mechanics in our townships. Let's RPL them, but also let's speak to the municipality, get this building that is not working, give them a startup maybe of 200,000, 250,000 to have material, to have tires, how to change these machines of changing tires and all of that, so that the people in the township will go to them for service. They go to them now in a dignified environment, but also they are able to produce certification for us. I mean, that's what we should be concentrating, including electricians, plumbers. There are men in our township, and there's always, I mean, for plumbing, for an example, there's no way everywhere you go you find water running down the street or sewage running down the street. That's a work where our plumbers that we must produce then have an MOU with the municipalities and say, municipalities, I'm going to give you, I'm going to trade test these people, give them certificates, but I'm going to place them in your municipalities. We can't be having so many potholes in our streets when we could have water resurfacing people that we have trained, and then we place them at municipalities, and then us as sitters, we can then find ways of giving them stipends to but they wake up every day, they go fix people's problems so that our people can reap the rewards of higher education, graduates that we're talking about that we must produce. So having said that, Minister, I'm going to give to you now to lead us with your presentation, and then after that we'll then give South African Qualification Authority, and then after that we'll then have members engaging. I'm going to step out a bit. I have that problem of NSFAS. They want me to do some interview. You see, I must now leave my work to go do interviews there. Thank you very much, Minister. You can go through. Yeah, we must account to the people of South Africa. The interim chair of the NSFAS board resigned. It's a big and we must account to. Students out there are worried that they might not get stipends, so we must give them assurance that the resignation of the chair does not lead to them not, or them being evicted from res. So it's extremely important. No, the department, Matsepo is not communicating with the media.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chairperson. Good luck with your interview. We all. Thank you, honourable members. The AG, our team, led by the DG and the DDGs who are here. I must say, members, that this is a collective effort. I know the chairperson raised concerns about the absence of some of the senior managers in our team. This is, and I think the DG will speak to that, that this is a collective effort, the annual performance plan, and hopefully we will be able to respond to all the issues that have been raised. And so thank you for the opportunity to present the 2026-2027 annual performance plan for Vote 17, higher education. Our medium-term expenditure framework, this portfolio, over the medium-term expenditure framework, this portfolio will manage about 443 billion across a system that includes 26 universities, 50 TVET colleges, 52 CETs,
21 SETAs and 3 quality councils, one of them being here to also do a presentation. And so this is not complexity for its own sake. We want every rand to serve a single purpose, which is to equip South Africans with the capabilities to work, to produce, but also to live with dignity. When I assumed office, honorable members and chairperson, we undertook an extensive consultative process across the sector. We spoke to students, to institutions, we spoke to trade unions, business and civil society, and a clear picture emerged, which was that the challenge the post-school education and training system faced is not a shortage of policy. It is a fragmentation, uneven quality, weak coordination, institutional instability in some instances, and a system that too often measures activity rather than impact. It is for this reason that we articulated clear reform mandate for the sector, which included the following: that we had to integrate the PSAT system into a coordinated whole, that each component parts have to speak to each other. Secondly, that we have to expand equitable access. I think we all are increasingly aware of the overwhelming number of young people who graduate from grade 12, young people who are not in employment, education and training. I think they are estimated at anything between 3.4 and 3.7 million. And of those, 60%, close to 60% being young people. And so expanding equitable access is one of the priority areas of this APP, but also improving quality and learning outcomes, the strengthening responsiveness to the economy and labor market, and finally to restore governance, accountability and public confidence in institutions such as the NSFAS, Honorable Christians, and also in our SETAs and across the sector. And so that reform trajectory was subsequently reinforced by the President during the 2026 State of the Nation address through the declaration of a national skills revolution. That declaration was not rhetorical. It was a direction by the President placing this portfolio of higher education and training at the center of economic reconstruction, and gave us a clear mandate to build a system that produces skills at scale, aligned to the economy, responsive to society, but also capable of moving young people into work. And so this APP is therefore not an isolated administrative document. It is an operational expression of that mandate. And so we have and are also aware that in recent months I think we're all aware that in recent months we experienced some challenges that included protests that were caused in some instances, NSFAS delay, accommodation shortages, student safety concerns, and some weak institutional coordination. And I must say that the ministry, together with the department and all our entities, intervened immediately. And the work itself done by this portfolio committee in helping us with oversight helped us to ensure that we restore a level of stability in the sector that has not been experienced for quite some time. So the focus, therefore, I think for us is how do we move forward. We have interacted, and I want to start with this before we hand over to the DG, that we've interacted and we've listened to the AG, and I think you may have heard from their presentation that from our first interaction, and I think the proactive review is a very helpful process. From our initial interaction with them, we've had, I think, 2 or 3 iterations, DG, of the APP, and that there has been quite some improvement. And of course, we, elsewhere have heard that our APP is way too long. It's something that we obviously have to look at, not just an expression of ambition, but I think also an expression of how urgent, certain tasks need to be attended to. And I think you'll see from the presentation that we've tried as much as possible to, look into the, against the standard of smart performance indicators, where there are specific measurables, achievables, and all of that, and that we, will continue to make some improvements, and also on some of the key points that you, have indicated. But for the specific ones, including the fact that we may have too many indicators that measure reports instead of results. We've raised this again, and I think we've reduced that to about 34%. The indicators which measured reports, but also that we'd agreed, looking into this assessment, that, even post this meeting, we will have to look deeper into those particular indicators which measures reports. And I think the one striking example was payment of allowances to students. And I think we say, the department will receive reports, but reports don't get allowances paid to students. So we'll have to change that, and I think there's several of those, and I think we agree with the DG and the DDGs that that's something we need to look at. And some of the medium-term development plan and SONA commitments, it doesn't have to be the AG that reminds us of that. We've said to the department that if we are, myself and the deputy ministers, are to keep our work, we will have to ensure that the commitments the president made at SONA are reflected in the APP. And most of all, that 10,000, I think there has been that change. The DG will speak to that. Also, the question of infrastructure, that we shouldn't measure spend, but the actual delivery. And that some targets were misaligned, some were weak, or some were delayed. We've made some improvements with regards to that. The question of our data system and verification is something that's quite urgent. I think the committee would be aware that we've had challenges with, some of our information management system, our TVET-MES, our SET-MES, and also the project in building the SETA information management system. That's accelerated, and I think it's included also in the APP. I think from our last interaction with the AG, we'd agreed that we'll collectively again address the SETAs on some of the specific issues, and we fully agree with you, and that's why the NSF has started with their outcomes-based funding project, and we hope that it will help deal and mitigate against the public concern that we're setting targets and yet we, in terms of recruitment of learners into the system, but we're not committing in terms of the output, in terms of, the success rate. And I think at the center of what the President's Skills Revolution indicates is that skills and training must lead to employment. And so those are some of the things that, we are, we are addressing, and I think those which are outstanding, there is a process for that. And I think the department is aware that we share some of the sentiments that you've expressed, and we will be working with them as the ministry to ensure that we strengthen our APP. And so key things, yes, I think we as the DG will show, in terms of those areas where we are, going to effect some improvement. But some issues that I think I need to address before I hand over to the DG, that the allocation for 26-27 is 149.2 billion, more than 100. Only about, I think a few rands of this go into the administration of the department. But in real terms, the growth in terms of the budget is marginal. And over 90% of the expenditure is transfers to institutions and students. And I think our big challenge, Honorable Khaukhau, welcome in the absence of the chair, We should give you this red carpet welcome. But the over 90% of expenditure is transfers to institutions and students, and so there's no access and so forth. And so we have to be efficient. It means we have to build the capacity in the department to be able to follow each rand and cent. The point the chair and the AG was raising, what do we say to our seaters when they are reluctant in committing to certain numbers? That's our ability to be able to follow through, where the money goes. And so with this money, what are we saying? 100 billion is going to universities. Again, an anomaly that we will have to address in the future, into the future, because, even though, this caters for 1.15 million students, and its focus is on teaching and learning quality, research, student success, internationalization, expanded science, technology, engineering, and mathematics participation. Even though this is what this money will be spent on, it still reinforces the pyramid, wherein more money is going to universities and less money is going to TVET colleges and to CETs. And so we'll have to look into this. One of the major things that I think we'll have to show is that student funding is now exceeding funding of the system, which is quite worrisome. So the money we're giving to universities directly is less than the money now that we're giving to students. And so we are expanding access, but there's going to be a challenge in terms of how funding the system to expand. So funding more lecturers, funding more buildings, funding more research, and so on and so forth. So money is now being, redirected. And this essentially means that student funding policy is going to be, leading the broader funding of the system. And I think it's a question which we will have deeper discussion when we engage on the sustainable student funding model itself, a target reflected in the APP. So there's about 50 billion. In real terms, it has been more than this over the last 3 years, and we expect it to be more in terms of student funding. But if it does not balance with what we put into the actual running of institutions, we may likely find ourselves in trouble. With TVET colleges, our major priority is going to be occupational qualifications expansion. So all resources are going to be going into that, but also work-based learning, artisan development, and the TVET turnaround strategy. Some of the issues that have been raised, around TVETs throughout, and TVETs becoming our priority. I know that some concerns have already been raised with regards to the NSFAS, where there are governance challenges now as we speak, but our priority is stabilization of the NSFAS at an accounting authority level, but also at executive level. And I think we are currently engaging with the remaining members of the board, and I think we should, with the permission of the chair, and with time permitting some time into the future, once we've concluded this, that we can then give an extensive briefing to the portfolio committee. And we also share the concern around the loan, the NSFAS loan, and I think the DG will speak to that, quite extensively. Because, and yes, it's part of the broader discussion on sustainable student funding, but importantly, if the NSFAS fails with regard to the loan, it means hundreds of thousands of students are excluded who potentially should be benefiting. The numbers are quite worrying. Last year, shy of 3,000, I think just under 2,000. The year before, just 1,000. Which speaks as to whether do we really have a system, because the demand is there. So we are insisting that this should be one of the performance indicators by the NSFAS and the department putting in place mechanisms to be able to, and that's one of our going to be one of our major priorities linked to, the sustainable student funding model, so that when, we open up applications for next year, it is clear around how we're going to be funding students. Our CET systems, Honorable Lonzi's new passion, and I think we really want to, to work together to ensure that we expand access. The allocation remains at 3 billion or just above 3 billion. And the fact that we haven't finalized our our SLAs with CETAs also gives us an opportunity on how do we redirect some resources towards both CETs and TVETs. We've noted the comments the AG made, because our priority here, which DM Gondwe is driving, is around adult education, but short skills programs are going to be, the order of the day. We have placed the National Senior Certificate for Adults on the program, and we think that this is going to be the crucial qualification if properly rolled out. So mechanisms have to be put into place, so that we deal with this. There are general issues around the skills system. About 30,000 young people have written to me. All of them graduates from our TVET colleges who are seeking for workplace-based learning. The problem could even be, larger. We've put in place, I think, a target, but we may have to look at ways within which we can be able to deal with this as part of phasing out the legacy project. The problem is systemic. The even bigger problem is that, work-based learning opportunities are left at the vice of the student, and that has to change. That, it has to go into the performance indicators for our principals and our senior managers in the TVET branch, so that we put in place mechanisms to monitor whether those whom we graduate, find opportunities. There are a whole range of other issues in terms of the skill system, but I think crucial to that is the rationalization of the CETAs and the reforms in terms of outcomes-based funding in the National Skills Fund. So those are the things, and so by 2027, at the end of this financial year, Chairperson and members, what we really want to see is, if we can have half of these issues resolved, there would be a significant progress. And we're fully committed in ensuring that we take this through, this APP through, because it represents for us, I think, stability in terms of funding, students being paid on time and reliably, and therefore stability in this institution. It also represents expansion in terms of infrastructure, expansion in terms of, and reforms with regards to TVET colleges, alignment of CETAs with our program, and also and this should be crucial. It shouldn't be an issue for the Department of Higher Education and Training, but it is reliability of the data that we provide and its auditability. I've counted the number of times that you said that, the verification of data from the source. And I think with the building of capacity in our information technology portfolio, we're beginning to see some changes. Hopefully, we will be able to consolidate the systems that we have in the department, so that our performance data is reliable and all of that. I'd like to take this opportunity to hand over to our DG to present the annual performance plan, and basically look at the indicator revisions and the targets that we've aligned, but also how we're going to bring this into action. And just as an emphasis, we agreed just yesterday, that we will have a follow-through session, and we thank you for acknowledging that there's been some changes, from the work that the DG and the DDGs have done. But we think that, we can still tighten it up, so that some of the indicators are clear. But I think the DG will speak to that just now. Thank you very much. DG? Or is it you or SAQA that's starting?
It's DG.
Oh, okay.
Thank you very much, Minister, for the opening address on an important matter of the APP of the Department of Higher Education and Training in the Republic of South Africa. The Minister makes a point that this is collective work. And this is work led by the Minister, and may I recognize the leadership of our Deputy Ministers who continue to inspire the direction that the Department is driving towards. As you would recall that right at the beginning of this administration, the Minister articulated 6 core objectives that were announced in August 2025, and these were emphasizing expansion of the equitable access, responsiveness to labor market and societal needs, improvement of quality and learning outcomes, strengthening of efficiency and governance, and ensuring sustainability in funding, institutional stability, and public confidence. As the Minister was speaking now, you can tell that the conversation is framed by those 6 core objectives that have, been the bedrock of the, structure of the presentation by the department. I need to acknowledge the work of the Auditor-General, and at some point I did report to Parliament how we've turned around NSF to be a decent organization that presents its audited financial statements like a decent entity. Of course, far from reaching the levels that we want, but there was a time when it was common that we present disclaimed opinion by the Auditor-General to Parliament. Those days are gone now, and I think it's important to make that point. But perhaps I'm shocking my team because when we speak on our own meetings, there's blood on the floor on these issues. So, but it's important that I acknowledge the collective contribution by our entities. SAQA is here today presenting, but they are one of our top entities that present all the time consistently, levels of accountability and organizational stability that we would like to use as a gold standard to inspire the rest of our entities across the country. So the 26-27 APP is firmly anchored in the NDP, the National Development Plan. The Minister appointed a committee, a steering committee, a planning committee, which is chaired by the DG, but deputized by the National Planning Commission. And because we see the need for all the entities to have a voice in the direction that the plan is taking. That is why it's not been easy to just go and effect changes in the document without actually going back to the entities and ensuring that they are convinced that the direction we are taking is embedded on sound educational principles as it were. So I don't see the presentation. You can, the slide. So the APP, as the minister has stated, is structured around these pillars, which is the core objectives, but there are also strategic pillars of that include economic renewal, the green and industrial transition, research and innovation, public sector capability, and social inclusion, which together frame the department's developmental agenda for the sector. Yeah. First slide. Thank you. Let's go to the next. Yeah. All right. So the strategic commitment contained in the skills revolution that the minister has highlighted as a strategy 2026 to 2025 and outlined the progress on the legislative reform program, which includes the NQF Further Amendment Bill, the Skills Development Amendment Bill, and the CET Amendment Bill, the Higher Education Amendment Bill, and the NSFAS Amendment Bill. Of course, the new PSET Central Applications Services Bill. These indicate that in as much as the emphasis is in the skills revolution, but the entire PSET system is under a reform process and agenda. It's the largest effort since the advent of our department that we've ever made. We've written to all our entities and we've requested inputs, and in some cases we've gazetted this work so that the inputs are sourced from the broader society. And we are, all of us, building an education system for South Africa, a PSET system in the dreams of many of the people of our country. Next slide. All the slides we present to Parliament have that slide, because even if you present it only, you would touch every area of the department, establishing the good governance and ensuring that work flows directly from the National Development Plan, that the vision captured in the white paper on post-school education and training is articulated in our entities' strategic plans, in our entities' operational plans. You don't wonder whether this entity belongs to this department. If you look at the NQF and the SAQA, entity, you will see the white paper on post-school education and training. You will also see how the medium-term development plan inform the priorities that we have had. And that has been the work that, since we've worked with the Auditor-General, we have had to use. And thanks to DDG GASA and our DDGs who have led that work that has led us to be where we are now. The CFO is going to present, and I recall in our own internal conversations, Deputy Minister Dube Ngube is very, very clear about the importance of linking all of these targets to the financial commitments in the department. And we will try at DM Conrad to ensure that as we present, the CFO is going to look into program 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, that speaks into now the financial commitments in the branches, so that it is clear how the budget speaks to the priorities. It's not always easy to do so because our framework for presentation is already predetermined by the National Treasury. So it doesn't allow an easy, flow of how you show this. But we will try, as the CFO presents, and DDG Kasa and Mr. Moye present, show how this is done. The post-school, the next slide. The post-school education and training budget, as the CFO would present it, has an annual average increase of 4.4%, and the minister did make reference to this over the 2026 MTEF. The 2026 MTF baseline also includes the budget baseline reductions and increases and the net change to the budget vote baseline that amounts to 715 million decrease in 2026-2027 financial year, and a further decrease in the 2027-2028 financial year of about 1.5 billion rands. And I think it is really, really important that I highlight this upfront, because at some point when the AG was presenting, the AG did indicate that there are certain targets that have reduced from what was the baseline for the previous years. And it's important for us to be able to show that it's the financial allocation to the department and the resources at our disposal that are now pushing the department to a point where we need to be realistic about what can be done. And we will, in our own meetings with the HE, try to show how this works. We are also negotiating with the National Treasury so that this is addressed. And at some point, we will go back and readjust, because we subscribe to the principle that the AG has articulated. And it doesn't look good that you go lower than your baseline of the previous financial year. The baseline decreases in the 2026-2027 financial year are a reduction of the estimated revenue from the skills development levy, or amounting to 153.7 million, and a decrease in the CPI adjustments of 561.9 million. So I think it's important that we upfront indicate this, that our spending trends over the 2026 MTF, especially if you look at the branches, the university funding is contributing to the largest percentage of the funding vote, at an average of 59.8% over the 2026 MTF to a 60.1% over the 2025 MTF. And the projected average funding rate for TVET colleges in the vote is 15.4% over the 2026 MTF, which is almost at the same level as the 2025 MTF. And if you consider inflation, that actually means a drop, and in the allocation for TVET colleges. Yet in our articulation of the priorities, the TVET colleges have become a key, driver for our work. So these contradictions are really crucial. And so as we try to manage these contradictions in our plans, they will appear to be, at some point the HU was saying, you've got too many targets, more than 200 targets at the time. We've reduced those targets to a smart 140 targets. And these Order, Minister. 98 outputs and 42 systemic targets. We will, as Mr. Moyo presents, we'll lift these issues so that they are clear that we still consider this a lot of targets. But if you look at both the APP and our operational plan, you will actually see the flow from the operational plan to the systemic targets because of the number of entities that we have, more than 100 entities. So when you write your targets and you do not include an angle of an entity that is funded, it becomes difficult to account for the funding that you are allocating to those entities. And therefore, it would then look that our targets are many. But we trust that the number we've reduced to the numbers that we show also show the shifts as the HE has pronounced. Allow me to, at this stage, through DDG CASA, to hand over to the colleagues to lead the presentation.
Thank you very much, DG. I'm going to present the APP targets, and Mr. Kens will talk of the financials. In Program 1, we've got 15 targets. Mainly the targets which are being set in this program, they do respond to the DPSA's Outcome 12 on building an effective, efficient, and developmental-oriented public service and an empowered and fair and inclusive citizenship. And in response to this, the department has planned for the strengthening of the financial governance, ICT, compliance, and performance information by achieving an unqualified audit opinion. Also, a stable and capable workforce is planned to be maintained by keeping the vacancy rate below 10%. Importantly, the recruitment processes will be strengthened to ensure that all the funded vacant posts are filled within 240 days. And in addition, leadership integrity and sound governance is targeted to be reinforced through the implementation of 100% pre-employment screening for all the senior management appointments. Further to this, we had planned for a stable labor relations environment, which will be promoted by finalizing 80% of disciplinary cases and the grievances within 90 days. And most importantly, ICT modernization is set to be advanced through the migration of 80% of the users in the department to Microsoft 365. In addition, governance and staffing efficiency within the colleges will be improved by ensuring that 70% of TVET colleges comply with the post-provisioning norms and standard model. And we have also planned that all the 9 CT colleges have an approved organizational structure which is aligned to their mandates. In addition, irregular expenditure will be reduced by 20%, supported by improved internal controls, strengthened compliance measures, and also effective consequence management. Lastly, the transformation objectives will continue to be advanced through the implementation of the preferential procurement policy directives to expand the economic participation for women at 40%, 42%, youth at 29%, black-owned enterprises at 70%, SMMEs 55%, and persons with disabilities at 2%. In Program 2, we had planned for 17 targets, of which of the main, the legislative reforms within the PSET system will be advanced through the drafting and processing of key amendment bills. Progress will be made on the NQF Further Amendment Bill through the completion of the SIAS processes, Phase 1 and Phase 2, while the Skills Development and Continuing Education and Training amendment bills will be submitted for approval by the Minister. In addition, the drafts Higher Education and the NSFAS amendment bills will be finalized for the preliminary legal opinions. We also have the PSET Central Application Service Bill, which will be presented to FOSAT for approval. Also, the infrastructure expansion and modernization will continue through the completion of Phase 1 refurbishments projects at TUT Guyana campus and approval of the Northwest University School of Mines Phase 1 implementation plan. Construction progress will also be advanced at 30% for the TVET colleges at Bambanana, Mitchell's Plain, and Greytown. We also have the community learning centers and the central offices sites, including the contractors which will be appointed for the new medical schools at Limpopo, Nelson Mandela University, and the Northwest University, and the veterinary schools at the Free State, and also at Fort Hare. We have also managed to increase the number of students' accommodation beds from 2,000 to 2,500. And also, we will also strengthen the PSET through the international engagements to advance the PSET priorities and also the partnerships. Social transformation will also be promoted through the implementation of 20 interventions that will address the social inclusion, gender equality, and gender-based violence. Also, open learning will be expanded by making programs available on the National Open Learning System, while access to career guidance will be strengthened through the Career Development Services, or the CATA services, reaching 250 clients. And lastly, the Skills Development Zone will be launched to improve alignment between the skills supply and the labor market demand. In Program 3, the oversight of university planning and funding will be strengthened through the approval of the reports on the implementation of the Ministerial Statement for the enrollment planning for the period 2025 to 2030. Also, access modernization will be supported through the participation of 40 PSET institutions in the Central Application Service, which will be piloted. We'll also have, we have targeted for transparency in financing, which will be enhanced through submission of a draft-free regulatory framework, which will be submitted to the Minister for consideration. And further to this, we have a ministerial statement on university education distribution and revised reporting regulations, which will also be finalized. We also have the research quality and integrity, which will be reinforced through the evaluation reports on research, creative, and innovation outputs. In addition, we have reports on the publication quality and implementation of the language policy framework, which will be developed. Also, we have the governance capacity, which will be strengthened through the design of a professional development program for the university councils. We also have a target on the corrective oversight of student financial aid, which will be ensured through the approval and the implementation of the NSFAS remedial action plan. We also have the teacher education quality in Program 3, which will be enhanced through the gazetting of the revised qualification policy and the evaluation of 65 teacher education programs to ensure alignment with the national development priorities and quality assurance standards. Furthermore, Chairperson, priority will be given to the science, technology, engineering, and mathematics support intervention supported by the development and submission of a monitoring and impact assessment on the Sibusiso Bengu development program to evaluate outcomes and also inform the future program improvements. Lastly, in Program 3, focus will be placed on advancing the strategic system expansion and innovation initiatives through the finalization of a feasibility, development, and funding model for the proposed Ekurhuleni University of Science and Innovation, and also in parallel, institution expansion initiatives will be progressed through the reconfiguration and the formal declaration of agricultural colleges as higher education institutions, thereby broadening the access and strengthening the skills development in priority sectors. Lastly, the department will undertake the graduate tracer studies to assess the employability outcomes and also inform the program responsiveness while promoting innovation and entrepreneurship through the provision of entrepreneurship development support to at least 50 students under the Entrepreneurship Development in Higher Education program. In Program 4, which is TVET, we had planned for 14 targets, wherein the labor market responsiveness will be strengthened by increasing enrollments to at least 30% in occupational qualifications aligned to the 5-year TVET enrollment plan. In addition, expansion offerings will be enabled through the processing of 100 QCTO quality assured program applications, and teaching quality will be enhanced through the participation of 2,000 lecturers in the nationally coordinated professional development and support for 500 lecturers to obtain the formal qualifications. In addition, the digital access and innovation will be advanced through a feasibility study for the establishment of an online public TVET college by 31st March 2027. Further to this, we have a TVET digital transformation strategy which will be approved. We also have the institutional stability which will be strengthened through the training of 150 TVET college councils. Also, the facilitation of the signing of 5 regional industrial skills compacts. Certification turnarounds will be 3 months, while the institutional readiness for occupational program expansions will be guided by the approved readiness matrices and baseline assessments. And lastly, Chairperson, the SafeSet, which is the South African Institute for Vocational and Continuing Education and Training, will be established as a non-profit entity to support research and professionalization. In the skills development program, the skills system governance will be strengthened by supporting all the 21 SETAs and the QCTO to achieve unqualified audit outcomes. Also, the oversight will be enhanced through the structured audit monitoring, the governance support interventions, and the exit of the SETAs from administration. We also have the funding and performance frameworks, which will be strengthened through the approval of the revised SETA grant regulations and the improved performance management with the achievement of the service level agreements targets to increase to 70%. In addition, SETAs will be required to conclude the employer compacts with a minimum of 30% of employers within their respective sectors to enhance accountability, deepen employer participation, and also ensure stronger alignment between skills development interventions and the labor market needs. Also, in Program 5, the institutional capability will be reinforced by repositioning the National Skills Authority, finalizing its regulatory instruments, and strengthening its monitoring and evaluation system. Service delivery efficiency will also be enhanced by improving the trade test turnaround times within the 40 days and employer participations strengthened through the sector employer compacts, the mandatory grant payments, and the credible skills plans. And lastly, skills excellence and industry engagement will be promoted through the WorldSkills South African competitions, wherein participation in the TVET colleges will be increased by 60%. And also we have planned for 25 expanded employer partnerships. In Program 6, we had planned for 9 targets, wherein the adult learning outcomes will be strengthened through the rollout of the adult literacy and empowerment campaign, and also through the submission of the revised NESCA qualification to Umalusi for approval. We had also planned for digital access to be expanded through the approval of an online CT college concept, and also system optimization will be informed by comprehensive audit of the community learning centers and approval of an ideal city college policy framework for public comment. And lastly, in the CET program, the governance and leadership will be strengthened through the induction of the Ministerial Council members, student leadership development initiatives, and the workshops on the standards of good governance. And lastly, the digital inclusion will be expanded through the improved connectivity across the 9 central offices and also the 54 community learning centers. In the next slides, Chair, this is about the system targets, which mostly it's about the enrollments in our institutions, the funding and the pass rates of the students in our institutions. But in the main, the TVET subsector, its targets, it's focused on producing the skills that respond directly to the labor market demands and also the emerging national priorities, whilst the skills levy institutions' emphasis is on expanding access to the workplace learning and also strengthening the practical skills development. In the university subsector, performance is mostly on widening the participation, improving the student success, and also strengthening the financial support through the NSFAS program. And lastly, in the CETs, focus is on expanding access, strengthening the digital and literacy reach, improving the learning outcomes, and also ensuring that the digital learning is expanded through the ICT labs that will benefit our students in the sector. This is all from my side. Thank you very much, Chairperson. I'll then hand over to the CFO.
Is it the acting CFO or the CFO?
Apologies, Chairperson, is the acting CFO.
Yeah, the acting CFO has been acting for too long, so that's why you don't know whether it's acting or not. Yeah, acting CFO. We just need to remind you that we're still acting. I know you've been, probably you have finished your term now.
I absolutely know that I'm acting. Thanks, Chair. If you can just, thank you so much, Chair. I'll be taking you through the budget structure, the trends, and then also a summary of the allocation for the MTFs for 2026, as well as just also a summary of the current financial year, which is 26-27. You can go to the next slide. I'm not going to go into the programs. I think we're quite familiar with it. Maybe to start off here, Chair, the DG and Minister had mentioned the average allocation that we have is an increase of 4.4% over the MTF. Absolutely, if one looks at the growth of the country, CPI, for example, it still does not show that there's necessarily a substantial increase to our budget. Maybe important there to look also at the net changes, and the net changes are obviously the difference between the increases and decreases. It's evident that over the MTF period, we are on a downward trajectory in terms of funding, so less and less is allocated. So it actually just say to us we have to do much more with way less that we have. Then, of course, I've given you the indication there of the baseline decrease for 26-27, and we can go to the following slide. I think it's a bit more detailed there. Yeah, so as also indicated, the allocation for the 26-27 financial year, the indicative baseline is 149 0.9 billion, and one then adds the increases and minus the deductions, our allocation, actual allocation is 149.2 to 8.6 billion rand for the current financial year. Can you go to the following slide? So on this slide, it just depicts, if one looks at the entire MTF period, what is that baseline that results in a decrease. So over the 3 years that we've allocated there, we've indicated there, one can clearly see how the increases is quite minuscule, but then the baseline decreases, one can see also how it is affecting the department, and we can actually see the breakdown there of the programs that are affected with the baseline decreases that we have. If you go to the following slide, I'll just give you an indication of, if one looks at the contributions and average funding toward the TVET, the CET, the universities and skills levy, what that ratio is. Obviously, it does not consider administration and planning as a program there, but just as a high level. And one can see also it's fairly in trend with the prior year for 2025 MTF. Going to the next slide. This slide gives us a trend. I'm not going to go through all of them, but just it gives sort of a picture of what the budget looks like from the previous financial year to the current MTF cycle. And one can see how the budget then would grow. That's on row A. On row B, just gives you sort of a percentage-wise increase, and one can see it's in the ballpark between 3.6 and 4.9 on average that it would increase. And the below that is just a spec on C what the National Treasury is forecasting. One would see in D in line D what actually happened last year, that we had a negative growth in it, and the projection for this year is 1.4 growth. Maybe further to look at, maybe as at I is the higher education spend as a percentage of consolidated spending. Consolidated expenditure for government, that's it, what government spends as in total, and how the education is lying between also 5.6 to 5.8 as a percentage. So also if one looks at at L, one would see the higher education expenditure as a percentage of total education expenditure, where total education expenditure is at J. And one can see we are about, for 25-26 at about 28.7%, and it's reasonably consistent throughout. So it's just giving perspective of where our budget lies. If you go to the following slide, it gives the next two slides. As always, we give an indication of the allocation in terms of the per program one, in this case, and the next one would also be the one in terms of the economic classification. But on this one specifically, one can see, as in the prior years also, our budget of 149 rounded off billion rand. The bulk of that lies with the university branch, and then way below that is then second on the TVETs. And I think Minister also mentioned the just over 3 billion rand that lies with the CET, and skills levy also as an amount there. I think in the next slide, the 3 slides, it will show a bit more detail. This one gives an indication of the economic classifications, which is compensation of employees, goods and services, transfer subsidies, and of course payments of capital assets. And Minister had mentioned that the bulk of about 90% lies within the transfers and subsidies of that 149 billion rand. And I think the next slide refers actually to the breakdown of that 134 billion rand. Let's say 135 billion rand. And there it lies. Minister had also mentioned, if one looks at where the essence lies there, is under universities. In fact, it's first NSFAS, and then followed by the universities. And that's the point that Minister was making. If we keep on allocating the bulk to entries to NSFAS, but not catering for universities, one would also probably run into another conundrum as to how you deal with this. CET and TVETs are also there reflected. I think they follow our third and fourth as an allocation if one leaves out skills levies under transfers. The next slide is then also just an allocation or indication of the skills levies over the 3 years. So for 26-27, it's about 25.6 billion rand if one adds the CETAs and the NSF together, and they grow into the last outer year to 28-29 till about 31.1 billion rand for as a skills levy allocation to the department as direct charges. The next slide gives us the indication, I think Minister also mentioned in his opening remarks, of what actually is the operational budget for the department. And we can see it's 118 million rand. It is 0.5% of the budget. If that's not the total budget, and you minus your skills levies, and you minus your transfers, and you minus your compensation of employees, so operationally we're only at about 818 million rand to operating. And I think the last slide, if I have it correctly, is just also indication if one looks at the compensation of employees for the current financial year, which is at 13.3 billion rand. And I've broken it down to what's the portion that goes to the, to the department itself, the TVET colleges, the CET colleges, and then there's also a portion that we provide for examiners, moderators, markers, and translators for our exams. And these are the things that we are looking at in terms of a budget. Maybe just in closing, Chair, the one thing that we want to just add is that we are quite aware of what the Minister of Finance had indicated to us, that the fiscus is not looking well, it's not looking good. So we are challenged in terms of how do we look at our inefficiencies, and that's the one element that we have introduced in how we're going to operate, making sure that we look at our inefficiencies in terms of our spending. Secondly, also we're quite aware of the challenges that we have in terms of infrastructure spending. That's also a big challenge that we have. One of it is that the late transfers that goes through it, that's one thing that we want to change for this current financial year so that it does not reflect as equal to fiscal dumping, is that we want to transfer that earlier in the financial year so that there is time for spending. And maybe with that also on the infrastructure, we've had quite an interesting discussion in the department and also with National Treasury in terms of how we report on that. And we've entered into the discussion with them as to how we can do it differently for the infrastructure, because we realize that infrastructure, if you give funds in one financial year, it's highly unlikely that you build within that financial year. So we're looking more in a term type of reporting on that, 3 to 5 years, but that's still this work in progress to the stage, and I submit that. Thanks very much, Jay.
No, thank you very much, Acting CEO. DG, you wanted to give closing remarks?
There will be opportunities later when we respond to the questions to make additions, but I'm covered by the colleagues.
No, thank you very much, DG. We're now going to, I hope members are still taking notes, we're now going to give SAQA, the chair, if you can introduce the presentation from a governance point of view there, and then they will operate it from here, and then the CEO will also present from there. Okay. Chair.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon to everybody. It is afternoon, eh? Yes. We're going to be talking to you a little bit about what SAQA is planning for the next year, and let me start with a couple of introductory comments. The percentage allocation of the SAQA budget, I just want to remind you, Chair, I think you also mentioned this. It is not 1% of the education spend. It is not 0.1%. It is 0.07%. So the spend, with the fiscal constraints that we recognize, and we're also looking at efficiencies, the spend on SAQA and the value the country is getting, I would argue, is pretty good. And we aim to continue doing that. So if you would go to the first slide, please. I'm not sure, are you doing it? Thank you. This is the group that will present to you today. If you go to the next slide, please. We will talk briefly about a couple of things. I will do a quick forward. We'll talk about the plan, the APP, and also the budget. Thank you, Diopeng. So let me start with these 4 points briefly, Chair and Portfolio Committee members. These are the 4 things we would like to leave with you today as overarching points. The first one, and this has been mentioned by the DG and a couple of other people about the NQF Amendment Bill, the further amendment bill, this is really important to us. We think it's going in the right direction. We appreciate it. And one of the key things we are introducing and pushing from a SAQA board level is to think beyond qualifications. We spoke about skills programs today. We spoke about shorter ways of doing training. What we're trying to introduce through the further amendment bill and the work we're doing at SAQA is to try and see how we can encompass these different types of credentials within the NQF. We see this change across the world happening at the moment, and SAQA is very well positioned. This change allows us to be more agile with skills programs. It allows us to be more agile when we talk to the workplace. And so we're quite excited about where that is going. One of the things we'd like to push in that area for, or advocate in that area for, is to rename the NQF. Now, renaming the NQF has got implications for all of us. You know, it's a well-known brand, and so there are things that we need to discuss around the public understanding of the NQF. But we would like to advocate for the introduction of the concept of a credential. There are many examples of credentials. Your driving license is a credential, your professional designation, but also your qualification. And we're seeing a really important shift in this direction. The second overarching point is around the board. The ministers appointed a new board at the beginning of this year. I think the average age of the board has gone from 60 plus to 40 plus. So the board is young. The board is really moving really well, and we're very excited about the new members that have joined the board. I think overall the board is doing, in a good place. The third point, a review of the NQF has been completed. Those of you that have worked in the NQF space for many years would know reviews come and go. This is probably at least the 5th or the 6th review. The review has been completed. Prof. Bawa, that used to be at USAF, chaired the committee, as well as Prof. Lewin, who's actually with us in the meeting today. She just stepped out, who focused on professional bodies. This work has been completed and will be in the public domain in the next few weeks. So please look out for that. I think that has important implications for all of us. And then the last overarching point is around digital transformation. You would have heard a lot of that today in the DHET's budget and APP, but also on the SAQA front. We have made good progress around automating our systems, but we're also looking externally to other government systems and what is happening there, even beyond DHET. Home Affairs has been doing really good work on the digital identity system, particularly for passports. But this is the same technology we need for qualifications and credentials. And so there's really interesting work happening. It's called MyMzansi. If you're not familiar with it, look at it a bit closer. But there is work happening in this space. And so SAQA is trying to be proactive to position ourselves not only within education, but also looking at the other government departments. Thank you, and I'm going to give over to the CEO to continue.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kiwi. Just also to indicate that in terms of the new board that Dr. Kiwi has enthusiastically introduced, we are very pleased at the new and refreshed board, but we are also flagging that we still have 2 vacancies, and the department are working really closely with us to fill those vacancies. They are for organised labour, and they are an important constituency, and so we will continue to await the conclusion of that process. I will talk in the main about the strategic plan and our annual performance plan, and so I will work through the 3 sections, the mandate, the strategic focus, and then specifically performance. I'm sure the members don't need to be reminded, but SAQA takes its mandate, of course, from the Constitution in terms of quality and access to education, but also from our founding act, the NQF Act, the PFMA, etc. We have broader policy mandates working within the national strategies, of course, that the department and the AG have referenced, including the National Development Plan, the NPP set, etc., and of course the medium-term strategic framework itself. But what we are really caught up with at the moment is the legislative updates, and this has been referenced this morning. We're on our 3rd iteration of legislation. The first act was 1995, the SAQA Act, and that was the first democratic act for education. We moved in 2019 to the NQF Amendment Act, and now in 2025 we are discussing the further amendments to the NQF Act. In the main, those amendments are looking for uniformity and coordination around legislation, and this is important. The fragmentation, the lack of coordination has come up today, and the fact that we have an NQF Act that doesn't talk to professional body acts and sort of that contradict other acts in the system is problematic, and these amendments seek to address that. If you can go back for a second, please. There are also really important issues in the proposals around regulating foreign and online offerings, although we think that there are different places to work with this, but to signal that there is a big ecosystem of education and learning that we need to be managing. And then, of course, as Dr. Kiwi indicated, that we are looking at recognition of learning beyond the structured NQF, beyond structured qualifications, so that we're able to encapsulate a broader perspective on learning. And so we are working in this process through the public comment with the department to support the department and the legislative update, and we do hope it will end in the alignment of the suite of education bills. Thank you. We were really encouraged by an address by Deputy Minister Dube Ngube at our recent board strategic planning session, where she reminded us that SAQA's mandate is not only administrative, but fundamentally transformative. And this is really, I think, it shapes what we do at SAQA. We have very small resources, but a massive mandate. And our mandate is ultimately about social justice and ensuring that everybody has access. So we are trying through the legislative updates to move from compliance to an enabling ecosystem where we support coordination and we support the mobility of learning and the recognition of learning. We're aiming for a strong emphasis on lifelong learning and social justice and, again, coherence, and as Dr. Kiwi said, as well as modernizing the NQF and potentially renaming this National Qualifications Framework to a National Qualifications and Credentials Framework. Thank you. Our objectives are threefold in terms of the legislation. We have to oversee the development and implementation of the NQF, we have to advance its objectives, and we have to coordinate the three sub-frameworks of higher education, occupational and skills development, and of course basic schooling. And so our work fundamentally is about coordinating and ensuring that everybody is working together. Our strategic focus really is, our vision is a world-class national qualifications framework that works for the people. Our mission is to advance the integrity and credibility of our framework, but specifically for a knowledgeable and equitable society, the social justice aspect being, as I said, really hard-baked. And our values are multiple, but include integrity, client excellence, and accountability. The next few slides will talk about our specific performance, and in terms of our strategic plan, we have 4 broad objectives. The first objective is that SAQA should be an innovative and sustainable hub of excellence. This is our administrative objective and, of course, looks internally at staff, resources, IT systems, etc., ensuring that we're able to serve. The second is a research focus, and it is a research now and development focus. Instead of focusing purely on academic research, we're aiming now to also apply and to really look at problems that we can start to address. Our third is coordination, ensuring that the system actually works together. And the fourth is where our social justice aspects lie, that the NQF must serve society. These outcomes, the 4, are on the left, and they are then broken down into outcomes that we expect to achieve over the 5-year period. In terms of our excellence outcome, we're looking for unqualified audit opinions. We currently already have 4 clean audits in succession, and of course we aim to continue that trajectory. We also have a number of reporting targets, but here we're looking at, for instance, reporting on alternate revenue. The chairperson has indicated that our revenue is incredibly limited, but we are one of the entities that seek and achieve quite significant revenue streams, and we will continue to aim for that. We also look to completing organizational reviews, having ourselves externally evaluated so that we continue to be an international benchmark. In terms of research and development, we're looking for research outputs per year, as well as dissemination events where we're actually talking about that research and translating it into spaces that we are engaged in, and then making sure that we have interventions resulting from the research, so it's not just research for the sake of research. Our coordination objective really talks about coordinating of initiatives and making sure that we're working with the departments and other entities to ultimately achieve our strategic plan. And then the NQF that serves society, here we look at regional and continental initiatives, as well as really reaching all the provinces through the projects that we have put in place. I'll take the committee now through the annual performance plan, and of course I will focus really on the performance areas, and so we'll jump straight into the performance. Thank you. In Program 1, the administration program, as I indicated, this is the innovative and sustainable hub of excellence where we seek to be good public servants, and as well as having infrastructure in terms of IT, etc., that supports us. We're looking for leadership excellence in the first instance, and this is where we want to subject ourselves to institutional reviews, providing independent assessment of what we're doing. We're looking for financial management excellence, which includes, as I said, continued clean audits on the basis of what we've already achieved, but also really executing the financial activities from our financial sustainability plan, which includes revenue generation, because we simply are not fully funded. We have an HR management excellence plan, and we are very, shall I say, invested in making sure that we have a strong team, because ours is ultimately a service that we provide, and ensuring that the staff are able to, are empowered and competent to serve. In terms of ICT, we are really quite committed to modernizing our infrastructure and digitizing the information that we have. The members will know that SAQA holds the National Repository of Learning Achievements. So everyone's qualification, no matter where you've achieved it in South Africa, must come to SAQA. This is the data on which we think we can start to create intelligence and start to inform the planning systems. And so when the Minister talks about trying to consolidate and create intelligence from the data, we propose that we already have a good basis from which to start. But of course, modernization and investment will be required. And we need a functional ICT system, and this means, of course, continuing with this modernization process and ensuring that our systems are innovative and in place. In terms of the coordinated qualifications ecosystem, here we seek to coordinate with our quality councils and the ecosystem, and we've put in place a communication strategy in particular where we pull in the other quality councils. So we work with the QCTO, we work with the CHE and Umalusi and the DHET itself to ensure that we're communicating together and that we're communicating the same message. And then finally, the NQF that serves society is really an important output, and here we're looking at ensuring that the NQF is in the curriculum so that students understand what it is when it means, when an employer is saying we need an NQF 7, so that students are able to use what they have and actually make it meaningful for them. So we're working very closely with basic education, life orientation teachers, etc., to capacity build teachers and educators, communities, so that they're able to take forward the promise and the aspirations of the NQF. In terms of Program 2, our registration and recognition function, this is really the core of the work that we do here. We are essentially managing the qualification system, and in this instance we need to coordinate with the quality councils. And what we've also decided to do is, instead of essentially replicating and duplicating their work, we're really trying to review how we work with the quality councils so that we're able to assist them, guide them, and advise them in terms of which qualifications do we need and how do we start to replace, etc. We've already had some concerns in subsectors where qualifications expire without replacement, and so having this particular indicator in our APP allows us to start to support quality councils and the sectors to ensure that the right qualifications are in place. And of course that is supported by capacity building workshops where we are working with the QCs again to capacity build the stakeholders themselves, such as CETAs, for instance, who are in fact developing these curricula that come into our space. And then in terms of registration and recognition, we also acknowledge that in terms of the registration of qualifications, these need to be registered within 70 working days. And I am proud to say that at SAQA we don't exceed about 3 months to register a qualification. So institutions who are concerned about the time it takes to register, certainly at the time it is recommended to SAQA, it is relatively efficient. Program 3 in terms of data management and analysis, this one is an important new objective. We have recently created a data management and analysis unit. And so as I said, we've got 25 million achievements. We can track people from matric into their degree, into their professional designation for that matter. And so we're really starting to, I think, acknowledge that we need to do more with this data. It has been a stagnant database, whereas now we're trying to actually create intelligence. And we do so also requiring more data. So we are on quite a significant drive to make sure that we get the right data so that we're able to serve and guide the system. And in this instance, we are firstly have drafted a data strategy, and we will start to implement certain pilots so that we can start to really use or create intelligence. I think penultimate, program 4 is about authentication services, and this is really where we're looking at the benefit to society. We provide for foreign qualification evaluations, and here we're looking for completions without appeals, which means really without successful appeal. Of course, we allow appeal, but the percentage of appeals that are successful indicates a weakness in our own initial evaluation, and so we're looking at strengthening our initial evaluations so that it is almost above reproach. It goes through appeals quite successfully. We're also looking in terms of our national verification function, ensuring that we complete a full national evaluation within 25 working days. And so if the information is sitting in our system as it should be from the national achievement, we should be able to turn it around within a month, really to ensure that people are able to access work and study. And then lastly, we also have to advance skills recognition and mobility, and there are a number of international initiatives that we undertake, in particular supporting the UNESCO conventions around mobility to ensure that we're able to send and receive skills quite seamlessly. The last program for us is the Research and Development Program. Here, as I said, it is more about really starting to work with our research than just generate the research. But we do have targets for research generation. And so per year, we're looking at publishing 3 research outputs. But we're also looking at disseminating that research in quite palatable ways, as well as creating partnerships for research and development. In terms of our lifelong learning policy, which also sits in the research space, we're looking at currently updating the research and then, of course, disseminating the reports through or the findings through reports and workshops. And then, again, with this particular objectives, we seek also to contribute to the implementation of the Addis Convention, which is the convention that we have ratified for the continent, ensuring African mobility. Thank you. I will hand over now to our COO, Dr. Makafola, who will take us just through one of the strategic projects which we thought it was important to highlight.
Thank you very much. The next slide, please, Depe. Hashtag NQF to the people. It's a national NQF advocacy. And why this becomes important, it's mainly to drive a nationwide understanding, the trust and utilization of the NQF in order to protect our citizens and strengthen the integrity of the education system. So our policy priorities for this financial year is to protect the public, so to enable citizens to identify legitimate institution and verify qualification. And this becomes a problem, as you know, that we are surrounded by bogus institutions, and we are trying by all means to ensure that we're really out there to inform our community about some of the challenges and what opportunities they exist. Issues around democratized access, I think this has been said so many times during today's conversation. This is to deliver simple multilingual NQF information across all communities. So whether you're in a village, somewhere in rural, or we find ourselves in cities, that's what we do. And what we are planning is really to scale the awareness, just to have this national rollout via radio, digital platforms, and public campaigns. And we've been doing that since late last year to ensure that we are visible across all, even regional radio stations, because that's the only way that you can get to people apart from being there physical as well. And the other one is to activate communities, to have direct engagement through schools, village drives, career expos, and local dialogues. And what we do, we even go to bus stop and taxi rank to make sure that we touch each and every citizen that belongs to the country. We align the system. So we are not working alone in this hashtag taken care of the people. We work very closely with our quality council, with SITAs and key departments, DHA, DHET, DBE. So we can see that we're trying to get everybody on board because you can't fight this battle all on our own. And in terms of the national outcome, is to have an inform and protect the citizenry that are actively using the NQF to make credible education and employment decisions. Next slide, please, Depe. So our 2026 priorities, which we'll be able to measure, is to expand access in terms of equity focus, to prioritize rural and undeserved communities. And one of the projects that we have, we call it RPL for Entrepreneurship, where we are targeting those people who have been working, they are not recognized within the system, trying to bring them into the formal education system and to make sure that whatever they are doing, they can be able to turn into a qualification. One of the things that the chair, when he was opening about renaming the NQF to include what we call credential, is issues around micro-credentials, because we feel that can help our communities in really having something that we can really verify, and so that there can be that flexibility in movement as well. And then we want to build system capacity. The CEO touched as well to train life orientation teachers as frontline NQF advocates. And you'll see some of the pictures that I'm going to share with you that we are out the previous year we trained about three provinces, and we're trying to roll out this across the whole country as well. And to formalize partnerships across education and government industry. So one of the key partners that we're trying to bring in is industry, because if we sit to talk mainly about higher education, you have to bring the industry as part and parcel of this as well. And then to drive national visibility. So yes, to implement a coordinated hashtag campaign, and we'll be launching this officially on the June 16th this year, and to leverage mass media and digital platforms for maximum outreach. So we'll continue to do more and engage with most of our media houses as well. To institutionalize feedback and accountability. So in this one, we're trying to integrate community feedback and usage data info for planning purposes. And one of the examples that I want to show, when we were in radio the other day on SAFM, where I was a host of the talk show for an hour, and we managed to get feedback from the community around, the pre-2009 and qualification, what's happening in that space. And you can see that people are not doing sure. So, but we managed to spend an hour engaging, and that's how we can be able to help the community at large. And we will be able to track our impact through public awareness levels, our verification service uptake, and reduction in fraudulent qualifications. And I think, to me, this is one of the biggest dreams that we're planning to achieve as SAQA. Next slide, please, Depe. So this is the pictures that we needed to share with the portfolio committee to show that we are everywhere. I mean, you can see that I was talking to a fruit vendor there at the taxi rank in Polokwane. It's the day before we went on a bogus college campaign with the Deputy Minister, Dr. Gondo here, where we went to some of the colleges that are very dodgy in Polokwane. So we spent the day before moving around the taxi rank to bus stops, to shopping malls, to talk to individuals. And not only that, we engage learners as well from various angles, whether in a village or in the cities. We tend to engage our learners, our teachers, and our communities at large. And this is one of the highlights of our late Prof. Lolwana, in terms of how do you make sure that SAQA is very, everybody can be able to feel the presence of SAQA. As you know that when NQF was introduced, it was all about, giving people access, and so that they can be able to benefit from the NQF. So this is what we are going to work at this year to ensure that we touch almost everybody else. And one of the biggest province that we're taking in this year, we've now been in the Northern Cape province, one of the provinces that we're going to be visiting, share with them in terms of the role of NQF. And I'll give this to our acting CFO to take us through the finance. Thank you.
And I see you also have Dr. Bimi Kondo there in the pictures.
I did this.
Very
I said
inclusive.
we were there, Chair, as part of the bogus colleges with the DM. That's why she's sitting next to me. It was not by coincidence, Chair.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members. Thank you, Dr. M, for your presentation. This afternoon, I will be presenting to you the budget for 2026-27 and for the MTF period. Just a high-level overview and analysis on SAQA's three major classes of expenditure. If you look on the operational expenditure, our budget has decreased by 14% as compared to the prior year budget. Similarly, the MTF budget also presents an overall decrease of 4%. This is expected due to some of the operational efficiencies that we have realized after setting up our new offices. As most of you know, we previously had a building that we occupied that we carried a lot of the costs of ownership of. And since we've transitioned from now into a lease agreement with the landlord, we have realized a lot of cost savings. Of employees, our staff cost budget has increased 15% from the prior year, and there's an average increase of 9.5% over the MTF period. The increased allocation for the current year is necessary to accommodate some of the SAQA funded interns and fixed term contractors, and also to accommodate cost of living adjustments over the MTF period. SAQA recently approved and implemented a new organogram. And one of the strategies is obviously to fund our own interns and also make use of fixed term contracts to deliver on certain projects rather than looking at employing permanent employees, obviously to give us a bit of flexibility with regards to the compensation of employees' budget. Under capital expenditure, we just completed the office project in the 2025-26 financial year, where a substantial portion of the budget was allocated to set up the new offices, to procure new furniture and equipment. We look forward to the 2027 financial year and the MTF period, where the capex budget is going to be significantly reduced and is going to start to normalize, because we really have purchased all of the assets that we do need to continue within the foreseeable future. In the next slide, I'll just highlight a few points on the revenue budget. As you can see, there's a 4% dip from the 2026 budget if you compare it to the 2027 budget of about 4%. That is mainly due because we do require less funds due to the office project being completed. On the revenue front, our government grant, baseline grant, averages around a 4% increase year on year. And in terms of the revenue that we generate from services rendered, the average year on year increase is 13.5%. So SAQA does have major opportunities by investing in modernizing its system, harnessing the data we have to generate more revenue when it comes to offering services to our clients. As the chair and the CEO mentioned, we are very heavily reliant on looking for other streams of revenue. But through the investment that we've had in the new foreign qualification system, and we also reviewed our service charges that we do for our clients, we do anticipate quite a substantial increase in revenue that's generated from rendering of services. If I can move on to the next slide. Under the expenditure budget, there was one major change with regards to program 1 and 3. In the 2025-26 financial year, ICT was program 3, and from the 2027 financial year, DMA is going to be program 3, and the ICT and ICT projects budget will fall under our administration program. So that is why you see a huge decrease from the 2026 to 2027 budget, is because of the move of the units. But overall, generally, as I mentioned before, our budget has decreased by 4% in the 2027 financial year. In terms of administration, a bulk of the expenditure relates to costs that we pay to the rental and to obviously fund the ICT unit and ICT projects that we currently have under automation. Around 50 to 60% of our program 1 budget is allocated to the ICT and projects unit, mainly to maintain the systems and also to invest in developing new systems for the various units in our organization. Generally speaking, in terms of expenditure, we are very conservative, and we do reallocate the funds in accordance with the key spending priorities for the organization. And for the 2027 financial year, it will be no different, because we are in a long-term project of automating all of our systems. A major portion of the funds are allocated to ICT to ensure the organization has robust, reliable, and modern systems to be able to generate revenue and also to provide excellent services to our clients. Moving on, just to focus in more on the constraints that we currently have. I think, as you saw in our APP, one of our objectives is to basically abide by the activities in our sustainability plan, and long-term sustainability is imperative for any entity to survive in, especially with SAQA being not fully funded by our grant. As you can see, we receive 60% on average of our budget is basically funded by the grant. The remainder is, of 40%, is self-funded through interest generated on our accounts, mainly through the services that we render to clients through verification services and the evaluation of foreign qualifications. To sustain ourselves, we do have some mitigating measures in which we can generate revenue. Ultimately, we seek to financial institutions where we can perform bulk verifications for clients, where there is a real opportunity for us to generate a substantial portion of revenue. We have recently done one agreement with a major financial institution where we've almost tested and generated some revenue for the organization. We hope to expand that opportunity once we have the systems up to the standard that we want them to be at. On a lesser extent, we do generate some revenue from training for similar qualification bodies, from generating revenue from projects. But ultimately, as I said, we are very conservative when it comes to managing our budget, making sure that we spend it in key priority areas and always ensuring that there's a return in an investment, whether it's in the medium or long term. The implications of obviously going out and looking to generate revenue, there's a huge pressure for us to commercialize servicing offerings that require a huge capital outlay on spending money on building systems and maintaining those systems. And the way the world is going with AI and cloud-based technologies, it is quite expensive in today's time. So the limited funds we do have to invest in building the systems is a kind of a restraint for us to really progress at the speed that we really want to. As I said, there is a risk of long-term sustainability. You will see in my next slide exactly what I'm speaking about that SAQA is a bit vulnerable to the market when it comes to us generating revenue through the services that we offer to our clients. And obviously, there is potential cash flow challenges, which I will speak more about on our next slide that will give it a better picture. So this is basically a revenue trend analysis that is presented in front of you. And my main message from this is basically to show you how dependent our revenue is on what happens in the market. So if you look at the first figure on your right-hand side, that basically shows the revenue that we generate from foreign evaluations for our clients. As you can see, this presents from the 2019-20 financial year up until the 2026 financial year. As you can see, it has experienced a bit of dip, especially around the COVID years, and then it's starting to now really go in upward trajectory. Partly due and mainly due to our improved foreign qualification system that we've recently commissioned, that can higher handle capacities that basically are more efficient and enable the staff to process applications much faster, hence generate more revenue. In the second figure at the bottom, that shows you the bulk, national and bulk verification fees that we do for national clients. As you can see, it is very, it does go up and down. Our peak year was in 2022-23. That is mainly a result of the reaction after COVID, where a huge number of employers started employing people, and we've experienced a huge influx of verification requests. It's slowly, gradually going down, but from our estimates, we do predict that we will start to generate more revenue when it comes to verification requests. It is really dependent on the market, and my main takeaway is this to show you is that our second biggest revenue source is what we generate from our clients offering these services. And when you have a very unstable revenue base, it's very, very difficult to balance the budget, because we cannot for sure determine the actual revenue. It's really based on what can happen. And I think that vulnerability needs to be removed to ensure that SAQA can be assured that it's being funded from a stable base rather than irregular base. And that basically brings to an end my presentation on the revenue trend analysis. And in closing, I think I will then end my presentation there.
Thank you, CFO.
Yeah, I was worried, Chairperson, that the acting CFO wants to go to your closing remarks now.
Yes, please. Thanks. All right, thanks. We're on the same page. So let me leave you with just 3 or 4 key points. The first one is the AG didn't have a slide for SAQA today. It's important. It's important that we're doing well on our governance levels and we maintain that. You know, we are really the exemplary organization in the system. The second point I would want to make is we're building on the shoulders of those people that came before us. Sam Isaacs is not well. Those of you that know him, reach out to him. He's not well. Beliwe Lwana has put us on a trajectory to serve the public. And we are doing that in a very serious way. The other point I would want to leave you with, you will see SAQA transitioning from an apex entity to a service entity. We are really trying to service not only our citizens, but also the entities that work with us. We are supporting the quality councils very directly in a number of levels. And maybe the last point is that the average age of the SAQA board minister has gone from 60 plus to 40 plus. I think what is important here is we future-proofing the organization. You know, we're not sitting back and saying we're all good. We're actually saying we're here to serve and we're here to help the system. Thank you, Chair. Back to you.
No, thank you very much. I really appreciate. The members we have minutes and that we must deal with in the reports quickly. We did indicate it's the ones that are on the agenda of that we're supposed to have on Wednesday. So if I can get the Honorable Khachau,
I move for the adoption of the first set.
adoption of the first set, Honorable Msazana, first set of minutes.
No, Chair, can I at least second Honorable Lonzi because I can't second the DA and we're going to have issues.
Thank you, Honorable Lonzi. Honorable Msazana, and then the report, let me see, I'm trying to open this thing. And then, so the minutes that were adopted are the 4th, 11, 18, 25 March and 1 April. There's a reports of oversight visit to Limpopo and Eastern Cape and well skills that we attended. Honorable Msazan.
So no go second the minutes, Chair.
Msazana moves for the adoption of the reports. Dr. Christians. She was not at the Honorable Lonzi. The reports. No, okay, I'll second the reports because I was there both in the oversight and the world skills. Then there's a second and third quarter and the colloquium on the provision of menstrual hygiene products. Yeah, Dr. Christians were there. Dr. Christian moves and I'll second. Before we go, I'll start with you, Honorable Khachau, because you had indicated that you are rushing somewhere. So before we go to lunch, I'm going to give Honorable Khachau to take us to lunch in the next 8 minutes or so to engage your presentations. Yeah, to lunch, it's 8 minutes to lunch. Then after lunch, members will get more time. So you'll indicate who you, please respond to her quickly. We don't want there to be. So, aleka mokwatisa to kwatela le nna. Wa mpolelela le hore 8 minutes was not enough. So please, let's answer her correctly. Honorable Khachau.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. 8 is not enough, but unfortunately, we have to ensure that the councillors we put in municipalities are a good quality councillors. So those interviews are important, and that's where I'm rushing. It's fine. DG, I don't want to engage the minister today because I feel like a lot of times politicians catch flack because of administrative incompetence. And today I want to say, DG, let's first start here.
No, let's protect. No, Honorable Lonzi,
How long
please.
have you been the Director-General here in the Department of Higher Education? Please, can you put on your mic?
Hello.
Switch on your mic. You answered the first time, so surely you heard my question. You're welcome to put it on record. I'm asking how long have you...
My answer.
I can't accept an answer that's not on record. You're wasting my time. How long have you been the DG of Higher Education?
Please be polite.
I am being polite in that. You are trying to trick me into what you're notorious for doing, which is telling people's time while evading accountability. I'm asking
I don't accept
simply,
that accusation.
how
Chairperson.
long
I
have
feel
you
that
been the DG in that?
I'm being insulted and disrespected, and I don't think I deserve that.
Nobody is disrespecting
Nor do I think
you.
anyone deserves to be disrespected.
A simple question of how long you've been DG is not a sign of disrespect in that decision.
I've been an accounting officer for 9 years.
Okay, before that, what were you doing in public service?
Everything. I've been a CEO of a public entity. I've been a HOD of a department, of provincial department. I've been a DDG, I've been a chief director, I've been a director, I've been a chief education specialist, deputy chief education principal, HOD, deputy principal.
Okay,
I've
thank you.
been
I appreciate that response. That is sufficient for me. So it's the reason I'm asking you this is because you have a very lengthy track record in public administration.
It is called experience.
A track record is experience. It's fine, Ntate. We're not fighting. So you don't have to be combative in your engagement with me. So I'm saying to you, Hore, you have a very healthy
I
track
just
record.
wish to indicate that I commit myself to answering all questions respectfully, but I reserve a right to defend myself if I feel that I'm being offended. And I'm saying this on the basis of the treatment that I received from this member of parliament in the last session that we had. And I feel that at some point, I would request protection from the chair. None of what she said so far is answering questions about why I'm here today.
Yeah, no, that's
It's personal, and I don't know why it's personal.
yeah. No, let's do this, colleagues. Apologies. I did indicate earlier on that when both mics or two mics are open, I'm unable to open mine, which makes it difficult to intervene when there's a problem between the member and an invited guest. Let's try by all means to answer what the members ask, maybe members as well. When we ask, let's show respect, because what we want to get the responses. So let's try and do that. Maybe DG, you should have indicated to me, even in writing, that in the previous session, Chair, I felt disrespected or undermined by 1, 2, 3, 4, so that I'm able to relay that to members. But if you don't make it clear to me, I'm unable to intervene, like you have done decisively now to say, listen, I feel undermined and that's why I'm coming in. And I respect that part. But next time also indicate so that I'm able to relay the message to members. So let's try and have a decent conversation, get the responses, let's ask questions respectfully to colleagues, and then they will also offer us the same respect. But can we do it that way, DG? Are you satisfied? Honorable Khakha?
Okay, Chairperson, I don't know in what world is it an insult to indicate that a person has a rich track record of public service. That's an honor. It means you have been here longer than many people have. And so for me, the basis of those questions, DG, they're not personal. They speak directly to your work competence, which is why you're sitting in front of me right now to account for that. I worry that with all your track record, Director General, and with 9 years experience at the helm of this department, you still preside over APPs that the Auditor-General of South Africa are able to label as one, deviant of alignment, medium-term framework, that two will still have...
Order, Chair. The honourable member came late and was not there when the Auditor General was presenting. And that's not what the Auditor General said. In summary, the Auditor General has recognized the progress that the department has made in the work that it has done and pointed out areas that are still outstanding. And I accept that. But right now, it's almost like I must agree to an analysis by the honorable member that I disagree with.
Yeah, no, it's okay. You can disagree with her, but allow her to make a statement, and then because she's putting it to you, then you do have an opportunity to say, no, I don't agree. This is what happened. This is the report we have, but let's not cut the member and call her to order when she's putting it to you, because if she was putting it to me, then you would have a right to say no order. It's misleading information, but you have a right to respond to what she's asking. So let's try and be cordial. Honorable Khacha.
I don't think there's anyone who's received Bikoko Besobekinan Lebona today in this committee for that decision. And I did that deliberately because I assume he's worthy of Bikoko Betsobak. But there's a limit, yeah, Bikoko Betsobak. I want to say this, Chair. As far as even though I was late, I received presentation at Auditor-General. And I know how to read. And ha ke tse ke kapo otse tsamayang e sheka le moya ho latela thato ya motho. Auditor-General is very clear in their statements, or they still have issues with targets that are not addressing the core mandate of the department, that the MTDP is not addressed in the APP sufficiently, that two, your planned annual targets will result in delays in achievements of your outputs, which is counterproductive. The Auditor-General also clearly says that your indicators, some of them, are not measuring your desired outcome. There's detail. I'm just going surface level here because of time. There are details that make it very clear what the problem are. So, I mean, I don't know, your verification methods themselves and methods of calculating the role of the department, but also the impact of the department, is not working and it is not up to standard. And that's not a lie. That's not me throwing my bones and my domba. That is what the Auditor-General has assessed to be the reality of the modus operandi of the department that you are the administrative head of. So the next time you accuse me of lying and having been late, consider it being fine to take accountability for shortcomings. What I worry about, Minister Manamela, is you depend on your DG to be the first person that is able to recognize shortcomings within your department and put in operational plans and systems in place to ensure that your APPs not only culminate to audit outcomes that are satisfactory, but that the money that you use for the Republic is one that is impactful, not only by rate of expenditure, but by outcomes that are tangible that we could see. So I worry when you have a DG that has been a DG for 9 years in your department who sees nothing wrong with the Auditor General's assessment. If it was year one of his authority in the department, I would excuse it to say, you know, maybe he's still teething. He's learning on how to be a DG worthy of recognition in the Republic of South Africa. But it's been 9 years. And he's presiding over a department that is struggling to do one basic thing: have indicators that align to your MTDP, have indicators that are able to calculate impact, have indicators that are able to calculate the core operational mandate of your department. So that to me says you have a DG that's not supposed to be a Director General of your department, Minister. And if I were in your shoes, well, luckily I'm not, I would have long written to the President to say, I have issues. I have issues of functionality. I have issues of divisions, including skills development, which is supposed to be a very healthy and robust division within your organogram. That's collapsed. So then my question to you, Ndate Sishi.
Yeah, in closing.
Yes, my question is, given everything else, everything that has been indicated today, we can't obviously accept your APP as is because it needs modification so that it can align to the advice that we have received. What are you going to do differently moving forward in your 10th year?
DG.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Let me accept and appreciate the question from the honorable member. Clearly, the honorable member, and I will not take responsibility for the analysis that she has made. It's her analysis, and I accept it. She is quite correct in saying that there are areas in the APP that still needs some further work. I've accepted that, and I take full responsibility for it.
Okay, thank you. Let's do this, members. We'll take lunch, and then we're back here at 13:45. Yes, DJ.
May I also reserve the right to speak any language I choose to speak and code switch as and when I feel I can do it, because I feel that in the language that she has used in describing my experience, she's insulted me. As an official of the department, I am not just an official. I've got accolades, I've got rewards, I've got merit awards, I've got commendations from esteemed members of this public from all walks of life, whether I was a CEO of a public entity or whether I was a head of an institution. But I never failed to take responsibility for what we have not or we should be achieving. And I accept criticism. And I also accept the submission by the honorable member in parts that the Auditor-General has lifted.
That's fine. I will listen to.
At the beginning, Chair, I'm sorry, of my presentation, because I led this presentation, I indicated that this is collective work, of which I take full accountability. And I think it is in that spirit that I also accept that this being the collective work, I also must take responsibility for areas that we have not succeeded to please the Auditor-General.
That's true. You did. I'll listen to what the member said in Sesotho, and then after lunch we'll come and make a ruling on. But from what I've heard her say, she was saying she must not be taken for a fool. When she asks, she knows what she's asking. But I'll go look or listen, and then I'll come back and make a ruling after lunch. I'll check if we have. Where's Tendutol is outside. Must check if we have enough water outside so that we come down. No, we'll come down. So after lunch, when we come back, we'll start with you, honorable souls. We're starting at 13:45 on that clock. Thank you very much. The meeting is adjourned. Huh? Let's settle down so that we can start. I know that before the break, we had a bit of an incident where a member was involved in a back and forth with our invited guest, the DG. Colleagues, let's try by all means to be respectful and calm when we ask questions, because it will create a problem for us. We will miss the gist of what we are trying to achieve. Let's not try. I want to apologize, DG, for our inaction, which you may have felt that we did not intervene. I did indicate that my mic, if it's blue here, it means I can't intervene. So sometimes when more than one mic is on, it creates that problem for us. Honorable Souls, you did indicate that you will have arrangements. Therefore, we'll start with you. It's 13:53, so we'll start it from 13:55. And then let me see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If it's 20 minutes should be enough because there's SAQA and the department. So 20 minutes, 13:55 to 14:15. Honorable Souls.
Thank you, Chair. Perhaps I should begin by saying, DG, I obviously want to apologize for being direct in my approach to accountability. But in comparison, I'm a young man, and I always want to show respect, not just the contribution you are making to the higher education sector of our country, but also as an elder. My mother is watching, and hey, my mother, she's short, but I'm scared of my mother. So I will show you the necessary respect. Call me out on it if you do feel that I'm disrespectful. But I'll try my very best. But I will be direct in my approach.
I know that your mother is watching when I saw a Holy Bible next to you. That
Yeah, you
there's
see,
an intention that the message you are sending somewhere.
it's true. I must show her that this is not because I'm perfect. It's because I'm reminded of how sinful I am. I'm a chief of sinners, Chair. I must hold on closely to this. The CEO of SAQA, ma'am, are you, in terms of our country, classified colored?
I am Honorable Souls.
You know, I missed the presentation of the AG's office, but I'm always very impressed by Black African excellence. And I always see that from I can't turn now, from the AG's office. And I don't want to compliment in the way that I want to. It's the wrong platform.
It's the right platform. The compliment was going to be wrong.
I don't know what people are reading into that. Minister, I'm saying what I'm saying. So, to know that you are the CEO and you are a colored African in this country, I want to let you know that it gives me great joy. And I wish you well. And thank you for exemplifying that we are, especially colored females, are not the picture on TV, pink gown, and I know you call it bonnets now, no? As, yes, but they show us on TV, our women on TV, DM, and they portray that that's the picture of a colored African woman in South Africa. And when they have to talk, then they either swear or scream, or, and here you have an astute chief executive officer who, through her presentation, was very eloquent, very professional. It gives me so much pride. So to the AG, yourself, when I see that, black excellence, and in your case, similar, I want to say thank you. And all the best, and keep on swagging it. You're looking good. I don't know why Minister's laughing at me today. I always say something to her. Similar, the astute doctor. She's a PhD holder. Wrong party, but she's a. But she's. It's the minister. Yeah. So, DM, I think I want to start off with you based on our last meeting. You were going to tell me how many of those students that went on the international trip to China, the racial breakdown of. It doesn't need to be on the agenda. We spoke about it before. You were going to come back to me. It's part of the performance indicators. You want me to go ahead instead and then come back to you? All right, all right. I'll do that. Minister, from a scale of 1 to 10, how would you rate the political will to be intentional and decisive around racial transformation and ensuring that foreign nationals are not prioritized over South Africans?
Thank you. Yeah. Firstly, I don't think I should make a rating of the political will on the basis of any other thing except on the basis of the numbers expressed in terms of the performance in the last year. And I think for now, I do not have the data at my disposal in terms of the extent of racial transformation that has been effected in the system. But broadly, I mean, if we were to look at the developmental indicators, firstly in terms of the participation of black Africans in the system, and also in terms of women, I think we've made significant progress. And in fact, the participation rate, the 2.3 million people who are beneficiaries of the system, or who benefits directly from the post-school education and training system, the majority of those are young black South Africans, sorry. And then I think linked to, well, your second question in terms of the foreign nationals, and I assume referring to exclusively in terms of those in the executive or in executive roles. I think that's broadly with regards to universities. That's, I think, a report which we're putting together, which we will present. But I think what we must emphasize is the fact that as South Africa, we have a critical skills list, which indicates which skills are in high demand and which we can source, and that should be the guide within which our institutions employ. Secondly, there are laws in the country which are expressly clear in terms of the appointment of foreign nationals, and that locals should be favored in where we have local capacity existing. And so that's something that we are dedicated and committed to ensure that all of these things happens within the law. And similarly, even with regards to racial transformation, I think the country has national aspirations that is expressed. It also has laws, equity laws. And I think enshrined in each and every one of our legislation is the question of racial transformation.
Because you are the political head.
Yeah.
So, on a scale of 1 to 10, what's your
the reason I said I can't respond to that is precisely that you're asking me to rate myself, and I think the numbers should be able to speak
I'm asking
for
you
themselves.
to give me an indication how committed and decisive you are on this matter between a scale of 1 to 10 politically, because you would then provide the political direction in this regard to the administration. And so that's really the angle of the question. But if you say
No. What I'm saying is I cannot rate myself, but what I can say is that we are committed to implement all the policies that will ensure that there is racial transformation in the entirety of the system.
Okay.
And all its manifestations.
DG, scale of 1 to 10, what is the administrative commitment to this effect?
Well, the expectation is that everyone should be committed to that, and I mean this is policy; it's not an option. It's policy, and I think the energy that the administration has put in.
Sorry, Minister. Maybe just is there a reason why you answered on behalf of the DG?
Oh, I thought you were asking me a question.
No.
To rate the. Oh, okay, all right, okay. No, the DG is more than capable of answering for himself.
No, I see the problem. Have you watched this Pops comedy guy?
Yes.
And then he does this.
Who's that? Pops. Who's Pops?
Pops.
I'm lost.
Hi, Minister. He makes a joke about the fact that at times I'll be looking at you, but it will be looking like I'm looking at. So you must be very. The key is to listen to me. That's why I speak very slow, because my weakness is you will mistake.
Are you talking to me now?
Yes. Yes.
All right.
Yes.
I'll listen more.
Yes. Please listen carefully. And I'm very proud of this. It's actually a very strong gift because you would think I'm looking at you and I can see everything somebody else is doing. So God has really blessed me. It's a superhuman thing. DG, it was for you.
No, thank you. I think I can speak on behalf of our entities, speak on behalf of the executive in the department, and say that if you ask this question, probably in 1978, when we published the equity legislation, I would have said we are 100% committed based on the word, what we are saying in the law. But I'm now speaking at the back of experience of how we have implemented or failed to implement over the time. And I know that there's a new consciousness now about nuancing the legislation such that those who are in the margins of being marginalized, they matter, particularly the minority communities in our country. So for me, I think it's not even a commitment, it is an obligation that we do it. And we hope that as we come to Parliament and we show through the numbers, and I think you saw the DM, the enthusiasm that she has to show you the numbers of just one example. Maybe she's not going to be able to convince you based on the numbers, but we do wish to show that we are listening to those voices that speak to the issues of the Bill of Rights. Everyone has a right to be.
Yeah, just because of my time, DG. So, how would you rate that commitment? 1 to 10? Sorry?
10 out of 10.
10 out of 10.
Yeah.
So, point out to me, out of the 140 SMART targets, point out to me the one that speaks directly and specifically to racial transformation and the prioritization of South Africans over foreign nationals.
Please accept my answer is not trying to be smart about answering the question. I can assure you none of the 140 objectives must exclude any community in our country.
Yes, please point me to the one that does.
My colleagues will assist me there. Mr. Rapazza. I would, for example, start with the new revised bills.
No. We are dealing with the APP. So the targets are set clearly. Now, you have rated yourself 10, the department 10, in terms of commitment and decisiveness. Point to me in the APP where you specifically say, this is your target to ensure racial transformation and the prioritization of South Africans over foreign nationals. I have to see it in so many words.
Okay, can someone open where we talk about transformation of councils? There we are specific about this, but I wanted to say, Honorable Souls.
Let's begin our next conversation from that premise, DG, please, respectfully. Take me to the slide, take me to the section, and let's read together. Program 1. That is slide number. Program 1, administration, okay?
Just press the mic, DG.
Number 8 speaks about the percentage of TVET colleges compliant with the post-provisioning norms. and also speak about the number of city colleges with approved yeah, but this is not what I want. Ngicela ungicheckele le bengisho. Let's go to slide number 9, Honorable Member. I'm sorry. On slide number 9, we talk about percentage of public procurement set aside for businesses owned by people living with disabilities, but we also speak about black-owned businesses. Under number 13, percentage of public procurement. We also speak about public procurement set aside for women-owned businesses. There we are putting targets and the baseline and committing to quarterly reporting on these areas.
DG, can we agree that there is no expressive plan or target that specifically deals with racial transformation and the prioritization of South Africans over foreign nationals within our institutions? Can we agree it's not there? And a commitment that you will review and amend and show the rating of 10 by explicitly telling us what your target is to transform specifically, like you do with all the others. I can't hear. The
Just
mic,
on
the
the
mic.
record.
I'm ready to make that commitment, Minister.
Thank you, thank you, Honourable Source. I think beyond the question of procurement, which has to do with historically disadvantaged individuals in benefiting from the business that the department does, the overall structure of the department's APP speaks to specifically targeting historically disadvantaged individuals, which is predominantly Black, Indian, and Coloureds. But it also does not exclude in any way people of any other race, as long as
Sorry, Minister. I have like 1 minute left, and I wanted to deal with that procurement number. But if you can quickly point me to where in the presentation it specifically deals with that, what you've just said.
No, I mean, if so, let me give you numbers. So, over the next, well, in this year, we're targeting a specific number of students to benefit from the
No,
NSFAS.
where is that
No,
in the
NSFAS.
presentation?
Look at the NSFAS section.
No.
There's a specific number there.
You see, like you have 140 targets. That should be one of the targets. Then you're convincing me you are intentional and decisive on this issue. You see, but if you have to generally explain
So what's your proposal on what the target should be?
you should say across the board in the education field or department or division that the target of the department is that in every institution there should be 70% of, let's say, South Africans. It's a specific target, just like you do with the rest. Over foreign nationals, you're dealing with the foreign nationals versus South African thing. So you're saying we are targeting to ensure that we are making 100% sure that South Africans are prioritized. And then you say we are targeting X amount of Coloureds, Indians, etc., to change the current dynamic. That to me is specific. In terms of the procurement, I'll make an example because now we have to derive what we are discussing from that statement. If you say, for public procurement, you have black, 70% for black owners. Then we delve into the definition of what do you use? You use the definition of black in general and African in particular. So how many out of that 70 is going to be colored and Indian, even for public procurement? Because when you say black in the report, it includes coloreds and Indians. In practice, you then say black in general, but African in particular. And coloreds and Indians are excluded from African in particular. So when I read that, I need to understand what's your target for coloreds and Indians, even under the term black owned. Then we can track performance with that regard.
Yeah. Well, thank you very much, Honorable Souls. It's been 23 minutes now. Thank you very much. Anyone to respond?
Yes, thanks, Chair. On the China students, okay, the first cohort that now work at BYD, the 36 students that went to Beijing, 19 were females out of 36. 8 of those are from rural, and all of them are Africans, including, I'm counting even the ones that are coming from Northern Cape as Africans as well. Okay.
No, dear, I mean, in this instance, you must tell me who amongst those
They're
students.
all Africans.
That's very convenient. That's what I'm saying.
They're all Africans.
I'm saying they're all Africans.
Yes.
But when we use in practice, you separate them. You have black African, then you have colored, then you have Indian, then you have white. How many black Africans as you, not as I define it. I define everyone as African, but not the department. So how many black Africans?
Okay, out of the 36, 34 are black Africans.
How many coloreds?
2.
So 2 out of 36.
Yes.
How many Indians?
None.
How many whites?
None.
DG, you can't give yourself a 10.
Yeah, no, thank you very much. Honorable Lonzi.
You know, Chair, and I think we once had this discussion before. Honorable Souls always puts us in a difficult place where now it looks like we're defending the department when we don't like defending the department. A lot of the legislation that speaks to demographics in South Africa, that also speak to employment, that also speak to how you classify different races, it's not the work of the department. There's already legislation that speaks to who we view as a colored, as a white, as an African, as a black African. There's also legislation that guides who must be employed, how many, prioritization of local, as the minister spoke about the critical skills list. I think if Honorable Souls wants to achieve something in his questioning, maybe we should look more at, are we having our institutions cooperating, or is the department checking to ensure that that legislation is followed? So I think it would be unfair to the department to say, but what do you classify as a black African? Because it's not the job of the department. I think the labor and other departments and acts of parliament are there. If Honorable Souls has a problem with how black, white, and colored and Indian are classified in South Africa, then you can introduce a private member bill to change the Labor Relations Act and all these other things. So I just thought I'll make that point, Chair, because too often members in the department may think that these members of parliament don't know what they are talking about. So just to raise that, I think it's
it's we can say, is the department ensuring that there's enforcement of the existing legislation? But we can't fight them over something that they themselves are not even a part of making. I thought I'd make that point, Chair.
Chair, Honorable Lonzi, my astute colleague, I respect him, he's very, very intellectual and smart. In this instance, he's wrong. I have looked into that. There's no law in this country of ours, none, that classifies races. Furthermore, there's no law that says black in general and African in particular. I further went and posed a direct question to the president of our country, because when I looked at our constitution, I looked at legislation, and I asked the president in parliament, which legislation is being used to classify races based on black in general and African in particular? The president said there's no such. Therefore, what informs the posture and the approach is not law, it's mindset. And so I'm very intentional about what Honorable Lonti is saying. I can't do a private bill on something that is not in law. So what am I doing here? This exercise is to impact and change the mindset, the posture of how we apply the law. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Msazana.
Chair, could you please at least protect us from this dialogue that is degenerating now? We are engaging the department on the APP. Honorable Souls would have concluded his time. Could you go to the next member so that we continue with the business of the day?
Yeah, I'm excited when members decide to contest each other's views on a number of things. But I'm also interested in Honorable Msazana's suggestion, because when I do that, it's you who accuse me of suppressing members' views. Now I'm allowing you to speak, then I'm exposing you to abuse. You see, so I think at some point we must make up our minds. What is it that we want the chair to do? We want the chair to allow you to express yourselves, obviously within the time constraint, or you want the chair to suppress you, because when it's cold, you want me to suppress you. When it's warm, you want me to allow you to speak. So let's also be fair on the chair. The chair is a very fair person who allows the freedom of expression of members to contest each other's views. And I don't think there was any malice on what Honorable Lonzi raised and the response from Honorable Souls. They are contesting each other. Their political parties always contest each other. We might be sitting here, Honorable Msazana. The only person seated here, I mean, it's maybe myself and Dr. Christians, who's the heads of the political parties we come from, don't have to go to jail or come back from jail. So it's only myself and Honorable.
Chair, I just want to say, I Chair, Chair,
Well, we might be sitting
I have
here.
a reason. I know why Honorable Lonzi is in defense of the department today. Because, Chair,
Yes.
I can see the minister's wearing a red tie.
Yeah, so I was just saying, Honorable Msezan, I know that the contest between Honorable Souls and Honorable Loans is that the president of Honorable Loans' party used to call the president of Honorable Souls' party bandit. And then, uh, no, and then Honorable Souls' party, no, Honorable Souls' party indicated that, hey, you are speaking too soon. You are coming. And then,
No, Chair, but we must be very careful of that because my president is a former convict. Yeah, he's now the best minister in the country here. 2024 by public opinion. Huh? My learned colleague, hey, the president is still on his way.
It will never happen, Chair. But Honorable says, and I agree with you now. Can we move on to the business of the day?
yeah, no, let's move on. Must I give you Honorable Msezan? Okay, let's hear Honorable Msezan. Honorable Msezan does not enter your battles because his president went in 2021. So, Honorable Msezan.
Yeah, we're also excited about the developments on Palapala. We're yet to see what's going to happen there. But let us not also forget the one of the 1.6 billion in basic education. We're also focusing on that one, as it were. Chair, thank you very much, and thank you to the department for the presentations. I'm going to be very brief. I just have a few questions of clarity, maybe a statement of concern as well, as it was indicated earlier by the AGSA, but I would have already expressed my concerns, which would have been recorded so that the chair doesn't say I told you so. I will not repeat myself on the concerns that I would have raised about the misalignment. I think it would have also been raised by Honorable Khachao before she left. Maybe just a quick one, Minister, on the policy on internationalization. Does the policy only apply to universities and not to TVET colleges and CET colleges? And if that's the case, in your APP, there's nowhere where you mention developing an internationalization policy that will then apply to TVET colleges and CETs. So why is that the case, if that's indeed the case that it does not apply to CETs and TVET colleges?
So, thank you. I think we'll have to well, there are certain targets that will obviously have to be in the main APP, but some of them will have to be in terms of the operational plans. But we just concluded a very successful workshop on internationalization, which was led by Deputy Minister Dube Ngube. And in that workshop, one of the things we observed was that there's high level of activity at university, and very limited recorded that are initiated by TVET colleges. So most of the international work that happens in TVET colleges and CETs are initiated from the department, national department. So part of the plan is to give support, intentional support to TVETs and to CETs in order to improve, their independent work in terms of international, of course, coordinated centrally from the Department of Higher Education and Training. So it's one of our major priorities, more so that we are pegging TVET colleges with international standards, with Germany, with Austria, with Switzerland. Vietnam is one of the countries that we want to look at. China, of course, we've had a lot of work with them. So it is one of the key things, and I think how we express it in the APP is going to be important. I may not be certain how it is currently articulated in the APP, but I take your point that it has to be, one of the major priorities. TVET work, CETA work, and CET work on international relation, and it must not be random. It must be guided and intentional on what we want to achieve.
No, thanks, Minister. I think most of the things you've said were not speaking to my question until the latter part, where you say that the work of the TVET and the CETs must be guided. Yeah, it was really a campaign for local government, but my question, you really responded in the last sentence. Maybe let me first express that in number of targets, it would appear that the department decides to introduce new targets, later withdraw them in their convenience, and reintroduce them in another format or otherwise. But I'll just point out two, Minister, as something that would have raised in Parliament in our debates in a number of times. Let me point you, Minister, to the target on the very famous new Ekurhuleni University and Hammanskraal University. On the 2022-2023 annual report, it reported that a feasibility study was concluded, Minister, that is 2022-2023. It also indicated that a project manager and a panel had been established to commence with the work around the designs, and it would have been finalized in 31 March 2027. I'm not sure, Minister or DG, if you want to comment on those contradictions that have been presented by a number of your APPs and annual reports.
That what you have observed is correct. What you have observed is correct. And the mischief here is the funding of the project. At the time that Treasury decided to only on the basis of a third stream of funding that could arise as a result of either ourselves, the work by ourselves, or involving the departments that are linked to the project. Like we had a meeting with the Minister of Police regarding the Hammanskraal project, and they had proposed that they are able to raise funds in this regard. So the work that had been done by then awaits a decision about which department firstly is going to take over the Hammanskraal project. And we, in our last meeting, agreed that the police may as well take the leadership of this project. The suggestion was also that other departments like justice be included. Regarding Ekurhuleni, the suggestion has been that the Gauteng provincial government, also take the responsibility. So on the sidelines, there are these conversations that are taking place because the commitment is there. In fact, as a department, we feel that we must commit to building more universities in our country.
Yeah, so DG, you see my concern, sorry to cut you, DG, I don't want you to feel disrespected again today. As you felt earlier, we're trying to start off on a new clean slate. My concern here, DG, is, and Minister, is the fact that this is not only contradiction, but it would appear as lies in the process because you do not come with an explanation, as it were, to say from what we had communicated previously, it did not happen, even if it's however you would want to explain it. Before you jump into a new plan, whereas you had said that this was your plan, there was indicators there, and you did not meet that particular performance plan. So you come as if it's a new plan altogether, whereas you would have presented to us as a previous plan that you would have met in the previous APP. So that's where my concern is, not the underlying issues and all of that, as it were. So that's my concern. That's what I wanted you to speak on, DG or Minister, on that. But because of time, as you think of how you're going to, explain, Minister, on this, the DDG corporate, there's a new target that speaks to the filling of vacancies. I'm really interested to know that before this performance plan, as the financial year ended, how many vacancies would you have filled in the previous APP before we even deal with this new APP that speaks to the filling of vacancies, especially critical vacancies? At least I know that we are still sitting with an acting CFO in the department. I would have assumed that there would be priorities in terms of filling of vacancies, especially critical vacancies in the department itself, before we even attend to this new APP.
Through you, Chair, thank you. To provide the exact number for the annual report, I'll have to get back to you, Honourable Member. I don't have the exact number with me. That says from 1 April to 31 March, how many have been hired in that period. But we do have a program to prioritize the critical posts, including, as you've mentioned, the CFO. We are in the process of an accelerated recruitment process to fill in those critical positions.
No, thanks, Acting DDG. I think, Chair, you could just perhaps guide in terms of when we can get that report. It's very critical unless we are awaiting a report from the department for the past financial year. But I'll really be interested to know before we even deal with that particular aspect. But I'm going to just deal with 3 other points quite briefly. On Program 1, it appears, or at least it's there, where we see that you have discontinued an output indicator where it dealt with the timeless payment of suppliers. It was a matter of a percentage of valid invoices being received from creditors being paid within 30 days. It has been excluded in your current APP, and we do view that to be a very, very important target. Obviously, the target would have ensured that as the portfolio committee, as well as general public, we are able to, assess the department's work on the performance of the payment of suppliers, which is very critical. Why has it been excluded, DG?
CFO, would you like to respond?
Yeah, thanks. Thanks for the question. What we've, the approach that we had on that one is that the 30-day payments, it's a general instruction for all departments to apply. So we've included in the operational plan. So therefore, we report in any case on a monthly basis for all invoices paid, but within 30 days. And of course, what's not paid also as well. And therefore, we have taken it to the operational plan rather than keeping it as a strategic issue. That was the approach. Thanks.
No, thanks, CFO. I do want to re-emphasize that this is a very critical indicator that I think I would really propose that it be reinstated, because we know that in many government departments there's a serious crisis with payment of suppliers in that particular period. I mean, we know this. It's public knowledge where suppliers go without being paid. I know there was a burning issue in KZN, in the Department of Education, Department of Health, where months on end suppliers were not paid on time because there's nothing that is there to ensure that that particular payments are done in that particular prescribed time. On Program 1 again, I think we would have heard during the State of the Nation address by Mr. Ramaphosa, where he emphasized that no one must be left behind. That's his words. Some of us would have received it as rhetoric, Minister, but it's his words, so I'm going to quote those words here. So the statement read that government is implementing a decision to increase the employment equity target for persons with disabilities in the public service to 7% by 2030 and mandating a 7% preferential procurement target across all government and public entities. The APP sets out a 2% target for 2026-2027, which is significantly lower than the 7% target pronounced by the President of this country. And this discrepancy raises questions about the alignment between the APP and the State of the Nation that was delivered by Mr. Ramaphosa. Maybe if we could just get clarity, the DG, why is it that your target only sets out a 2% target, whereas the presidential procurement clearly mandates that 7% across all government public entities should be implemented? Why is it that this current target only speaks to 2% increase? Yeah, on record, Minister. I don't have a problem with your question.
I'm asking, so it says by when?
It says by 2030. So is that the response? No, it says by 2030. I did read it out as it was said.
Can I? Thanks. You are correct, and therefore, if you look at the planet, actually, our targets will incrementally move, and I think our targets to get 7% by 2029 to be in line with what the President said. In fact, we want to achieve it the year before. So if you look at this current year, I think it's 2%, and then it moves to 5%, and I think 7% by 2029.
Thanks, Acting CFO. And on slide 17, on the university education or university branch, the branch introduced a target to have a revised policy on the minimum requirements for teacher education qualifications gazetted by 31 March 2027. I think this is going to go to the DDG university branch. So I just want to know, what are the shortfalls and challenges with the current policy which necessitated that this planned review DDG TVET and DDG university branch?
Honourable Member, I don't have all the details on what the problems were, but this is a policy that I think came in 2015 in the first place. So it's now been about 10 years of implementing the policy, and therefore I think it was due for a review. I think this process has been ongoing for some time. So partly putting the target is also to say this is a process that we are now ready to conclude on. So the minimum requirements for teacher education qualifications required a review. It's a policy that we've been implementing for some time. And generally one should review policies at least within a reasonable period of time.
No, thanks to DG. You see, now again, it becomes a problem when nothing is explained. It's as if you just up and decide that this is the direction you are taking, and it would have appeared that this is a new target altogether, but we are aware that it would have transformed over time, for lack of a better word, from 2015, 2016 to 2022 to now your planned target for 31 March 2027. So I just wanted the clarity on that one. I think maybe, Chair, finally, as I conclude my interactions with the department, perhaps just to remind the Minister that the Minister owes the Portfolio Committee and let me say the Portfolio Committee a report where he had committed to send us a report on the KZN matter, KZN Regional Manager matter. I think it would be over a month by now that the Minister had committed to sending that report. And I think, Chair, through our Secretary, a letter would have been sent to remind the Minister on that particular critical report. We would appreciate, Minister, a time frame in which we would have that report. And Chair, I think with those words, I would want to then submarine from the podium. Thank you very much, in the department.
Well, thank you very much, Honorable Lonze.
No, thank you very much, Chair, and thank you to the department and the minister, DG, and the entities that presented. I want to have a conversation with the South African Qualifications Authority Chair. I saw that they felt discriminated against when AG did not put them on the presentation. So I thought, let me give them a special attention today. And I've lobbied the AG next to me that next time they present in Parliament, can we please allocate 3 slides for SAQA? I'm not sure who will take the questions, maybe the board chair or anyone. Am I correct to say that the professional bodies in South Africa, both the statutory and non-statutory, they would all fall under you as per the NQF Act?
That's a difficult question to answer. They are recognized by SAQA, both statutory and non-statutory, but they don't have to be.
Oh, can you please explain that? Because
Yeah.
my follow-up questions try to see if SAQA can intervene on the bodies if it feels that there are certain practices which are outside the spirit and letter of the NQF Act.
Thank you, Honourable Lonzi. It is a difficult question to answer. It's something, that we have been reflecting on ourselves. In terms of the NQF Act, it says that SAQA will recognise a professional body. It doesn't specify, statutory or non-statutory. Will recognise a professional body should that body apply to be recognised by us in the manner we prescribe. So it doesn't say you must, but should you want to, you have to do it the way we prescribe. What this does is it creates a space where the voluntary associations, of course, want to be recognized because it gives them some kind of recognition. And the statutory councils, there are about 20 of them, don't necessarily need our recognition because they have laws on which to operate. It also limits our ability to regulate them because we recognize them for the purposes of the NQF, which really just means that we want to see that the qualifications that they provide for actually do meet our standards. As I said, it's a difficult answer. We're still reflecting on ourselves, and in fact, we have initiated a professional body review in order to deal with this thing because we are noticing that there are particularly statutory councils who have contradictory legislation where we're not able to act. And other entities, non-statutory, who might try and use the recognition in more ways than is allowable.
So if the professional body's recognition of a professional qualification is heavily reliant on the NQF Act, I struggle to understand why they wouldn't feel a need to align themselves with SAQA. Because if, for example, SAQA were to do an investigation and for argument's sake, say you believe that the engineering profession that, I think it's EXA, is not in line with NQF, then surely that would then bring down the credibility and legitimacy of that degree in South Africa.
We are not in a legislative position to do so. And again, in that example, ICSA have their own founding legislation. So regardless of what SAQA says, ICSA will continue to exist. SACE will continue to exist. SANC for nurses will continue to exist because they have their founding legislation and they sit in other departments. The only engagement that they have with us and where it is substantively required is that when you designate somebody as an engineer, we want to see that. So in terms of the data. But as I said, it's a long question. We are finding that we are not empowered.
Yeah.
That's the bottom line, that we're not empowered actually to regulate this space.
So when they do apply to be recognized by SAQA, what sort of what criteria must they meet?
I don't have that offhand, but we look at things like, do you have policies, etc., in place through which to designate? So you can't just hand it out. You know, on what basis are you saying this person is an engineer, for instance, to use that example? We look at the governance structures. Do you have governance structures in place? Do you have appeal structures in place? Because what we're looking at is the public protected? So we're looking at those sorts of spaces. We look at transformation. We look at financials for stability. That's broadly, I think, what we...
So, for example, if a professional body were to apply for recognition with SAQA, and then after your assessment, you then come off the view that they don't tick all the boxes, are you empowered to say, no, we refuse to recognize you?
Yes, we can do so.
And then your refusal to recognize a professional body doesn't have any negative impact on the bodies themselves. I mean, they can operate as rogue entities effectively.
I wouldn't want to say rogue entities. The statutory councils have their founding acts, so they don't need us in any way, shape, or form, other than, in fact, when we have this conversation with them, we ask them to be part of the conversation because we want them to be part of the ecosystem. But there's no reason for a statutory council, let's use ICSA, to have to come through us. It doesn't make them a rogue institution, though, because they have a founding act behind them. Other entities who are voluntary entities, associations, occupational bodies, etc., who do not get recognized by us, are still able to call themselves professional bodies. Because by law, there is nothing that says you may not. And this has also been part of our inputs into the further amendment bill, that we have to strengthen this space. Because if we are looking to protect the public, then we also have to look to protect the public from rogue institutions, which would generally be not the statutory institutions.
So, okay, I accept for the statutory ones because they would have their own acts of parliament that guide them. But I want to believe that at least on the non-statutory, you've got a greater leverage over those ones. Or would you agree with me?
Certainly, greater leverage is a good use of words, Honourable Lonzi. But again, the Act only says that should you wish to be recognized, you must do so you must apply to us in the manner we prescribe, and then you have to abide by the requirements. But should you not wish to do so, you can operate because you would be legally registered as a company and you would operate as a company.
So I'm struggling with this because if for statutory bodies, I understand because they've got guiding legislation. And if they act outside that legislation, then, their certificates or whatever are at risk because they've got to meet certain criteria. But now you've got these other bodies, non-statutory, that also give out some form of legislation to young graduates in South Africa. And if they don't give them, by the way, their employment is at risk. But you are suggesting to us that even when you say, okay, this non-statutory body actually does not tick all the boxes, you're suggesting to me that those people may still be allowed to hand out certificates in South Africa.
Honourable Lonzi, our qualification regulates qualifications. I mean, our Act, regulates qualifications. In 2009, professional bodies were added to this space. And I think in all honesty, this is a space that we are testing out legislatively. So we've been dealing with professional bodies from about 2012, so let's call it about 10, 12 years. We have found massive gaps in this space. So what you're raising are exactly the issues that we're raising. How do we protect the public if we don't enforce and obligate everyone to come in through these spaces? But we are not an agency, we're not a professional body agency, we're not a regulatory agency in that space. We're interested in, if you're handing out the designation and you say you are recognized, is it underpinned by a qualification? So, as I sit here now, the legislation is inadequate. It doesn't help us to manage those spaces. What we're doing to mitigate it, though, number one is to update the amendment bill. Number two is we had an independent panel, and I'm pointing at Prof. Lewin because before she came to DHET, We brought her in as an independent chair from UJ to look at the space. And some of the recommendations from that report is that we actually probably need a Professional Body Act in this country that substantively regulates the space. Because we're trying to regulate statutory councils, non-statutory councils, 2 people, 100 people, with the same thing that is not made for them. So the substantive recommendation is that we need something probably interdepartmental because it spans departments also. So when I have an issue, I can't just go to my minister. I have to go to the Department of Health. I've got to go to the Department of all these other things, right? So the recommendation actually is go and review, and perhaps we need legislation. And then the third thing we're doing is that we are creating a lot of awareness. So with DM Gondwe and our teams, we're going out there and talking to people about what they can do to safeguard themselves. It's not nearly enough. We don't have enough resources and we don't have enough power to really to hold the space.
I think I'd most certainly agree with the Professional Bodies Act, but also maybe strengthening SAQA to play a much more stronger role in that space. Because it seems for me, I mean, it's not enough to simply say, we just want to see if the qualification is fine, when the qualification itself doesn't get the graduate anywhere if the professional body doesn't put them on their register. And if a body like SAQA, which is supposed to regulate that space of the standards of our qualifications, has no role to play on whether or not this person can be considered a practicing engineer, a practicing lawyer, practicing healthcare professional, or even a practicing teacher, then to me, what is the point? Because then, I mean, someone can graduate with an engineering degree, and you guys will say, okay, yeah, we're happy with this degree, but if XSAs are not going to put you on a register, then they can't do much with that degree.
Amen, Honourable Lonzi. This is exactly what we're saying, either legislation or empowerment, because at the moment, there's just liability.
So where I wanted to go with this, I just didn't realize the problem seems to be bigger than what I thought. Because I was going at just to speak about a small problem, but we may need a broad discussion, is that these professional bodies, most of them, they expect unemployed graduates or early career, that this practice is a barrier to entry in the professional space. Because if I graduate, I get an engineering degree, and then I'm not yet practicing, I'm still looking for work. And then AXA says to me, we're only going to put you on the professional register if you pay. But I'm only going to be able to pay if I've got a job to pay. So I'm even shocked that we have to discuss it in Parliament. One would think that these bodies on their own, just using basic common sense and also a deep understanding of the history of our country and what we're trying to achieve and the socio-economic backgrounds of many young people in South Africa, would simply, just waver to say, if you're unemployed, you don't pay. Or even, because in some cases, I've interacted with teachers, they'll be employed for a period, then there'll be periods of unemployment. You can't expect that person to pay. They can then come back. So I wanted to check to what extent can the South African Qualifications Authority also then regulate, you've already answered that question, maybe let me not say regulate, play a role in joining all of us to say that let's have fair processes in that space that don't become barriers to entry for young people who want to work in the professional space.
Maybe just to respond very briefly, that is exactly what we are hoping to do, and it is an ecosystem. We can't manage it from our space, but we do need to be empowered. Our recommendations will be further legislative requirements. And I must say, entities like ICSA actually are part of the conversation. They were actually part of the review. So we made sure that we had strong statutory councils in that conversation. Because I think we all acknowledge that there are problems. We're trying to create pipelines, but we're putting up barriers at each stage. And so these are exactly the conversations we're having. I'm pleased that it is coming to Parliament because it gives us the impetus to say we actually need to act.
So I can count on the support of SAQA on this initiative.
10 out of 10.
No, thank you, SAQA. So to come to the, oh, sorry, dear.
Just to say, just for your comfort, and remember, the initiative is already there. In fact, it started with the dental discussion. So we are already discussing it. There is something that we're going to be putting together because we've just discovered with the dental CPUT issue how complicated this issue is, and we're now interrogating both the Department of Health laws, our laws, the laws of these councils to say, okay, where are the wheels falling off? What do we need to tighten? Or are there conflicts between even our own acts as different departments of government? And I think that's where we're going to see, because we're also looking at that review that was done. We're going to be see from there as to where exactly we need to then tighten. So we are at least one step ahead there.
No, I'm very happy about that, dear. And I'll make sure to keep reminding you because I know the department takes very long in its initiatives, like the Central Applications System Gazette, which was gazetted in 2019, and the department is still a step ahead. But I'll be on your neck about that one. I think the principle we all agree to it, and I'm glad when you're saying already there's an attempt to have a Professional Bodies Act or something of that nature, and then we give the South African Qualifications Authority some teeth, because we rely on them in terms of the standards of the qualifications that we're giving out to young people. So we look forward to participating in that space. I did ask a question about the CEO to the AG. Then I said maybe DG or the department will come in terms of when are we likely to see the filling of vacancies at NSF. Because I think they haven't had a CEO for a long time now. And I was linking it to Honorable Msezana's question. Oh, yes.
There were interviews that were conducted for the position of CEO. Submission was made to the Public Service and Administration, which then subsequently returned the submission owing to additional information. And that information has since been surfaced, and some more additional information has been asked for. And I think we are finalizing that. I think the acting DDG can indicate so that it goes back to public service and then to cabinet for appointment or not. So that's where we're at.
Oh, okay. No,
that's a priority.
No, because it was one of the things that was raised at AG, not only NSF actually, but generally the vacancies that we see across the sector. I wonder if the department has counted how much money gets to be sent back to Treasury as a result of these vacancies not being filled. Because I imagine there's a certain amount that the department would allocate to say that these must cover the people who are supposed to be doing this work. And then that work gets sent back because you take a CFO and you make it the acting CEO, and you take a CEO and you're making, and all of that. So I wonder if the department has done those numbers, Minister. If not, we can always submit it at a later stage.
I think the DG can respond to that or commit as to when we can give the responses. But specifically with the NSF, part of the problem was not just with the acting CEO. Part of the problem included capacity from below. So the longest process with the NSF was at initiation, and they needed capacity there. But also the fact that the initiators of the projects also had to double up to provide support for training providers. Otherwise we will have all this audits and stuff. But I think that issue may now be resolved through the introduction of the digital system, and we hope we'll see some improvements. And also that because of the directive that was imposed by Minister Nzimande some few years ago, which we've now reviewed, which meant that proposals go throughout the system to the minister, who approves and then gets back, and then again throughout the system back to the DG. So we've now short-circuited that process. We've delegated some authority to both the DG and the acting CEO, and whoever will be CEO, so that there should be a level of flexibility. I mean, the NSF CEO couldn't even sign for toilet paper. So we've remedied that, and we hope that it will help accelerate and unblock some of the challenges. So those two elements, so capacity below, especially at initiation level, but also delegation in terms of authority. We're hoping to see some movement, with regards to the NSF, plus, of course, accelerating the appointment of the CEO. DG?
DG, you uthatha powers the toilet paper. I'm playing.
No. Firstly, let me confirm because the minister, I think, has responded to the question, especially the one on the appointment, and we are on it. I've seen it personally, the submission that has been firmed up to respond to DPSA. And so we expect that once it gets there, we will have an appointment, because it's no longer in our hands. Remember, it was in the first place a cabinet process to interview the CEO. It was not even in the department's hand. We were just a secretariat of that process. So I'm confident that with the intervention by the minister, we are going to get this sorted. Yeah.
Last two, Chair. The first one is that the DG had promised to give us the amendments. When can we expect that, DG? Even if you give us the rough draft, because we really want to participate in that process. So maybe if there's pressure to give us a finished product, you don't necessarily have to, so that we can start assisting the department in those amendments in the acts. And
okay, we are working on the deadline of the 31st of March, and we are already exceeded that deadline now, and our legal team is finalizing their submission. There's a lot of work that we've hired additional people and expertise to help us to process it, so that we submit to the minister. I believe that within the next 4 weeks we will be done and ready to submit to Parliament.
Please, DG, 4 weeks, maybe 4 weeks. I want to put a schedule there in the Higher Education Act, very progressive schedule. You like it. Yeah. So if in 4 weeks we can get it, we'd really appreciate. It doesn't have to be perfect, even if it's a rough sketch. Okay. And then, Minister, when are we going to get the sites for the Ekurhuleni University? That's my last question, Chair. Just a site visit to go and, even if there is just land or grass, there's no building, there's nothing, so that we can see that there is something here. Just a site, Minister.
We must actually also go to Guyana, where we've made some progress. It's the DG's crown. But the Ekurhuleni municipality metro has I think for years now designated some areas, but I think what we have now is, I think the last time we spoke, we said we're putting in place a project manager, and then they'll help us, finalize all of those things. I have committed to the mayor of Ekurhuleni that we will go and see those sites. It's multiple sites that they'd identified. You know, so surely I think we should take you along. To go with you. Yeah, okay, thanks.
Yeah, so the question they did not ask, they did not answer, Honorable Loans, was coming from you was, have they quantified how much we take back to Treasury on vacant position? Last year, at the end of, no, I'll answer this one because I know it. Last year, by the end of the financial year of the 24-25, for 2 years, 23-24 and 24-25, it was 680 million. In the 24-25, it was 140, and 23-24, it was the balance. So from it was 440 million, which they did not spend the year before, and it went to 140 million last. But the total was 580 million. When we asked them when we're doing this process, because it was picked up by the AG, I know Deputy Minister Gondwe even went on TV about it, about the 600 and, or the 680 or 58. No, you went on TV and said we should have built infrastructure, and I said, how can you build infrastructure with the compensation of employees' salaries? So I'm hoping that this time it will be better, because at least at the time, at least in the entire Eastern Cape, there was no permanent principal. We had only actings. Now we have almost all of them appointed. And I know the department would have been trying to, including in Gauteng, you'll hear that people are being interviewed. In KwaZulu-Natal, I know people are not being interviewed in Sazan.
You
In
have too much
KwaZulu-Natal.
detail, Chairperson.
No, I'm just saying there's been some movement. But the AG will tell us how much they've taken back. The excuse the department brings all the time is that before they appoint, they need concurrence of DPSA. But you know this from the beginning. So now you have applied for a budget that we are going to pass next month. You know that you have vacancies of X, Y, and Z. You know before you fill them, you need concurrence of DPSA. So you must not wait until it's December. Then you advertise in December, and then you can't fill in January, because now all departments write to DPSA and say, give us concurrence on one. Then you come back to us and say, we could not appoint because of DPSA, when we knew it's your fault because you had the approval from 1 April already. Now you know all the positions you can fill. But if you can't fill them now, and then you wait for December, you're not going to fill them, and then the excuse will be, no, we did not get a concurrence from DPSA. So I'm hoping that they will do better now, so they will not wait. We had said to them when we went in January on oversight that a lot of our institutions, there's a lot of actings, especially on TVETs, because they take principals of TVET, they make them regional managers, acting. So they don't appoint them. There are regional managers who have been acting for 3-4 years. So you don't appoint regional managers. Because you don't appoint regional managers, you can't appoint principals, because those positions are filled, even though they are not filled physically because the principal is acting somewhere. Then you can't appoint the deputy principal who's acting as a principal, because his position as a deputy principal is filled. So we did say to them, we sent a suggestion to them, or we resolved that when we were on oversight, that at least by end of June, beginning of July, regional managers' posts should be filled, so that we are able to see where are the vacancies appearing on the system. And then by end of September, if there were vacancies of principal, they should be filled by end of September, so that at least we move to a point where we can breathe and say there's stability in the system. So now we are now able to hold a person accountable for not meeting targets. We say, my principal, you can't complain. You have all your SMTs in place. You've got deputy principals of everything, but you are not meeting targets. So we are able to hold people accountable. Now, the problem we have is that the TVET system, Minister, which we agree with you that we should fund better, but we should make it look like a tertiary institution. Must look like a tertiary institution. The output of a TVET system should be able to attract students for us. Students should not want to go to TVET only when they don't get spaces at universities, but they are going to do so if we are unable to perform properly here. And the excuse of our people who are leading here is always saying, no, we don't have capacity. You know, I don't have deputy principal finance, and therefore the quality of the statements that I've submitted to AG or to whoever is auditing me on behalf of the AG, they were poor because I don't have capacity. I don't have deputy principal. So I'm hoping that acting DDG of a corporate, that we're moving to stabilizing the system there, because if not, every year it can't be that we speak the same thing, that, hey, we don't have capacity. I know for a fact, Prof. Lewin, that at your directorate of university, you are literally, you are few there, you are skeleton. I don't know how many resignations you've had there, because people are just given task of 10 people. They are not going to, they must also on weekends go watch Pirates win. They can't, because they must work hard, because they've got so many piles of, they are doing jobs for many people. And therefore they end up resigning from the department. So we're hoping that all CET, the same TVETs, let's make sure that even in the department, we're capacitated enough to help our institutions. It will be impossible to expect the DDG to hold all university accountable, to support them when they need. It's going to be an extreme. She must have a team in the department of, by the way, funded posts that we must fill. And therefore, this year I'm hoping that the money will be less, that goes back to Treasury. But the past 2 years combined was 580 million that they turned back. I was very angry at them, personally, that you can't, we're not going to perform our tasks properly if we're unable to fill our thing. Let me give you Dr. Christians. No, I've answered for you, Dr. Sish. I'm giving Dr. Christians.
Thank you, Chairperson. So I just want to speak about the APP credibility as outlined by the AG, and specifically Program 2, where they mentioned new universities and new community learning centers. So it was reported in 2023-24 that 2 new universities were approved. But now it is reported that Treasury withdrew the earmarked funding, and that Cabinet actually recommended private funding. And so the target is now technically on hold. And that establishment process still needs to be finalized. So with the CLCs as well, the community learning centers, there was a center supposed to be built in Gauteng, Northern Cape, KwaZulu-Natal, and the Western Cape. But the area of overachievement states clearly that no CLCs were built. And the reasons there were given that there were changes in construction sites, procurement challenges, and independent development trusts. So technically there were no CLCs built, and the universities are on hold or to be finalized. So my question really is that how long have these CLC projects been in the pipeline? How much has been spent to date? And at what point does the department intervene against the implementing agent rather than rolling the target over from year to year? That were the CLCs. And then with the two new universities, so the department is really saying that the project has been approved for implementation. So when will the funding be secured and when will that project then be achieved? It's now been overstated. What are the new timelines? What now happens to the APP? And has any expenditure actually been incurred with any of those projects?
Thanks, Chair. On the two universities, there have been no expenditure as far as I know, Chair. So nothing from that perspective. On the CETs, the three I think the members made reference to, the Eastern Cape, Gauteng, and Northern Cape, the other one. I don't have the exact figures, but I can get that for ourselves. And I think it also links to how long the projects have been ongoing, Chairs, just to give you that feedback in writing, because I don't have it off cuff.
So I think, and the real question is really the progress on these projects. Besides the money that has been spent or not spent, will these APPs actually be achieved at the end of the day? And the completion of these projects, will they be on track? And will the department in the next few years be able to say to us that we now have 4 new learning centers and 2 new universities? And I think that's maybe a question for maybe the DG.
Thank you, Doc. I think the minister has been very clear, and that in the area of infrastructure, we need to improve. Now, what have we done to improve the capacity of implementing our projects? We have identified implementing agents. We reported this in the past, but I think it's important. We can only see their performance when projects start rolling out. But we've been interrupted by the Treasury reduction of funding to this infrastructure. They are desperate institutions. I am happy to report that beyond 12 new campuses in TVET colleges, the Kiani campus phase 1 is complete. And we are now going to phase 2 and phase 3. In those areas where we've been able to roll out infrastructure, I'm happy. But the biggest constraint, Doc, in the rollout of infrastructure in our department has been the fact that perhaps we need to improve controls when it comes to transfers to universities in particular, because that is where most of the slow progress is achieved. I was happy yesterday when the Stellenbosch University reported successful completion of a 1 billion worth of a project there. And there are pockets of excellence. We are going to use those to inspire and model the rest of the system. But it still becomes a difficult issue for us, I must say. Honorable members, we are watching this. We are determined to, you can see how we've crafted our projects. We have identified 3 CLCs in 3 provinces, unlike in the past when we actually thought we could roll out in the 9 provinces. So we feel that the targets are within the capacity that we have. And we hope we will do better than the minimum that we have submitted.
Just the short answer is that historically we had infrastructure capacity in the TVET, in the university, and broadly in the department. Capacity which has been depleted, which we're rebuilding. So that's the first thing. So even if we're managing an external implementing agent, we need to have that capacity to make sure that the reports that they give us are credible, and the progress that they are indicating is also, actually what is actually happening on site. So we're building that capacity. That's the first thing. And then the second thing is, and I think you've asked us a question to this effect, is that we are committing to present an infrastructure framework for the PSET sector, which would mean that over and above these projects, I think the President was quite clear, and we've already had discussions with the Minister of Finance around the 2 new universities, expansion of TVETs, and also expansion of, infrastructure in terms of community colleges. So there is that discussion. So that infrastructure framework will have to also guide in terms of what partnership we need, what internal capacity we need, and so on. We've asked the construction SETA to also help us in, building up that type of a framework for the whole sector. So what is different now is that, that internal capacity that had been depleted, which we'd use to build now 12 TVET colleges, 2 new universities, we're trying to rebuild that so that we get back, into that.
No, thank you, Minister and DG. I think that, even when we do our oversight, that infrastructure and how the funds are spent and the accountability and the responsibility of completing projects really presents a problem to the country. So I think it's good that there's a renewed focus on completion of projects. And we'll certainly be, obviously, we'll be having a look at the APPs and when you come and give us feedback again in the future. I think for me, Program 3 as well, where you touched on the fee regulatory framework. And, the question is, why is it still in a draft format? So your Program 3 showed that that framework was still being developed, or it was developed and submitted to the Minister on the 31st of December 2024 already. So your 26-27 target is still in a draft. And I think that's problematic because according to a previous submission, it was developed and submitted. And now it is in a draft framework, which has also been submitted to the Minister for consideration and public comment by the 31st of March 2027. So the question really is, why is the department still reporting movement around a draft framework more than 2 years later after submitting it, when the fee regulation is central to affordability, university stability, and of course, very problematic student debt?
Yeah, it's a real difficult question to answer, but I'm going to give you the facts. The difficulty that we've had in the last 2 years is that we cannot agree with universities because to USAF, the function for fee determination is a university, is an institutional responsibility and not of the department. So the deadlock in that area just makes it impossible to move forward. But the reason we are optimistic this time is because we have taken the legislation out there for review, and this issue has become now a matter that is public rather than just restricted to what we can agree with the institutions. they have valid reasons for thinking that if the department were to be given power to determine in the framework what are the fees is going, it's a fundamental issue of access that is not an easy matter where you could just write a law and it is agreed. There is determination on both sides, because I'm not reporting negatively about the position of USAF. I'm merely saying that from their point of view, they feel that the autonomy of institutions give them the right to make determination. Now, how have we been dealing with this matter all the years? All these years, what would have happened is that the minister, every October, would write guidelines to universities, and those are merely the guidelines. And that's what the framework is trying to fix, to say it is not enough. In most of the time, or maybe some of the time, the institutions would respond positively to the minister's guidelines. But there are those universities that would be an exception. Unfortunately, those universities are the ones that are the largest and comprehensive universities that takes most of the learners. And therefore, their non-compliance to the guidelines of the minister undermines our effort to improve access to education. So this matter is not just the document, it is a fundamental issue of access. You will recall that last year, the minister suggested that there shall be no increase in the university fees, and that led to almost the department having to go to court, and we have had to reconsider our position in this regard. So you can actually see, as a department, we have not stopped to push for a situation where we are able to make a determination, because we feel that as a department we are in a better position to help the country towards an equitable kind of dispensation. But institutions also are making strong submissions of costs on their part. And so the matter is a fundamental South African issue that all of us should feel that we need to deal with. Now, the minister has done something that's different from the other years by calling all the stakeholders this year to meet and discuss what should be the guidelines for next year. And this time around, institutions have actually agreed in principle on and what could be and that's giving us the positive sense that this matter is actually going to be resolved, because we are not just advancing departmental interests, we are advancing interests of our students, and we are advancing issues of access to quality. And the draft document is agreed upon, and it's supported by even those who had opposed this work at its initial stages. It gives me hope that we are meeting somewhere in how this is being dealt with.
No, DG, I think that is really good to hear that it is eventually in the final stages. What would you say, what was the most unresolved policy that you were battling with? And do you foresee in the future that that problem will not return again? Was it, with regard to fees? Was it with regards to access? What was the university's main blockage that they were experiencing?
Definitely fees. And I can give you an example of the comprehensive student funding model, which has been taken to cabinet twice. So if you want to measure the effort of the department, you can actually see the number of times we've taken to cabinet firm proposals which have actually been accepted by cabinet. And that is why currently the draft comprehensive student model has been approved and is currently in place. But the problem with it is that it still says that for the next 10 years we must negotiate the positions that are crucial, and that is actually the fundamental issue, because to us the issue is to resolve financial issues and access now. 10 years is just too many years ahead. So to answer your question directly, it's actually the issue of funds. But what is that about? It is about access. Whereas we have achieved physical access to education in our country, but access to quality has still been the biggest issue. That is why in certain programs, like earlier on, the question about the loans, and NSFAS, what actually stands on our way is because the issue of the loans speak to the issue of those who don't fall within the band of the grant, your missing middle and even beyond that point, and so that becomes the fundamental issue, of funding that South Africa must resolve. If you ask me, South Africa must make a choice about education. This is not a matter which education on its own can resolve. It's a matter that government broadly must resolve. And if you ask how much are we funding SAQA with, how much are we funding QCTO, some of our entities that are really excelling in terms of their performance, all of us would vote for additional funds for them. But we must get that money from somewhere. Unfortunately, those are the competing priorities that the minister is and this committee in particular is confronted with that responsibility. I feel sad when money has got to be taken back to Treasury, Honorable Lonzi. I know that it's not justifiable that 0.1% of your budget is taken back to Treasury. Because 0.1 means 99.9% of your budget has been spent. But 0.1 of 150 billion is 500 million. 500 million is just not acceptable as an amount that has not been spent. We presented to Parliament a plan for filling of our vacancies, and which therefore means when we commit today, we are not committing we are committing something that is in the plan, and we trust that that plan, as we present updated reports to Parliament, you will see the improvement in the filling of vacancies as it were.
Thanks, DG.
You can calculate 157 billion and 400.
Yeah.
It's actually 99.9.
Yeah, no, I think DG had that one worked out before he came. DG ended with with speaking about NSFAS and funding and money being returned. I think lastly, I just want to ask a question about the NSFAS remedial action plan. We've also spoken at length about the turnaround strategy of NSFAS and the NSFAS remedial plan action. So the AG's review gives a very specific example. The indicated definition for NSFAS remedial action plan suggests that the Department of Higher Education and Training will assist NSFAS with a draft comprehensive time-bound plan. But the means of verification is merely that the remedial action plan be signed by NSFAS by the board by the 30th of June 2026. So, all these plans are being developed or in the pipeline with NSFAS, the remedial action plan, the turnaround strategy, but we never get to see the end product of this. And really my question is, why is the means of verification only a signed plan when the indicated definition implies actual oversight, adequacy testing, and the implementation monitoring? Also, a follow-up to the DHET, when will you amend this indicator so that Parliament receives the actual implementation report with milestones, with who are the responsible officials, what are the financial controls, what is the consequence management, not only a document that is signed by the board, but a complete document with all those indicators.
The last part of your question is the most difficult, Honourable Member, because I was going to say before you said that, I was going to say it must give comfort to Parliament that this document has already been to Cabinet. So we are not just talking about a document which is in our desktops. It's a document that has been to Cabinet, but it is Cabinet's decision that the board must endorse it. Because at the time we submitted it, it had not been endorsed by the board. That's why, and that's what informed the dates. Because we were sure that with the board being there, there's enough time for them to take it through their processes, and because we had already seen the document and we are comfortable with the document. But it would be artificial to see the effort of the department in fixing NSFAS as only about the turnaround strategy. When you know that we have a Balintulo report, which we published how many years now? We had the Balim, Professor Balim report. Every CEO we appoint at NSFAS, I give them these two reports to read. And I say to them, all you need is to implement these reports and NSFAS will turn around because of how comprehensive and detailed they are in dealing with the issues of NSFAS. So the guidelines and guidance we've given to NSFAS over the years, you could see the quality of people we've appointed to NSFAS as leaders. At some point, top accountants. At some point, we took a head hunch of FNB, Ngasane, and appointed him the chief. At some point, we put professor. We said, no, let's leave the accountants now. Let's go to academics. We went to Professor Van Staden, who was the. So you can't say the department hasn't applied itself in the matter. It is a matter that requires us to look at it. I don't know how, but I think perhaps the model itself is the issue and not the people and not the determination of the department, not the oversight, but it is a different model that we have dealt with. The example is that after 2018, when we decided it's now no longer a grant, it's a loan. It's no longer a loan, it's a grant. All system needed to change to allow to, we can't, in my mind, to use the same model that we used to dispense a loan and in dispensing grants is actually the fundamental matter that needs us to work together with our stakeholders, and it's not about the people we appoint there, except those who are criminals who needs to be taken to jail for whatever it is that they're doing.
Chairperson, I just need to ask the Minister then, with the board in disarray at the moment then, and not properly constituted, what is your thoughts then on the signing of this remedial action plan and, actually implementation and so on? Do you think it will be delayed, or do you think it's a matter that will be resolved shortly?
Well, it should be resolved shortly, very, very shortly. But I think the point is that we are aware of the challenges at the NSFAS with the resignation of the interim chair and deputy chair. And we are consulting with each of the remaining members, and we will be hearing from them. I think we've asked them to respond by tomorrow. And I think from there we'll determine the next steps forward. as to what needs to be done. And so that issue of stabilizing the NSFAS should be done, the board should be done as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Christians. SAQA, this Project Phoenix, maybe let's start from the beginning, Honorable Mseza. How did it come about? Project Phoenix CEO.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. We started our digitization project called Project Phoenix shortly after COVID. It was the retrenchment, as you said, of 80 plus people, and it was our hope that it would be a short-term strategy. I think, like the rest of the world, we realized that you can't replace people with technology, but we do need the technology to help the people work better. So we continue to invest in it, but it was really on the basis of trying to be more efficient and do the work that we needed to do quicker.
Okay. It's not the right answer, but we'll take it. So this project minister that South African qualification is busy with, if it can be fully implemented, it will help us with a lot of things. The speed at which they will be able to verify qualifications will be very fast. So we may need a situation where we might need to look for funds in the system to support this program. But let me tell you the benefits of having this program fully fledged is that you will not get a situation where, so in my other capacity, I serve in the Portfolio Committee of Sports, Arts and Culture now. A few years ago, about 4 years ago now, there's a guy who was hired by RIM. RIM is Robben Island Museum. He was hired as a CFO by RIM. And then 2-3 years into the job, they realized that the guy misrepresented the qualification. Said it was appointed, he was a SAQA person. Then when they checked, SAQA said, this one we don't know you. But if you have a project like this that is fully functional, fully, what we do, we then go to cabinet. We send the minister to cabinet with the Director-General to say all government departments must verify their qualification through SAQA, because SAQA, it's a government entity. I don't understand why government official or government department verifies their qualifications with the private entity. So the same government does not have confidence in their own ability. It can be. Currently, I understand there might be a problem of capacity internally. If you get huge volumes of both local and international qualifications to verify, you might struggle. I mean, the CEO was, the CEO I was struggling to get a verification of a qualification of one of the people who have written to me. But because they were appearing today the verification came. Because they were anticipating that we'll ask, why are we not? But once the Project Phoenix, once the Project Phoenix is done correctly, it will have capacity to verify thousands per hour, all right? because all you need to do is to code it with an algorithm that says South African qualifications you identify this way. This will be the institution. This will you check with the certificate number, whatever the case may be. You put that algorithm there, then it on its own it tells you whether the certificate is valid or not in a matter of minutes, right? So I'm lobbying your minister to find money in the system so that they're able to to finish this project, Project Phoenix. And then you will, after it's done, we've tested it that it's working. We don't go to cabinet. Cabinet must have a cabinet decision that says all government institutions, departments, entities, we make it law. You must verify your qualifications. If a university, Dr. Prof. Lewin, wants to hire me from University of Zimbabwe or University of Zambia, it must be law that that university must verify through SAQA. Because, with the information that we have requested from you, we're going to get a lot of things there. Already Home Affairs has told us that some of the work visas that our people have in these institutions are fake. And we're going to get a lot of things there. And that is why we're not surprised today that we had a very good meeting yesterday, Minister, with Stellenbosch University. Very good meeting. The leadership there, very sober, accepts where they are wrong, take advice, and they, show us where our views have, probably short-sightedness, and very proper meeting. We asked them to give us, a table of foreign nationals employed there. They went further. They even showed us from their own, because this is what we said you are going to find. We said some of the people who are foreign nationals who are employed in our institutions of higher learning are not employed on scarce skills. We told you. But we said to you, we don't want you to take our word for it. Go and put the information in this format. It came in the presentation yesterday. Some of them only have matric, some of them only have diploma, some of them only have degrees, and all of that. You see, those people are very honest. They even tell you how many. And they'll tell you these are the ones of scarce skills. These are in administration, non-scarce skills. So very honest. Something that we've told you it's happening. But because, sometimes universities don't want to be told the truth. I told them, they wrote to us 4 opinion pieces on why it is important to have internationalization. When we said, we agree we need internationalization, then they go and respond. We then ask a question. Did you follow the law or are you, the people that we have appointed, are they doing, or are they appointed in scarce skills? Instead of responding to that question, they give us thesis on why it is important. And I told them, I'll give them 0. If I was an academic, I'll give them 0 for responding to the wrong question. Because they're not responding to what we're asking. And there's no need to lobby us on why internationalization is good. We agree with it. It's a policy framework that we support. But we are saying it must be within the confines of the law. Today, Minister Yusuf released a statement after our very beautiful meeting yesterday. They released a statement today, literally insinuating that this portfolio committee was xenophobic. That's what they're insinuating. I read with the most disrespectful words that they are using in their statement. I was trying to lobby members during lunch that because we have a space on the 13th of May, let's call them, let's have a discussion with Yusuf about this policy framework on internationalization, because firstly they are misleading South Africans. They are saying literally we're xenophobic when we are saying when you appoint, maybe let me make an example about you, Dr. Christians, because I know you'll understand that it's an example. We are not saying the Department of Basic Education does not need textbooks. We're saying they need them. Now, it's not a number that must come from nowhere. Because you're saying the critical skills list says our numbers of shortages of engineers have increased by this much. And in order for us to close it, we may need to put resources in these universities to produce this number of engineers. So that's what an APP, in my mind, looks like. You conceive it that way, right? But so in the TVET section, I was opening program 4, TVET. What is the problem with the TVETs? One, let's leave infrastructure, because DDG Gaza will say no, they don't have capacity to implement it, and therefore, and then DG will come and say it was a ministerial delay. So let's leave infrastructure. But what is the problem at TVETs? You'll say certification. We take long to certificate. And the problem with that is that people are unable to get employment. So there should be somewhere a target that says, let's improve our certification. If it means we must have an agreement with Umalusi and CETA to make sure that certificates are taken out on time, let's do so. There's nothing about that. Two, we have a high number of TVET graduates, Minister, who are unemployed. Sorry, because they've not finalized their work integrated learning. So they do 3 years, 18 months in a classroom and 18 months at work. So the 18 months at work, most of the times we don't have it on, many of them, I mean, when we went to Eastern Cape, PE TVET College, and then the following day we went to VWO, there in Etenech. People that we spoke to, they said, we have people who have been studying this thing. They are at home because the institution has not gotten them a work integrated. So the 18 months that they're supposed to do working, they sit at home without doing it. So they can't get their diploma because they've not finished, they've not satisfied the, the thing of getting a degree or a diploma. So what is the problem? It's work integrated or partnerships that we must do. There's nothing here, DDG, that says, as the department, let's go and make sure that all TVET, all 50 TVET colleges have got at least 4 or 5 partnerships for this work integrated learning. And how are we, so the APP that we are, is not going to, so next year we're still going to have the same problem. So the APP should have, in my view, responded to that. I'm very happy with item 22 that you are saying by end of March next year, you want us, you want agricultural colleges to be declared higher education colleges. Very progressive. Let me tell that's probably one of your most progressive APP. I hope you are going to obviously meet the deadline, but this is one of the most progressive ones because these agricultural colleges that have been situated in provinces have not been productive enough. They've not been helpful. So they'll come here. One, the students at least who study here, they will now be eligible for NSFAS funding. So the throughput rate is likely going to improve because now these students are going to attend. Because the problem was they can't attend, they don't have money to go to these things and all of that. Maybe you should have also thought about nursing colleges in the same breath to say, yes, we're bringing agricultural colleges, but also let's put nursing colleges so that you don't, as it is, as progressive as this one is, nursing colleges are going to say we're discriminated against. So instead of us having a positive discussion, we're likely going to have a negative discussion. Like I said, I don't want Minister to go to the issue of Higher Education Act, the issue of Skills Development Act. We all agree that the acts as they are, DG. By the way, last year when you brought this thing, I told you you won't reach the 31 March deadline. I told you, I said, I'm a patient person. I want to be patient with you, but next year, April, when we talk about these things, you will not have reached the target. I told you, because we don't have strong capacity in the department to help you guys. And I'm not saying capacity, I'm not undermining individual capacity. I'm saying human capacity to help you in the department. And there were members who had said, maybe consider bringing in consultants to help you because there was those problem with consultants is that they will be lobbied to propose something that I agree, we live in a lobbying space. So they will be lobbied to put in their own clauses there. My worry with the deadlines or how we've put the APP now is that it makes it very difficult because we had our own APP and our own APP that we developed at our strategic session in Caledon was that by the beginning of July or so, we will start the process of amending that act ourselves. So we're going to apply to Parliament to go to these institutions for public comments. So Dr. Lewin, you must tell them, those ones are going to come, and I've always say, whatever you are, I think I agree with Honorable Loans, bring us as draft as it is. We will look at it, and then what we are going to do, because we want to take it for public comments as a bill, the Higher Education Act, Higher Education Bill, and the Skills Development. What we want, there are certain clauses that, for an example, we don't agree that the minister can only intervene at universities from Section 43 and Section 44. That's too late. Let me tell you what is the Act saying now, Minister. It says to you, as a minister, you see, you are approaching your house. You see smoke coming out of your house, and you have family inside the house. You can't call for backup. That's what the Act says. It says you must wait to see the house burning down, and once you are sure that somebody has died inside through fire or smoke, you can then call for help. So that's what the Act says. It says you can only intervene once there is collapse, there is proven threat, there is proven, well, I want to quote it verbatim, but it says once you can prove that there is a collapse of governance. That is the first one. So it says you must prove first that a person died. So if you are saying a person is dying, or there is a collapse of governance happening now, the Act says, no, Minister, wait. You can't intervene. That's what it says. It says you must you must prove that there is financial mismanagement. So when you see people being arrested for getting bribes at University of Fort Hare, you can't do anything. There's 18 people there arrested, but 19 million money of university being paid to people's accounts there. It says no. The Act says no, you can't do anything. Wait. Let them be arrested and be convicted. Then come back. Who are you going to put under administration because they will be in jail? So the Act as it is not assisting us. So, and I'm telling you that those are the intervention of the department and the ministry. What we want is to enforce, to make it have teeth. Right? So I'm saying it so that even those ones of universities who don't want us to do this, I'm telling them, we're going to go to them, listen to them, wait for them to mobilize themselves, tell us, no, institutional autonomy, what, and then we'll say, okay, academic freedom, yes. You know, we continue them, then we'll lobby our own people on the ground to support us. I want to tell them because we can't wait for the system to collapse before we do anything. So you, DG, taking long with this thing is creating more problems for us. Because now we must now change our own APPs. Because we put it because we took it that you said by 31 March 2026, we'll have these things. Now we don't have it. So it's something that us and members were then going to look at. We accept your APP with a pinch of salt because the AG says this process that they've started has yielded some results. But what worries me, Minister, is when the AG says on skills development, for an example, and that's what earlier on I said, we should have had the DDG here. On skills development, there are sitters who did not go and rectify the issue of the output indicators, the improvement of the output indicators. It's a worrying trend. I've personally raised an issue of having a target of intake. That's very easy. To go recruit unemployed people to teach, to educate them or to skill them, it's very easy. I can do it tomorrow myself. I can go to 10 townships and bring you 5,000 people. Tell them, listen, Wena will put you on a program of electrical. Wena, you see your hands are strong, mechanical. You know, Wena this and that. I can get them tomorrow. Why must we look at, when we say the entity has achieved 90% it means we're talking about the input. No, we must change from that. It must be on the output. So when we say 70%, it must be 70% on the output. Because currently we are saying, depending on the number of learners we are able to recruit, I'm giving you 90%. 90% they are in. In fact, I'm happy, by the way, that Mercita, they are changing their business model. Mercita, by the way, was leaking money. Yeah? Barry, they sign an SLA with you. Barry, want you to train 5,000 people. Once you sign the contract, they pay you 25%. Kere, 20, for what? For signing. Kere, hey, kere, maybe you are using pens that are made of gold. So we're paying for that ink of that pen. Unnecessary. Then they pay you what they call it the second tranche. Another 25% once you load students on the system. So without lifting a finger, without doing the core business of why you have a contract, you have already been paid 50%. And so how we're measuring their performance is the same thing. Just for them to put students on the system, we say good. No. We must say good on them indicating that they've given us value for money, for what we have put there. And if maybe it's an issue that we must lobby with the AG straight to say how we measure performance. Last week we had a meeting with the office to give us a global picture of all audits in municipalities, entities, and all of that. And we raised some of our issues with the AG that we make it easier for entities to get these targets, because we are saying the easiest way of just putting people attending the meeting here. So instead of saying, yeah, let me look at who has not spoken, DDG Gas, making an example of SAQA. DDG Gaza will get 100% from your AG for attendance. Maria, she has not spoken. Instead, on spoken it's 0, but you don't record it as such. So on performance, it should not be attendance. Attendance is a bare minimum. It should be your contribution. So when you measure performance, it should be on contribution. What have you done? So we must have a conversation, because these cities are always going to have 90, 95, 85, but there is 10% of the people who are graduating from these things. And that is why when we had a conversation with that Mercita minister, we said, on this program, go and you had 8,000 people. That's what you said. Go and get us, where are these people? They came back to us with about 400 that, no, we only managed to get 400. Why? Because there were about 800 only. From 8,000, there were about 800 that graduated from that program. But the report, if you read it, says 100% achievement, performance. But it's 100 performance of what? Registration on the system. It can't be. So maybe let's fix that thing so that we are very impactful moving forward. So you want to say something? Did you want to close from here now? Because you want to say something? Okay, you can say something. I'm going to close after here. You can. Yeah, we'll.
Yeah. Chair, thank you, because we value the opportunity to, at the end, say something, because sometimes after members would have asked questions, there will be those questions that we don't feel we've done justice in responding, but on second, third, we think. So I appreciate the opportunity. But the reason for me to raise my hand is because There are those areas the AG has raised in the document that the AG feels still some work still needs to be done. But also in our own internal conversation with the minister and the deputy ministers, we have also identified other matters because the document is alive. We're not submitting something which we own this product. We know its strengths and weaknesses. Even if you had said everything is fine, we will still feel that there is somewhere we can improve. So those areas, even if they are minor from certain people's point of view, we will still raise them and we would like to commit to that process. And I've got a list of them. You know, one of them, which was strongly raised by the minister yesterday, was SONA commitments. Those are issues which we are alive to. That is why we're personal about the work we are doing, because we're putting everything we can to make sure that it is a document that is meaningful to the sector, not only to us who are leaders of the sector. Mandatory grant issue in terms of the increase of the levy from 20 to 40%. We feel that somehow in the way we have articulated it, we can nuance it to be realistic in terms of what it is we're doing. So there are issues which, when we sit with the AG, as the AG also would have heard how we responded, we will still be able to refine. So our commitment is to do that, and appreciate the fact that significantly, truly, this submission in our mind shows that we pay attention to what Parliament says, and we pay attention to what the HE has said. Thank you.
Yeah. Prof. Lewin, I'm worried about this infrastructure of universities, TVETs, and CETs being at planning branch, because when we ask you a question later on about you are supposed to liaise with universities on their programs, including the infrastructure, but it's not in your department, for an example. It's under planning. You would have a big problem holding universities accountable there, but also assisting them in this program, because it's now, and planning has confirmed to us more than once that the capacity constraint in the department, in the branch, makes it difficult for them to be all over. Now, if we are to achieve these things, we might, Minister, need to really rethink about the infrastructure being centralized at planning, when a different DDG is supposed to respond to it. It will be very difficult, DG. Maybe think about it. I know you have views on it, DG. Let's not canvass them now. But yeah, but I'm just saying, I'm just thinking about these DDGs of CET, TVET, and universities who are then expected to respond or to report on progress that it's not on their performance indicator. It's outside. Now they're supposed to report on something that we can't judge their involvement or the delivery. You know, that's where sometimes we have them utilizing money to go and check these projects, and then tomorrow we ask, but why are your targets achieved 50% but money spent 100%? It's because of overlapping things like this. They are expected to utilize the department money to monitor indicators that are not under their so maybe think about it, because it really does not help us. Okay, DDG Gas, I know you, now I think I made a wrong example earlier by saying you have not said anything. And now you want to speak so that you're, okay, let's hear you, DDG. We want to close there. I'll give you after.
Mm, no, thank you very much, Chair. I
It's
think
insubordination to refuse your boss to take an instruction from your boss. Our boss says, can she speak on your behalf? You say no.
I didn't say no.
Oh, okay. No, I'm joking.
I think that I would like to reiterate the point that the minister made earlier on, that the president was very specific about ensuring that the PSET system comes forward with a PSET infrastructure framework, and that articulates how we will capacitate ourselves moving forward. And that would ensure that in many ways we outline all the initiatives for infrastructure that can be achieved within this particular APP period. And specifically, the minister spoke to the construction sector, and in the main, Chair, over the next couple of months, we will be working aggressively, guided by the minister's office and the capacity that he would be bringing in to make sure that we work together as EXCO and guided by a political structure to make sure that we deliver on infrastructure. Just to mention as I wrap up, because I really don't want to be long, we did have a system before whereby as DDGs we set and oversaw the implementation of infrastructure. I would chair that particular team, and specifically my fellow colleague Prof. Levine was in the department at the time, and how we handled it together with DDG Zungu was there was never an instance whereby we would meet with either VCs of universities and principals of TVETs in the absence of each other. Even the ministerial letters to the VCs of universities would probably come from both the two of us as indicating allocations for extensions, for example, of the PE School of Medicine, and any of the allocations for the TVET infrastructure. Let me stop there, Chair, and thank you for the opportunity just to re-emphasize the points that were made earlier on. Thank you, DG, for the opportunity.
No, thank you. DDG Zungu?
No, thanks, Chair. I just wanted to indicate that the two points that you've raised around certification as well as the will, on the certification, it's on slide 20, where we are talking about the certification or issuing of certificates, but also on the issue of will is covered under systems targets. That will be slide 27 and 28. There are two targets there, target number 3 and target number 18. But they happen to fall under program 5, not under program 4. So those are covered, Chair.
Okay. So you are saying certification of TVET colleges falls under a different program?
No, Chair, the will.
The will?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it falls under skills?
It falls under skills, Chair, because they are the ones who are funding the stipends. So there has been a duplicate reporting where we report, but also sitters will report on the same number. So the agreement was that the sitters will then take over and report on that target.
Okay. Yes. Okay. Do you want to say anything? I want us to close now. Minister. You see, I'm a man of my word. Once I made a commitment, I made a commitment to AG that she will take the afternoon evening flight today. So I don't want to go against my word because next week when I need her, I don't want to upset them. I want the department to, we're fine. Honorable Lonzi, 2 minutes.
No, just quickly, Chair. Can SAQA give us the list of all the professional bodies, those who are registered under you, and even those who have opted not to? And then also, please put a category for statutory and non-statutory, so that as we work this, we know what we're dealing with. And then can SAQA come to the University of Fort Hare, because we've got some qualification challenges there related to some very senior politicians in the province. So there are some degrees we need to scrutinize with SAQA at the University of Fort Hare. On a lighter note, Chair. But thank you very much, sir.
Yeah, there's no dispute of degrees there. There's a dispute of registration and deregistration of students, of legitimate students at University of Fort Hare. Where there's when SAQA is needed, a CEO, it's what I don't know whether he calls himself president, that one of my boy, your former deputy president, Floyd. He makes allegations about people writing for other people degrees. So that's where we that's where we will need that's where we will need SAQA to come and verify. At Fort Hare, it's an issue of deregistering a correct student incorrectly. So, but that matter is in court. The court will ventilate on it, and we're very sure that we have seen affidavits of Senate members coming out to say, hey, we were forced to do these things, so they're coming out to clarify. The matter will go to court and it will be clarified. So there are no politicians in the Eastern Cape that have got degrees that are questionable. The members who have now come to the end of our meeting, want to thank you, Minister, for being with us the whole day. With the deputy ministers, the ministry showed proper leadership today. The full component of the ministry was here. We really appreciate. We don't take it for granted. No. Yeah, but our meetings are normally on Wednesdays, and I know that last week when we had the meeting of the workshop with the AG of chair of chairs, the meeting of chairpersons, there were a number of chairpersons that had complained that they struggle to have the ministry in their portfolio committee meetings. We did have that problem a few months ago. We're happy with the rotation system that you guys have adopted. I think we've not really had a problem with yourselves since the beginning of the year. If we don't have the minister, deputy ministers are here, one of them, and we really appreciate that thing. Well, we did not complain that we don't have that problem. I wanted to raise my hand and indicate that I hear chairpersons are complaining that they don't have ministers or deputy ministers present. I want to complain that I always have them, but I decided not to complain, but we really appreciate. In the department, we could have done better today, DG. I'm sure members were even constrained to ask on the skills. I mean, the AG raised serious issues about the output of graduates, the output targets that are low. We must improve there. It would have been nice to have the acting DDG present to take us through. My understanding is that when you put together an APP, each branch puts together their own, and then they come under one umbrella called the department that is led by you, and then from there you take it to the ministry. You then agree on give or take this one, or it doesn't make sense. So let's, especially with CET can be extremely important if their targets are speaking to what we need to achieve. So not having the DDG really was a negative, but we had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 DDGs, including the acting CFO, the DDG, the corporate 2, universities 3, TVETs 4, planning 5. So we had 5 DDGs present, which the number was very good out of 7 or so. So, you know, it was not bad, but the 2 could have been here. Imagine the ministry is here and people are not in the meeting. Does not look good. There are issues that members raised about certain targets. Let's relook at them. Don't put targets, Prof. Lewin, that have variables that are outside of your control. It's going to be very difficult to achieve them. Last year, you had put a target that you want by 31 December, Parliament should have passed the higher education bill. And we told you it's out of you can't control our calendar. Say maybe submitting to Parliament. Now that's well within your reach. So your targets should speak to something like that. Minister, I'm still lobbying that Project Phoenix, it's gold mine. It will help us. I've actually said to them, once they've developed it, they should augment it in this fashion. They must put in a blockchain CV, a CV of all people. And we'll start with these ones who are in public service. All of them, members of parliament, put your CV there. Then it's locked, no one can change it. Once you are employed, there's only 2 people who can edit it. It's somebody, systems manager at SAQA, or your employer who can give you that particular thing. So this thing that we had there, Department of Sports at RIM, at Robben Island Museum, where or somebody misrepresent facts and say is a SAQA registered accountant. Will not happen if this CVs. So employers, including government, will not want people to send CVs. They just go to SAQA. So when you apply with your name, ID number, and probably a serial number. Then the employer gets all the information from SAQA. So this project, Phoenix, honestly, I don't see why private companies should not pay for this quality service, because we're also going to help them not to fall prey to people who lie on their CVs that he was a project manager at Nkosinathi Sishi Construction. No. You know, so this Project Phoenix would be, actually the SAQA will be self-sustainable. The money that we give them, the change that we give them now, they will just probably take it to expand the entity there. I don't think there should be competition with SAQA on verification of information in South Africa, because the biggest people who seek this verification are us, it's government. Government must work with government. Government entities must go to government. But I'm afraid to say to you, Minister, take it to cabinet now so that because we might have capacity problem. So let's fix this. Let's look for money in the system. Let's talk to them offline. Let them say how much we need. If we need 300 million, let's get it in the system. Let's get project Phoenix. Actually, I was angry at them because we had agreed that it will be Project Let's but they then changed it to Project Phoenix. But I've accepted. But so let's get the money, let's get it fixed. Then let's get government moving. People should be, other countries should be coming to SAQA and say, SAQA, how do you do it? Why, when people apply in our countries, they take 3 months, you take 3 days. You know, people should be coming to us to ask for benchmarking. Now I saw you have made plans, Minister, to travel for benchmarking 14 times. The last time it says baseline was 16. Now you are planning 14 times. I hope as you travel, the media, I saw here they have Daily Maverick. The media won't write to me asking me why have you spent 5 million on travel ministers and deputy ministers within 8 months. Yeah, I had a media inquiry I sent to you guys. You did not respond from News 24. Say 5 point something, 2 deputy ministers, and all of that. So I'm hoping that once these things are done, it will not be you going to do benchmarking. It will be countries coming to do. Oh, you don't do benchmarking? Or you travel for leisure? No, I'm joking. Oh. No, but this year I have not seen the deputy minister traveling overseas. Last year I even asked if you work overseas because you are almost overseas all the time. But thank you very much, SAQA. It's always a pleasure. Next week, members, on Wednesday, we have QCTO and NSFAS and Council for Higher Education. So we have those 3 entities on Wednesday. We tried to spread them. I wanted NSFAS to come alone on the 13th. The acting CEO indicated that he will not be in the country. He's going overseas with the minister. Yeah, so they will be on a working trip with the minister. So on the 13th, it's part of the international benchmarking that they are going to do that we've been talking about. So on the 13th, have we submitted the letter yet? Not yet. Yeah, to SITA. To SITA, we had received some whistleblowing issues. We felt, personally, I wanted us to have a conversation with USAF about their letter, maybe also help us about the plans of the system, you know, but some members felt that maybe let's sit with the SITA so that the administrator responds to allegations that have been sent to us. They were sent to us on Friday night. I was sitting at home reading. The minister gave me a book called The Communist Manifesto. So the minister wants me to read. So I tried to read it on Friday. And when I was reading this book, no, the communist is not membership, it's blood. So the minister is a communist. But he wants to recruit. Yeah, he wants to recruit me. So when I was reading this book, The Communist Manifesto, on Friday night, we got this email that disturbed us. And I got a few calls from members saying, hey, this thing is needs urgent attention. So we might be having the meeting with that one. And that's on the 13th. But next week we'll continue with our... And then on Friday we have UKZN, Minister, on the 8th of May. The only reason we brought UKZN, you see, I don't see us calling Stellenbosch in the near future because they've responded. You know, you could, where there were mistakes there, I can tell you, but they've accepted. UKZN, We meet with them, we have a conversation with them. They promise to answer us on a certain date. They ask for postponement, we give them. They ask for postponement, we give them. We want our answers. They tell us, no, in fact, they are not going to answer us. So we'll have called them next week on a Friday. So on Friday, there's no sitting of Parliament. There will be no hurry to go anywhere on Friday. So, and I'm been informed there that okay, did we write to them? I said we must get the breakdown on legal fees. Because these universities have got this, they are doing exactly what UL was doing with legal cases that do not make sense. Because we had called them, we have called them to appear next week. They had decided to strip the Secretary General, an elected person of the SRC, of his status as an SRC, and then appointed somebody. They took them to court. And then today UKZN lost that case. And I knew they were going to lose because I read the founding affidavits of this SRC SG. I read their answering affidavit. But, Minister, they'll continue to do so because they are not getting paid. They pay through, they might even go and appeal it, just so that on the 8th, on Friday, this Secretary General is not here. So we're having a big problem with institutions. In fact, if I knew, if I had seen the papers before they were filed, I was going to ask them to ask for punitive personal costs. The court must say, you must pay from your own pocket. Because the department should be enforcing that thing, Minister. We're not saying people must not go to court to protect the integrity of the institution. But the cases that they take them to court for, you know, the deputy president of Honorable Lonzi's party is making millions from one institution because he's representing victims. When you read an answering affidavit of a university, when they start, they say, I am refusing to confer a degree to Honorable Msezana because I did not register him correct. Now, the court will ask you, why must your mistake be a consequence to her? When she registered, she came to you, she said, here are my papers. And in your papers, you are not saying she's wrong, by the way. You are saying, I registered you wrong, therefore you must suffer. And I told them, this answering affidavit of yours, if indeed these lawyers are serious, they would have told you we are going to lose. They've tried, shame, at the beginning of the year, they've conferred other degrees. Others, they are still refusing. They are going to court again because they are now in contempt of court. We went to that university, Deputy Minister. We asked them, how much did you spend over 5 years? About 61 million. Okay, interesting. How did you source this legal firm? But no, I agree these things, they come on agency. So we'll just call a law firm, Ray Chief, come represent us. They said that to us live. You remember, Honorable, they told us that they had no process. They are in court as we speak with the same firm. That one that loses, I forgot the name, the first name, but the Khadim Patel, yeah. That law firm is called the Khadim Patel. And no, they go to court all the time, and they don't win all the time. And with cost all the time. On a scale C, you know when a judge says, I'm hitting you with costs, that's bad. But when a judge says, I'm hitting you with costs, you know, on a scale C, with the fees of a senior counsel or senior counsels included, could the judge says to you, I'm giving you the death penalty. It's the worst you can get. Guess what the university does? They go to the same people in the next case. They get the same, they go to the same people in the next case. That company alone, out of 61 million, had about 13 million worth of briefs. 13, no process. UKZN, they lost today. I had interest in this case because I knew that this thing was going to happen. And I'm told that they are threatening staff members there, especially those that belong to unions, not to come to our meeting next week. Prof. Lewin, you must go tell them. They must make sure those unions are here next week. Because I'm told they're threatening union members they're not to come to our meeting next week. We're going to have a serious problem. In fact, you must remind me, I must write to the Hawks to come listen to our meeting next week. No, I'm serious because I know they are going to lie to us. And when they lie, I want that lady of the Hawks to be here so that we open a case with her. Right? We don't have to walk to police station. Yeah. And then we must ask them to leave a van outside. When we leave here, somebody must enter a van because honestly, this thing can't be. These are public funds that are being utilized like this. So thank you very much, Minister, Deputy Minister, SAQA, members, AGSA, department led by the DG, chairperson of SAQA. You know, there's no a person that I like more at SAQA. CEO, don't include yourself in our discussion, than the chairperson there because it's very solid. Very solid, understand this. You see, I think, Minister, we must do this twinning of entities. There are entities of ours who are getting clean audits all the time. There are entities of others who are not getting clean audits. So we must go to this West one. Rwena, here's the CFO of SAQA. You work with them. Every quarter you meet once. They must show you how to prepare annual, the financial statements. Right? Then on governance, you go say, Chair, your institution is doing so well on governance. We are tuning you with this one. Go and teach this person. CEOs, the same thing. Let's sit down because we can't have in one system. We've got those who are excelling for 10 years in a row. Then we've got those who are worse for 10 years in a row. There's no balance. No. And we are not saying people must give tenders of 1.6 billion to new companies. Having said that, members, the meeting is now adjourned.